Evil Queen Maker was a tactical simulation game where you stepped into the shoes of a tutor in the demon realm to raise the youngest, lowest-ranking demon lord into the supreme ruler. The game earned endless praise for its detailed storyline and lore, as well as its excellent recreation of the smash-hit simulation games of the past. In a classic trendy fashion, our lucky guy today was also one of the players who used to sing its praises. He was reading all kinds of hype posts across various forums, fully prepared to go keyboard warrior on the brainless toxicators. He used to be a fiercely loyal fan. As for why he called himself a fool, well, that was until this game turned into a complete pile of garbage. Did they get too ahead of themselves because the feedback was better than expected? In less than a year, the developers proudly dropped an expansion pack that completely defied everyone's expectations. A bunch of disgusting endings with utterly trash logic were added. Just reading the roleplay text in front of him was enough to make players spit a stream of colorful language at their screens. No, what the hell? How could anyone think this sounded acceptable? Instantly, the review scores took a nosedive straight to the bottom of the abyss. From a former fanboy, this young man transformed into a hater and started posting scathing, bitter reviews filled with his purest emotions. Like the demon lord I poured my heart and soul into raising ended up betraying me. Or dying young for no reason is pathetic. But what's most infuriating is that they blindly crammed in all these betrayal tropes. If you're going to do this, why the hell release an expansion pack in the first place? You guys already had a perfect setup and flawlessly recreated the early 2000 simulation game genre. However, the developers, who usually stayed dead silent on other posts, suddenly replied, "We hope you can create a better ending yourself, Evil Queen Maker." Reading that message made the veins on his forehead throb like they were dancing the disco. What the hell is this bastard talking about? What kind of trash is this? The moment those words left his mouth, the computer screen suddenly flashed with a blinding light. The moment those words left his mouth, the computer screen suddenly flashed with a blinding light. It took him a good while to open his eyes wide, only to find his mind completely tangled like a ball of yarn. What the hell is this? Where am I? Just as the thought crossed his mind, his fragile body, like an autumn leaf drifting in the wind, caught the attention of a pair of glowing red eyes. Out of that gaze materialized a figure shrouded in pure malice, looking exactly like one of the devil's henchmen. Dazed, his lips parted as he stammered back, "Huh? Who?" But the other party just spewed a stream of gibberish, and, unfortunately, he didn't have Doraemon's translation bread on hand. What? The absurd situation only paused temporarily when he half opened his eyes to a splitting headache. The first thing that caught his eye was the renewal gate. Its age could probably birth his own ancestors. By the time he could stand up and completely clear his head, the words running through his mind were nothing but sheer shock. What is this? A castle? He cautiously touched the gate and tried to dig through his memory. Am I dreaming? This feels way too familiar. I swear I've seen this place somewhere before. Finally, as he looked up at the top of the tower, a realization hit his brain like a bolt of lightning. I've definitely seen this in Evil Queen Maker. But this answer only sent a colder shiver down his spine. Why is it standing right here in front of my eyes? Don't tell me. As an experienced player, he instantly realized his current situation. This is insane. If I really got Ice Guide into the game, that means this is that kid's castle. As an experienced player, he instantly realized his current situation. This is insane. If I really got Ice Guide into the game, that means this is that kid's castle. Without needing to overthink it, his face gradually turned pale as everything clicked in his brain like an open highway. He scanned the entire body of the man standing in front of him and gasped silently in his head. Wasn't that Kane? But rubbing his eyes, he looked at the old man's generic dialogue once more. Oh my, are you Lord Nahan? His inner voice screamed again. It's real. He's telling me the exact first line Kane says to the player. After Nahan stepped through the gate, Kane continued delivering his lines while bowing at a 90-degree angle. I never expected anyone to volunteer to educate our demon lord. We are truly, deeply grateful. Ignoring the rambling, he remained lost in his own thoughts. If that's the case, have I really become the Demon Lord's tutor? His brain involuntarily recalled the final message before he got sucked into the game. We hope you can create a better ending yourself. By now, what was there left for Nahin not to understand? Damn it. So that's what those words meant? They told me to create a better ending myself. This is honestly hilarious. Putting Nahin's chaotic thoughts aside, a rather hesitant voice was echoing inside the spacious room. Cecily, how do I look? She quickly chimed back. I try to pick a simpler style, just like you suggested. Your Grace. Do you not like it? Sears squeezed the plush toy in her hands, hesitantly denying it. It's not that I don't like it. Taking a deep breath, the little girl lifted her blushing face and admitted, it's just a little embarrassing. This reaction made Cecily cover her mouth to stop her inner thoughts from spilling out. She is so adorable. This reaction made Cecily cover her mouth to stop her inner thoughts from spilling out. She is so adorable. She doubled down on her stance by holding up a gift. So, I asked the chef to prepare this for you. The moment Sear caught a glimpse of her favorite food, her eyes sparkled like diamonds. Pudding. But before digging in, the little girl didn't forget to show her gratitude. Thank you. Cecily quickly turned away and casually replied, It's nothing, Your Grace. But in her heart, she was frantically chanting prayers. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you really are too cute. Suddenly, a dry knock on the door came from outside, followed by a mechanical voice. Lord Sear, it's Kane. Without waiting for a reply, the old man walked right in to announce, the person who will become your tutor is waiting outside. Sear didn't hesitate to hop down to the floor. I understand, Kane. She suddenly wiped the innocence off her face and spoke in a very serious tone. I will head to the audience chamber immediately. Hit by this wave of supreme cuteness, Kane could only clutch his chest and weep silently in his heart. Lord Sear, when did you become so majestic? Sear maintained that persona all the way until she sat on the throne. Kane, I'm ready. Still caught in his trance, the old man frantically showed his absolute devotion, truly worthy of a demon lord. This loyal servant could die right now with no regrets. The waiting time quickly passed as the sound of a door opening and footsteps echoed through the room. Nahin looked straight at Sear in front of him and introduced himself formally. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Sear. Heaven knows where he learned that aristocratic posture, but it actually looked quite convincing when he pulled it off. My name is Nahin. With that, he quickly skimmed through the profile of the little girl across from him. Sear von Devada, the sole descendant of the former demon lord, Sear von Devada, who used to rank second in the demon realm. However, in a war that suddenly broke out 2 years ago, they suffered a crushing defeat, and Sear von Devada was killed in action along with most of her closest aides. In a war that suddenly broke out 2 years ago, they suffered a crushing defeat, and Sear von Devada was killed in action along with most of her closest aides. This ascension completely stripped the little girl of her childhood. Not only that, the Devada family plummeted to the very bottom at rank 72, and at this rate, even that position would be threatened. This ascension completely stripped the little girl of her childhood. Not only that, the Devada family plummeted to the very bottom at rank 72, and at this rate, even that position would be threatened. The little girl suddenly bowed 90 degrees and called out clearly, Hello. Receiving such a formal greeting, Nahin could only stammer back the exact same way. Hello. Sear quickly raised her head and chirped. Please feel free to speak casually with me, because to a royal tutor, I am a student, not a demon lord. Hearing this, even someone just standing around watching like Kane couldn't help but nod in silent praise. Lord Sear, you really are incredibly mature. Sear quickly raised her head and chirped. Please feel free to speak casually with me, because to a royal tutor, I am a student, not a demon lord. Hearing this, even someone just standing around watching like Kane couldn't help but nod in silent praise. Lord Sear, you really are incredibly mature. Even though she didn't fully understand what a supreme demon lord was yet, her unwavering faith started to take root right here. Yes, teacher, but that hopeful atmosphere didn't last long. Nahin was currently wrapped in a mood so gloomy it felt like he was about to go on a date with the Grim Reaper. As he slumped onto the floor, only 2 words remained in his head. I'm screwed. Nahin's entire body trembled violently as he began to question his life choices. Am I insane? Am I possessed or something? Did I seriously just say I would become Seer's tutor? Even though I'm a hardcore fan of Evil Queen Maker, who has cleared every single ending and knows everything from major to minor events inside out. The agonizing regret made Nahin want to tear his hair out, considering he held all the hidden elements in the palm of his hand. But clicking a mouse and actually raising this girl in real life were two completely different things. How am I supposed to teach a demon lord when I don't even know magic myself? His mind spinning, he suddenly fell into a loop, wondering how he had planned to politely refuse in the first place. Was it the instinct of someone who once yearned to be a teacher? Or was it just pure excitement from meeting Seer in person? If not that, maybe it was because he understood Seer's pain too well. Either way, what can't be done just can't be done. I need to turn this down right now. But just as he thought of this plan, a phosphorescent glow suddenly burst from Nahin's eyes. After the burst of light exploded in his brain, fragments of memories scattered as if trying to sever every nerve, making him reflect. Nahin's memories, finally. The figure that dragged him into this game appeared, which somewhat cleared up a few questions. Right now, this body of Nahin's belongs to a great archdemon. His mind suddenly felt like it had been washed in holy water and brilliantly enlightened. Right? If it's like this, with this power and knowledge. Nahin's aura exploded, and the protagonist silently buried his resolve deep down. Can I do it? I can go way beyond that. Nahin's aura exploded, and the protagonist silently buried his resolve deep down. Can I do it? I can go way beyond that. Perhaps even the most ideal ending I've ever envisioned. Dreaming is nice, but the moment the idea sparked, he got stuck. But why does Nahin only remember his alias and absolutely nothing about his real name? The next day, Seer looked at the surrounding wilderness and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, didn't you say we have a lesson today? I have a private classroom." On the surface, Nahin explained very patiently. Instead of a suffocating room, studying in a spacious place like this feels much more comfortable, right? But he carefully kept his true purpose to himself. Studying here boosts focus, which grants bonus stat points. Right at that moment, his eyes caught what Seer brought along. But I've never seen that doll in the game. He tried to use his gentlest tone to probe. Are we going to study with that friend too? The little girl lifted her chin and declared firmly, "As you can see, Whitey is my favorite friend." Nahin was a bit speechless, but still tried to patiently weigh the pros and cons. If I were Whitey, I think I would step aside so my friend Seer could focus on her lesson. However, upon hearing this, Seer's negative emotions flared up as she screamed, "Whitey doesn't have any other friends besides me." The corner of his eye sharply caught Kane frantically shaking his head nearby, so he forced himself to hold back. Looks like there's a backstory to this. I can look into it slowly later. The corner of his eye sharply caught Kane frantically shaking his head nearby, so he forced himself to hold back. Looks like there's a backstory to this. I can look into it slowly later. To make it more convincing, he even took the initiative to grab its hand. Seer instantly switched back to a cheerful mood. Whitey says he understands. Having passed this hurdle, Nahin also breathed a sigh of relief. Great. Then let's get started. He pointed at the board and began the introduction. Today, we will learn the basics of mana manipulation. Seer quickly brought up her question right away. Yes. But what about learning the history of the demon realm? Kane said I should only start learning mana manipulation after finishing the other basic subjects. Nahin didn't hesitate to throw the old man under the bus. That's just because Kane has a personality that's way too rigid. Kane looked at the little girl's excitement, feeling utterly miserable. Nahin didn't stop for long, holding up 4 fingers as he ran it on. Seer, if you want to protect yourself and your subjects as a demon lord, understanding the exact power you possess is incredibly important. That's why I'm going to teach you mana manipulation, mana application, martial arts, and royal studies first. The little girl immediately copied his gesture and reported her situation. That sounds amazing, but I've already finished learning everything about royal studies. He was slightly surprised, but still wanted to double-check. Is that so? The little girl immediately copied his gesture and reported her situation. That sounds amazing, but I've already finished learning everything about royal studies. He was slightly surprised, but still wanted to double-check. Is that so? A scroll packed with text was spread out in front of Seer right after that. The little girl stared at it, asking innocently, "Teacher, what is all of this?" Nahan introduced it seriously. A training manual. It will help Seer apply royal studies to real life. If you do your homework properly, I'll reward you with pudding. Looking at the little girl's ecstatic face, Nahan secretly added in his heart, I'll use anything Seer likes, not just pudding. Because affection points are a critical factor in Evil Queen making. Having finished his calculations, he immediately focused on the illustrated lines on the board. Back to the main topic. Mana can be divided into innate mana, which is concentrated at the mana core and represents the total amount of mana a person possesses, and usable mana, which is the amount of mana a person can actively use. First, what criterion determines the amount of usable mana? Faced with the sudden question, Seer tilted her head and replied honestly, I don't know. Left with no choice, Nahan cleverly dropped a hint. Demons like us, along with half-demons, fiends, and dragons, all possess circuits in our bodies. Do you know what their function is? Left with no choice, Nahan cleverly dropped a hint. Demons like us, along with half-demons, fiends, and dragons, all possess circuits in our bodies. Do you know what their function is? Nahan pressed his advantage with a compliment and a new question. Exactly. To be more precise, it's like a pathway for mana to flow through. Next question. What happens if you have a lot of circuits? This time, Seer blurted out without a shred of hesitation. A lot of mana will flow through. She even used that logic to turn the tables and ask. Then usable mana is determined by the number of circuits, right? Quite pleased, Nahan rewarded the little girl with a double compliment. Aren't you smart? You catch on real quick. Watching Seer smile so brightly, Nahan realized the path he was taking was absolute truth. They say praise can even make a whale dance. From now on, I shouldn't skimp on praising this girl. He took advantage of Seer's clear mind to cram in more theory right away. Innate mana is determined at birth, but circuits can increase depending on your effort. If you have enough innate mana and you increase the number of circuits through effort, you can raise your usable mana capacity. To make the lesson a bit more vivid, Nahan even waved his hand to perform a spectacular fire-breathing show. As the performance wrapped up, he smoothly drew a conclusion for Seer. You can use this much mana all at once. The little girl's eyes widened as she gasped in admiration on the spot. You're so cool, teacher, Nahan replied smugly, and I am your royal tutor. Only Cain harbored a belly full of doubts. This didn't look like the level of a royal tutor teaching a fallen demon lord. A calculating glint gradually filled his eyes. Even though he's an unknown demon, he definitely has enough skill to wield that kind of power. On this side, Seer couldn't seem to contain her excitement any longer. Can I do that too? Teacher. Nahan smiled widely and assured her firmly. Of course, as long as you practice, this will be a piece of cake. Actually, there was more left unsaid, but he decided to keep it locked in his head. Because you belong to the Davada family, after all. Having a goal in mind, the little girl copied Nahan's posture and promised, I will work hard. A tutor had appeared for the weakest demon lord, Seer. One day, this news spread throughout the demon realm. The news reached Andromalius, who immediately asked in irritation. Even so, that's just the 72nd floor, right? Dantalion then casually channeled his inner capitalist. Don't worry about that anymore. Just bring me information that makes money. Only Carabia showed a dismissive attitude, scoffing. So what? Still, there was no denying that while this fact was utterly uninteresting to some, it was extremely interesting to someone else. Citri lay stretched out in the bathtub, lazily questioning back. Really? What kind of slacker would take that job? The attendant beside her quickly picked up the cue. It's a guy named Nahan. Citri didn't even budge, continuing her interrogation. Nahan? That's the first time I've heard that name. The other party then expressed his awkwardness. I've investigated, but found absolutely nothing. Citri immediately sat up from the water and muttered, Interesting. With a look of intrigue on her face, Citri instantly ordered, It's been a while since I went out. Let's take a walk. Get ready. With a look of intrigue on her face, Citri instantly ordered, It's been a while since I went out. Let's take a walk. Get ready. Cecily, who had been waiting since the afternoon, cheerfully jumped out to greet her. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Having her train of thought interrupted, the little girl blurted out, "Hello, sis." The moment the words left her mouth, Seer snapped her head away in embarrassment. "Wait, the homework teacher assigned." Cecily stood there dazed, a bunch of question marks over her head. What's up with her? After a few seconds of thought, Seer hesitantly spoke up. Cecily turned around without a second thought and offered, "Yes, please go ahead, Your Majesty." Taking that as her cue, Seer squeezed the scroll in her hand and raised her voice to command, "Start cleaning up right now." This fresh persona came so out of nowhere that it temporarily left Cecily stammering, "Your Majesty." She signaled Seer to look at the magic-powered brooms working at full blast and explained, "But I'm already cleaning." After saying that, Cecily finally noticed the item in the little girl's hand. Huh, wait a minute. The more she scrutinized it, the clearer the answer became in her head. Is that a training diary? Having figured it all out, Cecily immediately gave Nahan a mental thumbs up. The royal tutor is seriously amazing. Does he think forcing Her Majesty to give orders will help her get used to the demeanor of a ruler? Well, then I should play along too. She quickly adjusted her posture, straightened her back, and delivered her line. "I understand. You mean I need to pay more attention? I shall obey your command." Getting the exact result she expected, Seer's face suddenly lit up. The little girl turned away in satisfaction, but didn't forget to toss back a status report. "Then I'm heading to class." Where Seer couldn't see, Cecily covered her mouth and giggled like a sly fox. "Your Majesty always looks so adorable." Seer just skipped across the yard like that, completely oblivious to the whispers nearby. "It's definitely." But the moment the little girl reached her destination, she started to greet him, switching to a bewildered tone halfway through. "Teacher." Kane, who had sharp eyes, replied immediately, "Seer, you're here?" Without a shred of doubt, the little girl held up her diary to report. "Yes, I also just finished my homework on kingship." He happily patted his favorite student's head with a promise. "You're done already? I'll have to give you a reward." Nahan looked at the bear in Seer's hand and hesitantly suggested, "What should I give you? How about finding another friend for White?" Seer opened her sparkling eyes wide and agreed without thinking for even a second. "A friend for Whitey? I'd absolutely love that." But before she could finish her sentence, her gaze caught Kane standing next to him. The joy in Seer's eyes was instantly drained completely. She dropped her head and corrected her answer in a downcast voice. "Never mind." Nahan didn't need any more clues to figure it out. Just as expected, the castle's financial situation was facing the exact same issue as in the game. To think she had to hesitate just over a stuffed animal. If that's the case, I guess I'll have to step in. He squatted down in front of the little girl and decided to put it bluntly. "Seer, regarding the castle's finances, would it be all right if I manage them instead of Kane? Just until you can manage them yourself." Seer was left dazed by the sudden proposal. "You, teacher." Kane, suddenly facing unemployment, quickly expressed his awkwardness. "Royal tutor, is this why you asked about our financial situation earlier?" Nahan didn't turn around, only calling his name in a cold voice, "Kane." Seeing Seer happy after receiving a stuffed animal as a gift. "Don't you want to see that?" Kane's eyebrows looked like they were about to knit together upon hearing that question. Even though he remembered every single one of Seer's smiles clearly in his head, his voice still lacked confidence. "I want to see it too." But Nahan caught his drift and immediately cut him off. "I know what you're worried about, but I don't care about money." He suddenly placed a hand on Kane's shoulder and gave a whole speech of heartfelt words. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not taking over the financial management because you're incompetent. It's just that everyone has different strengths. So please let me do what I'm good at." Despite having only been around for 2 days, Nahan confidently declared, "In the near future, Seer will stand at the absolute peak of the demon lords." Right in the middle of his speech, Seer tugged at his shirt to get his attention. It was clear to Nahan that the little girl had heard and understood everything he just said, as she stated solemnly, "I trust you." It seemed like a hint of moisture was welling up in Nahan's eyes. Meanwhile, Seer was still smiling broadly as she handed over the heavy responsibility. "Then please make a ton of money, teacher." Nahan's lips curled into a very faint smile as he silently resolved in his heart, "Yeah, trust me." "Seer, Gold bars will be rolling into your pockets in no time. Nahan's lips curled into a very faint smile as he silently resolved in his heart. Yeah, trust me. Seer, gold bars will be rolling into your pockets in no time. Nahan's lips curled into a very faint smile as he silently resolved in his heart. Yeah, trust me. Seer, gold bars will be rolling into your pockets in no time. Nahan's lips curled into a very faint smile as he silently resolved in his heart. Yeah, trust me. Seer, gold bars will be rolling into your pockets in no time. Nahan felt the mana radiating from her and gasped inwardly. She shouldn't have formed many mana circuits yet, but her mana was far beyond imagination. This potential didn't fit a lowest-ranking demon lord of the 72nd floor at all. The more Seer demonstrated, the more confidence grew in his heart. She's keeping up remarkably well, so I don't need to worry about the pace. Of course, I'd like to be a bit greedier, but thinking up to this point, Nahan immediately waved his hand to signal. All right, that's enough for today. Watching Seer slump to the ground, panting heavily, he couldn't help but sigh. Her physical stamina is still too weak. Watching Seer slump to the ground, panting heavily, he couldn't help but sigh. Her physical stamina is still too weak. A while later, Nahan started letting his calculations drift through his mind again. She went jogging with Whitey again today. He decided he had to unearth the information he was curious about. Kane, is there any particular reason why Seer is so attached to Whitey? Asked out of the blue, the old man hesitated a bit. About that, it's the stuffed animal that the previous demon lord, Lord Seer, gave to Her Majesty for her 5th birthday. That answer cleared things up for Nahan. A keepsake from her mother? No wonder she cherishes it so much and keeps it by her side. Based on that, he gradually formed a more practical script. Her death is definitely a major part of the plot, but I'll tell her the truth behind it when she's old enough to seek revenge on her own. Right at that moment, a panicked voice cut in. The chief butler, Kane, immediately turned to question them. What's going on? Eldon quickly unfurled a slip of paper and reported thoroughly. Sir, a letter was sent from the lower floor. I mean the 71st floor. Kane took the item with a look of concern. The 71st floor? What exactly are they trying to demand all of a sudden? In the demon realm, a difference of just one floor meant a colossal gap in terms of force size, military quality, economic scale, and many other things. But Nahan suddenly flashed a sinister smile as his thoughts hit a crucial realization. But don't be too scared, Kane, because this is exactly what I've been waiting for. A few days later, a convoy of carriages rolled in noisily alongside a loud shout. Open the city gates. Nahan tilted his head slightly and whispered, Kane, relax a bit. You're going to show a weakness they can exploit. Even though the old man wanted to start a fight, he had to swallow his anger and reply to him, understood. Nahan looked at Baphomet holding the reins, and a word of praise spontaneously popped up in his heart. The driver is no pushover either, huh? He proactively stepped forward and gave a textbook greeting. It's truly an honor. For a moment, Baphomet found it baffling. Why would meeting a mere lowly driver be an honor? Nahan asked back in mock confusion. A driver? He paused for a moment before switching to a sharper tone to expose him. You're taking the joke a bit too far, Phantom Baphomet. The moment that name was uttered, Kane turned pale and called out softly. Seeing that he was exposed, Baphomet smirked and questioned, How did you know? At the same time, a lazy voice echoed from inside the carriage. Interesting. Citri didn't wait for anyone to invite her and proactively pulled back the curtain to reveal herself. The moment her foot touched the ground, Cecily's group simultaneously blushed without exception. Nahan was the only one who maintained his composure to greet the opponent. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Your Majesty Citri. She flipped her hair seductively and offered a compliment. To be able to see through Baphomet's disguise. It seems you're not an ordinary guy, are you? Nahan smiled widely and shot back. How could an ordinary guy become the tutor of a demon lord? Am I right? Citri burst into laughter and had to nod in agreement. Fair point. While the two sides are playing mental chess, Kane's heart next to them was beating like a drum. Oh my god, if he's the royal tutor, he should know what a one-floor difference in the demon realm means. What is he thinking? What's with that arrogant tone? But Nahan decided to get straight to business. May I ask what brings you here? Citri snapped in annoyance. You're really impatient. Can't we talk inside? He confidently shot her down without a shred of hesitation. No, unless you have a valid reason. This bluntness left her completely stunned on the spot. Excuse me, what did you just say? Nahin remained as unmoved as a statue, casually reeling off a poetic speech. My apologies, but crossing this boundary enters the territory of Seer Devata. Even with a higher rank, you cannot simply trespass upon another demon lord's domain without permission. Therefore, I want to hear a valid reason. Citri clenched her jaw just to stop a stream of colorful language from spitting straight into Nahin's face. Am I really being looked down upon by a guy like this now? In the old days, a guy like this. Just endure it. I have a purpose for coming here right now. She immediately adjusted her emotions and made up a random excuse on the spot. As the ruler of the 71st floor, I have matters to discuss with the ruler of the 72nd floor. That's all. Nahin compromised easily this time. If that's the case, then please step inside. Hearing the dialogue between the two sides, Baphomet also had to admit in his mind, Nahin has brains. He's smart, using Citri's name to remind me that even if Seer Devata's position is unstable, she is still a demon lord. Nahin didn't know the guy was secretly praising him, so he casually turned to instruct Cain, please forgive my rudeness just now, as I'm also Her Majesty's guardian. I hope you understand. Cain, please show them the way. The old man immediately bowed to pick up the cue. I will escort you to the guest room. Citri didn't follow Cain right away, but tilted her head to signal. Baphomet, your wait here won't be long. He understood her meaning and quickly assured her, yes, your majesty. Citri strolled along at a leisurely pace, but her mouth still refused to lose. You guys have lost quite a lot of servants, haven't you? Nahin readily admitted it. That's inevitable when the financial situation isn't ideal. She shot back with fake sympathy. Is that so? What a shame. That tone made him want to swear internally. Damn it. Who do you think's fault that is? But instead of showing any displeasure, Nahin became even more polite. Please make yourself at home. Citri maintained her posture and asked sharply, by the way, when is that kid coming? His stomach instantly flared up with a desire to beat her up. Just a moment ago, you were still calling Her Majesty the ruler of the 72nd floor. While he was lost in thought, Seer plopped down into a chair and added, I have a few urgent financial matters to discuss. This sudden manifestation made an alarm bell ring inside Nahin's head. Seriously? Look at you. Are you trying to seduce me? Sorry, but you're just an easy target. He smiled widely and shattered Seer's intentions. Wonderful. I am currently managing the finances of the Devata Castle, so you can just speak directly to me. But his firmness accidentally fueled the illusion in Citri's heart. He can't take his eyes off me. That's why men are so easy. Thinking she held all the cards, she started pouring out words that made even the servants serving tea tremble. Not long ago, quite a few of my soldiers who were assisting the 72nd floor died due to an invasion by human adventurers. Therefore, you need to pay compensation and cover the costs for additional personnel. Nahin didn't hesitate to sharpshoot back with a question. Exactly whose were those soldiers deployed under? Citri casually admitted it. Humph. Out of my goodwill, of course. How could the army of the 72nd floor alone possibly stop a human invasion? Am I right? That was all he needed to suddenly flip the table. You really are a petty thug, aren't you? Citri paused for a moment to double-check. What? What did you just say? In her heart, she even looked for an excuse for Nahin, thinking she must have misheard. But facing his somewhat brazen smile now made her realize the truth. No, I didn't mishear. Citri slammed her teacup down on the table and threw a massive tantrum. How dare you show that attitude to a higher-ranking demon lord? Feeling like that wasn't enough, she even crushed the cup beneath her foot and screamed, You've completely lost your mind. The atmosphere in the room was instantly dyed in the red of pure fury. Yet Nahin still casually added fuel to the fire. Why are you so angry? Is it because I called you a petty thug? The servant had already dropped to their knees on the floor by now, as Citri raised her voice even louder. You know exactly why, and you still dare open your mouth? Nahin took the chance to open a protective barrier for them before opening his mouth to solo her, forcing a weaker demon lord to accept your surplus troops and then extorting them. If that's not the action of a petty thug, then what is? Citri's eyes turned lava red, signaling that this volcano was about to blow. Your arrogance truly hits the heavens. Waves of light capable of blinding anyone facing her began to appear around her body. Citri was ready to unleash her move, but before that, she still had to deliver the introduction according to protocol. You brought this punishment upon yourself. With that, magic looking like dragons and tigers shot straight toward Nahan. But even when facing a dangerous situation, he still casually shot back. Oh dear, I originally intended to let this matter slide peacefully to save you some face. But Nahan didn't say another word and just snapped his fingers. The fire arrows that were rushing toward him suddenly twisted into an abnormal curve, then snapped around in the opposite direction. That completely absurd sight gave Citri a massive jolt internally. My flames. While she was still in a state of shock, Nahan spoke up calmly again. Your Majesty Citri, how about we settle this matter by talking like intelligent demons? He locked her down with his gaze and slowly proposed, actually, I have a very good proposal for you. Citri instantly recognized the glowing red eyes and the overwhelming aura on Nahan's body. Yet her mouth remained stubborn as she mocked him. You dare make a proposal to me? Nahan didn't even blink as he exposed her. You won't be able to refuse, because it concerns the seal on your body. This critical hit successfully froze Citri dead on the spot. Citri's voice dropped low to interrogate him. Do you even know what you're talking about? Nahan then adopted a mocking tone. How could I not know about you, Your Majesty? You, who used to rank 12th, plummeted drastically down the ranks after your power was sealed, didn't you? Her face instantly darkened. If you're just going to ramble about things everyone already knows, then shut your mouth. Citri paused for a moment with a panicked look in her eyes. Don't you need to conquer the upper floors? After all, the sealing stones binding your power are scattered across floors ruled by mid-tier demon lords and above. Citri paused for a moment with a panicked look in her eyes. Don't you need to conquer the upper floors? After all, the sealing stones binding your power are scattered across floors ruled by mid-tier demon lords and above. A contract document immediately flew straight toward her. I will help you break your seal, Your Majesty. Citri's face displayed a mix of complex emotions as she spoke up hesitantly with a skeptical look. Just how exactly do you plan to help me? Nahan's eyes darkened as he spoke with an underlying meaning. You just saw a moment ago. A tiny fraction of my power. Her voice dropped low, carrying a high level of vigilance. Who on earth are you really? He immediately declared clearly. I'm the master of the demon lord. The corner of Nahan's mouth crooked up meaningfully. Well, will you form a contract? Citri spoke up decisively. I'm done writing, check it. Citri spoke up decisively. I'm done writing, check it. He paused for a moment, full of doubt. The only reason Citri signed the contract despite knowing this, the lines written in a firm handwriting appeared. Clause 2. Demon Lord Citri will provide military operational funds for Demon Lord Seer von Devada. Clause 3. Nahan commits to providing all possible support to Demon Lord Citri, not limited to any specific field. Clause 4. Demon Lord Citri must absolutely never oppose Demon Lord Seer von Devada's faction. And Demon Lord Seer von Devada must absolutely never oppose Demon Lord Citri's faction. The reason Nahan maintained his calm demeanor was precisely due to the clause stating that I would support her with all my might. Her face showed a mix of complex emotions. This power right now completely overwhelms even compared to me in the past. Thanks to what? What if the power he calls a tiny fraction is truly just a tiny fraction of his real power? The corner of Citri's mouth curled up with pure amusement. This is a gamble worth taking. Stamp your blood seal too. He immediately brought out a sharp knife to let a few drops of blood fall. Fine. Nahan pressed his finger onto the contract to confirm it. The two fingerprints of the two people were instantly pressed onto the paper. The contract suddenly floated up into midair, after which it radiated mysterious beams of light. His eyes mixed with complex emotions. Then I look forward to working together. Demon Lord Citri. She also declared clearly with a resolute look. Likewise, Nahan slowly spoke up in a gentle tone. Seer, from now on, Her Majesty Citri here will be helping us. Seer paused for a moment, full of doubt. Really? The little girl immediately bowed formally. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie Citri. Citri then dodged her gaze with a flustered look. Looking forward to working together, kid. The little girl immediately bowed formally. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie Citri. Citri then dodged her gaze with a flustered look. Looking forward to working together, kid. Citri spoke up hesitantly with an awkward demeanor. Looking forward to your help. Her cheeks suddenly burned hot from embarrassment. Nahan maintained his casual demeanor and slowly spoke up. You did great. You should have done that from the very beginning. Now I will explain the method to execute our contract. She paused for a moment. The method to execute the contract? The corner of his mouth curved up slightly as he remarked. That's right. Your Majesty Citri will also become my student. Her eyes widened in pure shock. Citri questioned in dissatisfaction with a skeptical look. What kind of nonsense is this? Nahan still maintained his calm look. I know you used to be an outstanding demon lord, Your Majesty. But right now you're just someone with mediocre power and influence, sitting at the bottom of the rankings and acting as a completely unknown, dull demon lord. Her face darkened upon hearing the blunt questioning. Citri immediately screamed at the top of her lungs with a frantic look. You didn't have to put it so harshly. You're the one who needs. What is up with that gaze? Nahan's face displayed a mix of complex emotions. You must think your growth has reached its limit and regaining your sealed power is the only way. Nahan declared clearly with a resolute gaze. But you are completely capable of becoming much stronger, Your Majesty. She paused for a moment, full of doubt. What? Is he lying? I can become stronger? Citri clenched her fists to suppress her fury. Wait, if it's the power that guy possesses. Nahan's eyes mixed with complex emotions. Even in the game, Citri regained her sealed power and grew along with it, becoming a reliable supporter for Seer from start to finish. If I resolve to help her, she will definitely regain her former power. Her voice dropped low in warning. You'd better not play tricks on a demon lord. Nahan decisively turned around to leave. I don't joke about things like this. You have to fulfill the terms of the contract first, so go home for today. He still maintained his casual look. You can come find me whenever you have time. Citri's face instantly twisted in fury. What? You want me to come find you? I'm a demon lord. Of course you should be the one coming to find me. Seer's eyes darkened alongside a fierce look. No, Master belongs to me. Nahan still kept his casual look. You heard the kid. Nothing we can do about it. She then felt tired and helpless. Fine. Visiting about once a week is enough, right? He declared clearly with a decisive demeanor. If you think that's fine, then let's go with that. Citri then questioned in dissatisfaction. What? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I'm dying to see you or something? The corner of Nahan's mouth crooked up meaningfully. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. The corner of Nahan's mouth crooked up meaningfully. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Zeta spoke up hesitantly with a skeptical look. This is absolute nonsense. Why the hell do we have to be stuck here? Verena then spoke up with a highly provocative, mocking tone. If you're that dissatisfied, why don't you go back to your master like dogs? Her face instantly darkened. Who are you calling a dog? His face immediately turned serious. Keep talking. Go ahead. The soldiers under Seer's command were equally exhausted. Epsilon urgently bowed with deep respect. I apologize, Vice Captain. I will discipline my subordinates properly. Verena's voice dropped low with absolute authority. Spend your time training them properly, instead of talking nonsense. A chorus of voices echoed in unison. Sir, yes, sir. His face displayed a mix of complex emotions. Captain, are you just going to leave and be like that? The atmosphere was highly chaotic, and the training was just as messy. Lin L's eyes instantly darkened, and she spoke up hesitantly with an anxious look. What else can we do? After all, we already anticipated that things would be this loud for a while. A few days later, Nahan let out a soft sigh with a completely helpless expression. Citri slammed her hand down on the table with a frantic look. Are you really trying to pick a fight with me right now? What do you mean you can't teach me? Why are you only telling me this now? He slowly spoke up with a completely helpless face. It's not that I can't teach you. Right now I'm busy integrating Your Majesty Citri's forces. So simply put, I don't have time. The corner of Nahan's mouth slowly crooked up meaningfully. That's why I would be extremely grateful if you could lend a hand, Your Majesty. The corner of Nahan's mouth slowly crooked up meaningfully. That's why I would be extremely grateful if you could lend a hand, Your Majesty. He still maintained his casual look as Citri left in dissatisfaction. She was completely determined to get revenge. It's fine if that becomes her motivation. Nahan's face mixed with complex emotions. Your Majesty, I have one more favor to ask. Could you take charge of the final touches? Nahan's face mixed with complex emotions. Your Majesty, I have one more favor to ask. Could you take charge of the final touches? Nahan's voice dropped low, along with a calm expression. I came to check out the place where Seer will be learning swordsmanship from now on. And by the way, I also have a few things to take care of. Verena immediately scoffed and remarked softly, resetting the command system and regaining control are just things you're taking care of, by the way. Nahan raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke in a mocking tone. Isn't that obvious? Vice Captain Verena. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You say it's obvious? Could it be that you have experience leading an army? He decisively cut him off. I don't. Verena's eyes flashed with a hint of interest as he provoked him. I don't mean to look down on you, Mr. Nahan, but uniting soldiers from different factions is no easy task. Nahan still maintained his gentle demeanor. Is that so? Then do you want to see how I handle this? Nahan still maintained his gentle demeanor. Is that so? Then do you want to see how I handle this? A moment later, everyone paused with a skeptical look. At the third training ground, a wave of buzzing chatter immediately broke out. Isn't that Lord Seer? It looks like Lord Verena is with her too. Who's that standing next to them? Nahan's gaze directed toward Verena with a calculating look. Vice Captain Verena, highly skilled and incredibly loyal, but that loyalty is reserved solely for Seer alone. Therefore, to ensure that he will follow my orders from now on, I will take this opportunity to completely win him over. Epsilon then appeared and spoke in a respectful tone. Lord Seer, you have business here. Nahan smiled gently. It's a pleasure to meet you, Epsilon. My name is Nahan. I am Seer's master. He immediately shook hands politely and remarked, I know very well. You're the one who separated us from Her Majesty Citri, aren't you? He then slowly spoke up with a resolute gaze. Indeed I did, but I truly believe it was the right decision. After all, I took all of you in when you had nowhere else to go. Epsilon's eyes instantly shifted in horror, and his hand began to tremble. Epsilon roared to question with a frantic look. Do you think you can just say whatever you want? Nahan's voice dropped slightly, carrying a heavy authority. Your handshake is a bit rough. He immediately applied a powerful force. The man recoiled slightly as he suffered a bone-deep pain. Nahan still kept his calm look. Know your place, Epsilon. The master you must serve from now on is standing right here. Yet you dare try to act as an equal to me. The master of your master, he still kept his calm look. Is that what Citri taught you? Epsilon then questioned tremblingly. You dare insult Her Majesty Citri? Nahan paused for a moment, then spoke in a mocking tone. Do you still believe Citri is your master? He immediately picked Seer up and declared clearly, Look closely, your master is not Citri, but Lord Seer, who is right here. His eyes wavered slightly. She's so adorable. Wait, this isn't right. Epsilon still resolutely asserted with finality. My only master is Her Majesty Citri alone. Nahan then remarked, Good spirit. His hand immediately channeled internal energy. If that's what you want, then so be it. Rays of aura enveloped the area, causing all the soldiers to collapse to their knees, his entire body trembling in agony. Verena's face immediately changed with a skeptical look. Is this mana? Nahan declared clearly with a calm demeanor. I don't need an unloyal dog. I will just eliminate them. I will give you one last chance. His voice dropped low, carrying a heavy authority. Do you intend to keep denying reality and just disappear like this? Or place your hopes on a new future? Epsilon still resolutely asserted with finality. We have sworn loyalty to Her Majesty Citri, so we have no choice but to follow her orders, because we are demons. The corner of Nahan's mouth then crooked up meaningfully. With this level of loyalty, you'll be quite useful. You'll be held responsible for those words. The space immediately returned to its original state. Citri immediately spoke up with a dissatisfied look. You idiots! Why won't you listen and make everything so troublesome for me? Don't you know that Lord Seer and I are allies? He spoke up hesitantly, full of doubt. Your Majesty, Citri. But that's just in name. She decisively cut him off. Shut up. It's a real alliance. Citri still maintained her casual look and declared, You guys are. You are the symbol of the solid alliance between the 71st floor and the 72nd floor. Got it. Epsilon still hadn't fully recovered his wits. What? We are the symbol of the alliance. Her face then turned serious. I want this relationship to continue. Even for the upcoming war, this alliance is absolutely indispensable. After leaving her assertion with Nahin, Citri decisively went straight to the main topic. Now we can start the lesson, right? The serious voice belonging only to him rang out. Yes, next. After leaving her assertion with Nahin, Citri decisively went straight to the main topic. Now we can start the lesson, right? The serious voice belonging only to him rang out. Yes, next. Nahin knelt down on one knee to stand level with the little demon lord in front of him. See her just for a moment then. Yet before he could make any other move, the little girl suddenly held onto his large hand. Sweat couldn't help but streak down his forehead. Nahin flashed a forced smile as he asked the little girl, Seer, I have to teach now. Can you let go of my hand? Yet what answered him was an incredibly decisive reply. No. A moment of silence passed, and only after long while did Nahin finally react. A moment of silence passed, and only after a while did Nahin finally react. This sight immediately caught his eye and left him pondering. Was this just childish stubbornness? There was no helping it. Without a single moment of hesitation, Nahin decisively lifted the little girl up high, completely acting as if Citri wasn't standing nearby. So, instead of holding hands like this, how about? Finally unable to tolerate the overwhelming display of affection before his eyes, Citri barked out directly. You said you were going to train me. When exactly are we starting? Turning to face Citri, his voice carried a firm tone as he reassured her. Don't worry, I can still teach you like this. This clearly caused her to knit her brows tightly. What is that? What do you mean? In response to the other party's confusion, a deep black mana suddenly surged with each of Nahin's words. After all, today's lesson was. The peaceful scenery under the warm sunshine was instantly turned into a living hell by him, right before Citri's stunned eyes. As waves of sharp, black, freezing wind swept past her, the voice originating from Nahin's throat echoed through the space. Just one strike. You only need to hit us once. And this action of his made someone as perpetually arrogant as Citri angrier than ever before. Are you kidding me? You think that kind of training is going to be useful? Hidden within the dense shroud of mana, Nahin curved his lips into a confident smirk, as if holding everything in the palm of his hand. It will. Without any warning, Citri suddenly dropped straight to the ground, frozen by the terrifying aura emanating from the man opposite her. More accurately, the pressure from her opponent's power forced her to lie there flat in a pathetic state just to listen to his judgment. One thing is for certain, I am stronger than your majesty was in the past. With his aura radiating continuously, Nahin slowly dropped each word, looking no different from a demon crawling out of hell. Even more so than the authentic female demon that was Citri. So break free from my mana and try to hit us, even if it's just one strike. By now, the fact that she was sprawled on the cold stone floor indirectly proved that her own ability compared to Nahin's was nothing more than a small pond compared to a vast ocean. This task was simply impossible. Not wanting to waste another second, he decisively turned around as his mind drifted into a train of thought. A consolidated alliance was a different kind of strength for Seer. Although Seer's individual power was important, an alliance would make expanding her influence and power much easier. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but let out a question that carried a heavily sarcastic undertone. Your Majesty, how can you regain your power if you're struggling against this level of mana? Even though she herself was in a tight spot, it didn't stop Citri from screaming. Are you mocking me? Seeing that she wasn't making any progress, his thick eyebrows shot up. It seems like it's too much for you. Why don't you just give up altogether? Although she had a bit of trouble gathering her strength, Citri still forced herself to emphasize her point. You better watch your mouth, using those sharp eyes and the intellect reigning in her brain. Nahan could recognize the problem inside his opponent's body and how to solve it. The floor where Citri's power was sealed had to be at least in the middle realm. To survive there, she had to adapt to the pressure of dense mana. The corners of Nahan's mouth suddenly tilted up into a 45-degree angle. The moment he thought about what came next, increasing the number of mana circuits during this process was merely a side benefit. In stark contrast to the dark atmosphere continuously radiating from him, Seer, with her innocent mind, couldn't help but speak up and interrupt. Teacher, Citri looks like she's in a lot of pain. Nahan didn't mind the trouble as he let the little girl know. That is exactly the purpose of this training. Look closely. Seer tilted her head as a wave of confusion surged within her. Huh? Why is that? However, Nahan didn't answer out loud and only thought to himself. Because down the line, this is the training lesson that you will also have to do one day. Compared to the peaceful setting of the two, Seer and Citri were forced to exercise their vocal cords in the wide open space. Time flew by fast like a dog running across a field. Not long after, dusk fell along with the sound of Nahan's voice. Don't overdo it. Considering your current age. By now, her whole body was dripping with sweat, looking no different from someone who had just walked out of a sauna. Despite struggling like that, Citri still managed to talk back, possessing a resilient will and a determination to overcome any terrifying challenge. Trying. Today I will definitely hit you no matter what it takes. While enjoying his afternoon tea, he didn't forget to encourage her with a laugh. I hope your efforts bear fruit. Though he played it off playfully on the outside, deep within Nahan's central information processing unit, he was secretly impressed. Her 12th rank really wasn't just for show. She has adapted already? I might end up being humiliated sooner than expected. After watching Citri crawl and roll around for nearly a day, Seer suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I want to learn too. This couldn't help but draw his attention away from his thoughts. We already studied this morning. The little girl clearly showed her desire to absorb knowledge through her firm statement. I want to learn even more. Looking deep into the other party's watery, incredibly sparkling eyes, his mind was suddenly shaken. Overdoing it is worse than doing nothing at all. But how could a teacher refuse a look like that? And so he made a direct decision. All right, I will quickly teach you an advanced lesson based on what we learned this morning. After Seer let out a joyful cheer, Nahan's long, slender finger snapped, making a loud sound. Just as Citri was trying her best to stand up under the pressure of the deep black mana, her entire body suddenly felt light, leaving her bewildered. Huh? What happened all of a sudden? The moment she stood up straight, his deep voice rang out. Take a break for a bit. In the end, she couldn't hold back anymore and directly threw herself flat on her back, completely throwing her image out the window. Finally, she could breathe. The very next second, Nahan knelt down on one knee in front of the little demon king and brought up a question. Seer, tell me what you learned today. The little girl enthusiastically raised her hand to speak. Ambient mana, sir. It's using the mana floating around in the air. It helps me use spells that require more mana than my mana circuits can handle. It was a textbook answer that was enough to satisfy him as he dropped the next question. Then how can you grasp the mana floating in the air? Regarding this matter, Seer couldn't help but fall into thought for a moment. And then in the next second, the little girl confidently gave her answer. I ask it for help. This successfully provoked a hearty burst of laughter from Nahan. That's a very nice way to explain it. However, Seer immediately caught the problem in her own answer. But how do I ask for help? I've never talked to Mana before. He didn't mind the trouble of replying. Don't worry, our Mana can speak for us. To make it easier for Seer to understand, Nahan decisively visualized the concept with a physical action. If I spread my Mana out, before long, a source of light that could rival the stars hanging high in the sky radiated from the palm of his hand and made friends with the surrounding floating mana. I could draw it toward me, and after that, words of explanation filled with details rolled out slowly from Nahan. I can use my friend's power to cast even stronger spells. When the demonstration ended, he didn't forget to ask Seer a question. Do you want to try it yourself? Naturally, there was no way the little girl could refuse. Yes, I do. Recalling what Nahin had done, the little girl raised her arm with precision. And then, Seer relied on her own genius-level talent. She began to control the energy source inside her body according to each word of instruction from him. Just like that, slowly spread your mana out. Originally lying on the side resting, the commotion over on Seer's side caused Citri to jump up in shock. Feeling what was radiating around the little girl's body, she herself was completely astounded. Is this really the mana of a 7-year-old child? A bead of nervous sweat rolled down her cheek. The determination inside Citri surged higher than ever before. I must maintain this alliance at all costs. Not paying any mind to the thoughts in her head, Nahin was busy praising and continuing to guide Seer. Very good. Now try to gather your mana back. The little girl obediently replied, Yes, sir. Just when it seemed like everything would go smoothly, who would have thought that Seer would suddenly startle at the last minute? Huh, it feels so weird. This was explained scientifically by Nahin. That weird feeling is exactly the mana floating in the air. Just when it seemed like everything would go smoothly, who would have thought that Seer would suddenly startle at the last minute? Huh, it feels so weird. This was explained scientifically by Nahin. That weird feeling is exactly the mana floating in the air. The next second, the ignition technique was utilized so skillfully by Nahin that the fire energy manifested into the shape of a skull. However, because it was simply a demonstration for Seer, its size was obviously tiny, accompanied by a super small growl. Showing her attitude clearly, Citri displayed her tightly knitted brows and questioned Nahin. What the hell are you teaching her anyway? He just calmly asked back, Is there a problem? This successfully made it impossible for her to counter with a complete sentence. No, not exactly a problem. Showing her attitude clearly, Citri displayed her tightly knitted brows and questioned Nahin. What the hell are you teaching her anyway? He just calmly asked back, Is there a problem? This successfully made it impossible for her to counter with a complete sentence. No, not exactly a problem. Feeling that way on the inside. On the outside, he played it dangerous by acknowledging, I'm quite impressed that you recognized it. That's right. Citri couldn't suppress her curiosity. How the hell do you know about that thing? Nahin outright shrugged and replied casually, Who knows? Anyway, I still have a lesson to finish. Not bothering to care about the conversation with her anymore, he bent straight down toward the little kid in his sight. Now, Seer, can you do what I just did? The little girl confidently replied right away, Yes, I can. Not letting any time go to waste, the little girl instantly squeezed her eyes shut and began to murmur, imagining the fire. Hard work and talent did not disappoint. Seer quickly grasped the key point and executed the ignition. The magic language carrying her fire element energy immediately manifested as a physical entity in the space. The next second, Seer successfully obtained a fire skull, just like her teachers, and of course, Nahin didn't forget to praise her. Great job. Just as Citri's fist clenched tight, he continued to stay busy reminding the little girl, There will be times when you need to use the surrounding mana like this, so you will need to frequently practice absorbing and refining it. Got it. After finishing his words to Seer, Nahin shifted his cold eyes directly towards Citri. Your Majesty, trying to retaliate against me should only happen during training sessions. She immediately pulled her hand back and pretended to look around. I didn't do any such thing. Finally, after a moment of mental chaos, Citri honestly made a request. Teach me that ancient magic too. Unfortunately, she wasn't Seer, so she was flatly rejected by Nahin. I refuse. With a nature as hot as fire, Citri could only endure so much before firing off a rapid succession of questions like a machine gun. Why not? Why? Why? You said I was your disciple too. He didn't care about saving her face, as he admitted honestly. Because I don't trust your Majesty enough to teach you this thing. But not long after that answer dropped, his mind kept spinning. Wait a minute. Maybe I can squeeze a little profit out of this. A sinister smile was displayed by Nahin. If we get a little closer, I might consider it. Her cheeks flushed an unusual shade of red. Citri had clearly misunderstood something. At the moment of stammering, We need to get closer. Her hands clenched so tightly that they shook violently. Her determined desire to advance forced her to make a difficult decision. Fine, if that's the condition. It's only so I can get stronger, okay? The atmosphere instantly flipped 180 degrees when Citri turned around and shyly asked a question in a stammering tone. All right, so what's your type? This left both Nahin and his disciple with a question mark, and had to drop a query. Why are you suddenly bringing up types right now? Even up to this point, she still hadn't realized how wrong this situation was going. Is there a problem? If you want to get closer, I need to know your preferences. With a face so pale he just wanted to imprint the words at a loss for words on it, Nahin hastily corrected her. Not that kind of thing. I'm talking about trust between the 72nd floor and the 71st floor. Citri was startled. What? An awkward silence ensued, like a crow flying across the sky. And because it was her own misunderstanding, she was so embarrassed that she replied in a voice that gradually grew fainter. Is that what you meant? You should have said so earlier. Just forget it. Forget what I just said. Letting out a long sigh, he shook his head as he replied, It's fine, as long as you understand now. Next time, bring me an offer I can't refuse. At the same time, being a little kid, Seer completely didn't understand anything at all as she witnessed the entire drama that had just played out. Not long after, nightfall officially blanketed the entire estate area. In the middle of the dark space, with only a bit of moonlight, Nahin sank into his thoughts. According to the memories he inherited, this character of Nahin was a great archdevil. That explained why he knew things like ancient magic. Each familiar image and piece of information about evil Queen Maker in his mind was also continuously pulled out by him. Even in the game, the true nature of the great archdevils was rarely revealed. They were only described as great, mysterious entities from ancient times, possessing immeasurable power. The strange thing was that this body seemed to be on guard against other great archdevils. Examining each document in his hands thoroughly, he quickly formed a plan. First, the most urgent issue right now was expanding the territory. Depressed to the point of leaning back against the firm back of the chair, bursts of analysis kept bouncing around in Nahin's brain. We are not ready to advance to the human realm yet. The 71st floor is Citri's territory, so skip that. Then that only leaves the 70th floor, which is ruled by the demon king Andromalius. With Citri's help, we might have a chance, but a direct attack would cause too many casualties. Is there a better way? At the moment Nahin hit a snag in implementing his plan, his gaze was suddenly caught by something. With Citri's help, we might have a chance, but a direct attack would cause too many casualties. Is there a better way? At the moment Nahin hit a snag in implementing his plan, his gaze was suddenly caught by something. While closing the door, Lin-El didn't forget to report in detail about Seer's actions. My deepest apologies, Lord Nahin. Her Majesty insisted on coming along. Holding the tiny body in his arms, he naturally wasn't the type of unreasonable person to get upset over this. It's fine, Commander Lin-El Leza. Thank you for coming. Even though I called you on short notice, I know you are busy. Lin-El seriously followed up. You said you needed my opinion. Not beating around the bush for another second, he went straight to the main point. Yes, I want to discuss expanding our territory. This caught her off guard a bit. Excuse me, territory? Next, Nahin directly emphasized every single word about the situation they were facing. If you mean conquering the 70th floor, that will be very difficult. Even with Citri's help, we are still inferior in military strength. Given her line of work, Lin-El understood every nook and cranny regarding their chances of winning. So she kept advising him. If you are planning for an all-out war, I advise you to reconsider. Before she could finish speaking, Nahin handed over a piece of paper, catching Lin-El's attention. Only then did he slowly say, It sounds like you're saying it's possible, as long as it's not a head-on clash. Lin-El's pupils flashed with a golden light like gems, yet she showed clear confidence, as if holding everything in the palm of her hand. Commander, I think this is a pretty powerful move. Lin-El nodded in agreement. We will need to start some covert operations. I will select an infiltration team. Nahin also followed up. I will also discuss this matter again with Lord Epsilon. Even so, she was still anxious. Still, I'm a bit worried about potential friction. His voice calmly reassured her. It'll be fine. They'll listen now. Even so, she was still anxious. Still, I'm a bit worried about potential friction. His voice calmly reassured her. It'll be fine. They'll listen now. Not only that, it also helps secure the loyalty of the new recruits to Her Majesty's seer. But Nahen seemed cautious. How so? Not only that, it also helps secure the loyalty of the new recruits to Her Majesty's seer. But Nahen seemed cautious. How so? He turned to Seer, his voice sweet. What do you think, Seer? The little girl's voice piped up sweetly. I'm fine with whatever. The scene shifts to where Citri is pulling an annoyed face. Regarding the operations on the 70th floor, I'll help too. She snapped angrily. What? What's with that look? You don't trust me? Nahen hastily defended himself. No, that's not it. He quickly swallowed his wandering thoughts. It looked like the relationship between the 70th and 71st floors was just as bad as it was in the game. Suddenly, Seer ran away from her seat, surprising Nahen. Seer, where are you going? The innocent little girl walked over to shake Citri's hand. Let's work together. The innocent little girl walked over to shake Citri's hand. Let's work together. She looked at the little girl with reluctance, but Citri could only accept it helplessly. It was exhausting dealing with someone who was just too innocent, and then Nahen had to come to her rescue. But Seer, if you keep this up, Whitey is going to get dirty. The little girl quickly sat up. Whitey. He gently knelt beside Seer to coax her. It's okay. We can just give it a bath. Why don't you go take a bath with Whitey too? The little girl looked sad. Okay. After that, Nahen turned to instruct Kane. Please look after Her Majesty. The old man respectfully replied. Yes, Lord Nahen. Citri didn't miss the chance to take a dig at him. You seem pretty used to coddling kids. Nahen's face suddenly darkened. I wouldn't exactly say I'm used to it. I just think and act in a way that makes it easier for Seer to accept things. But he also retaliated. I guess Your Majesty Citri usually acts without thinking, huh? She shouted back furiously. When do I ever do that? He raised his hand and snapped his fingers to give a signal. Let's pause the training here. Let's continue our conversation from earlier. Citri then stood up to stretch her muscles. The 70th floor? I'll help as much as I can. Nahen was a bit confused. Why is that? She just gave a half-hearted reply to brush it off. If I said it's because we're allies, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Right? Citri smirked. The truth is, we've already been preparing for war ourselves. Nahen's face grew serious. I knew a war would break out, but I didn't expect it to be this much sooner than planned. A sudden wave of anxiety crept deep into his mind. This event wasn't supposed to happen until much later. Has the timeline changed because I accelerated my plans? Nahen immediately made an offer. I have no reason to refuse. So, how do you plan to help? Citri crossed her arms and questioned him back. Well, you really are shameless. What exactly do you want me to do? Do you want me to stand face to face with him? Since you're already prepared, why don't you just go all out? Citri didn't seem to agree. What? Then we'd be taking too much a loss. But Nahen calmly reassured her. Don't worry, Your Majesty won't have to suffer any heavy losses. Only then did it dawn on her. Are you telling me to just play along in a fake show? Nahen clapped his hands loudly in praise. You're sharp, truly worthy of being called Your Majesty. But Citri couldn't even bring herself to smile. I know that's a compliment, but why does it sound so sarcastic? Nahen clapped his hands loudly in praise. You're sharp, truly worthy of being called Your Majesty. But Citri couldn't even bring herself to smile. I know that's a compliment, but why does it sound so sarcastic? Citri took it and wore a satisfied smile. So Andromelius criticized Aaron Raiders in front of a huge crowd, and now their relationship has fractured? Raiders is one of the most influential figures on the 70th floor. Citri took it and wore a satisfied smile. So Andromelius criticized Aaron Raiders in front of a huge crowd, and now their relationship has fractured? Raiders is one of the most influential figures on the 70th floor. Citri was sharp enough to notice something else too. You're telling me this because you already have a foolproof plan, right? He casually shared his plan. I will send someone he simply cannot refuse. The image of Lin L immediately popped in her head. I think I know exactly who that is. Only then did Citri get down to business. What's the profit split? Nahan seemed very fair about it. Territory and money will be split evenly 50-50. How does that sound to you? She was a bit taken aback. That's quite a surprise. I figured you'd demand the lion's share. Nahan frowned slightly and joked. We're allies, aren't we? Because in his heart, he clearly understood the stakes of this collaboration. Our alliance with Citri must be maintained, so this is just a small price to pay. Nahan frowned slightly and joked. We're allies, aren't we? Because in his heart, he clearly understood the stakes of this collaboration. Our alliance with Citri must be maintained, so this is just a small price to pay. With those words, Nahan used one hand to do something to Citri, making her scream out loud. It was even more outrageous that he could still laugh. Let's get back to training, Your Majesty. Citri roared in anger. This is taking it way too far. Afterward, Nahan headed back inside the castle. Seer came running over on her little feet, holding Whitey in her arms. Teacher. Nahan lifted the little girl into his arms and praised her. Seer, Whitey looks all clean now. The little girl acted cute. Yes, sir. His eyes caught Seer's unusual hair. But did you just dye your hair? Cain stepped forward and bowed his head. Unlike other demons, the Devata clan can store external mana inside their hair. That is why they have an overwhelming advantage when it comes to casting magic. He deduced the matter on his own. The other day, when you taught Her Majesty how to use external mana, she must have stored it instinctively. Nahan's face suddenly shifted. Storing mana? This definitely wasn't in the game. Nahan lowered his voice. So her hair goes back to normal after she uses up all the mana? Cain kept his head respectfully bowed. Precisely. The former demon king Seer stored so much external mana that more than half of his hair turned red. Hearing that, he quietly shifted his gaze to look at the little girl. If she can store external mana, then even Seer can use high-cost spells now. Once that was settled, Nahan patted Seer's head. You're going to need to practice gathering external mana regularly. Okay, Seer? The little girl happily replied, Yes, sir. Changing his expression, he turned to ask Cain. Where is the commander? Somewhere out on the 70th floor, the realm ruled by Andromalius. Lin-El stood from a high vantage point, scanning the distance to observe. Then, she leaped with long strides across the rooftops to move. Lin-El thought to herself as she moved, They're better than I thought, and they haven't caused any trouble. Did Lord Nahan see through their entire strength already? She and Epsilon dashed forward side by side, and then they leap high into the air to move to another spot. Lin-El landed on a thick tree branch. The rest of the group chose their own hiding spots to easily keep watch. Zeta transmitted in a low voice, It's that wooden cabin over there. It doesn't look suspicious at all. Epsilon still seemed a bit confused. But why are we even here? Right after that, Lin-El explained so he could understand. Her Majesty wants the 70th floor. To make that happen, we have to convince Aaron Raiders to join our side. Verna was a little hesitant. Is that really possible? She gently touched down on the ground. We're soldiers, we just follow orders. Then Lin-El leaped up and ordered them to move, and all four of them charged toward the cabin. Just as Verna drew close, a voice rang out. That's far enough. Two figures stepped out from inside the cabin. The woman with a cold face spoke up. State your names. Lin-El had a bad feeling about this. Aaron's people. They were much better trained than she had expected. A pair of massive legs stepped outside. So you guys are the emissaries of Her Majesty Seer, Von Devata. The man who appeared was none other than Aaron Raiders, puffing on a cigarette in his mouth. Which one of you is the representative? Only then did Lin-El remove her disguise. Her face slowly became clearly visible. I am. Aaron's voice suddenly changed. Wait a minute. You're Lin-El Leza? One of the other two also completely lost their nerve. One of Seer's four swords? I thought you all were dead. Lin-El replied with a stoic expression. I threw away that title a long time ago. Right now, I am merely the sword of Her Majesty Seer. Aaron invited them inside the cabin to negotiate. So Her Majesty Seer intend to take over the 70th floor? Do you really think that? Lin-El cut him off firmly. It is entirely possible. But Aaron didn't seem fully convinced yet. How can I be sure of that? There wasn't a hint of worry on her face, Because Her Majesty Citri and I are more than enough to take down someone like Andromalius. He fumbled inside a small box while offering a compliment. Confident, aren't we? But if it's you saying it, I have no choice but to believe it. Aaron took a drag of his cigarette. But war is a whole different story. Even if you combine the forces of the 71st and 72nd floors, you're still no match for the 70th floor. Isn't that the reason you're here? You need help from a demon who knows this place like the back of his hand, like me. Lynn L. crossed her legs and kept a few cards close to her chest. I can't show you my entire hand just yet, but I will tell you one thing. By Her Majesty Seer's side stands a person that even 100 warriors like me wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against. Aaron's gaze froze. Wait, did she just... A wave of fear began to churn inside him. One of the Four Swords, warriors who were once feared on the same level as demon kings, was actually saying this, but Aaron forced it down and laughed out loud. You really have a great sense of humor, Commander Lynn L. Leza. But Lynn L. remained incredibly deadpan. You think I'm joking? Do I look like the type of person who would make jokes in a place like this? He casually countered right back. If someone that powerful actually existed, you wouldn't even need my help, right? That person could easily wipe out everyone. We can't risk drawing the attention of the upper floors just for the sake of taking over the 70th floor. Her eyes were deep and bottomless. If you don't believe me, feel free to report this meeting to Andromalius. But remember one thing well. You won't escape the consequences either, Count. Aaron's throat went dry as he went silent. Are you threatening me? Or are you just testing me? Unlike the others, he had witnessed the true power of the Four Swords with his own eyes. In the end, he had to make a tough call. All right, tell me what you want from me. Lynn L. went straight to the point. Allow the forces of the 71st floor to pass through your territory. And when the time comes, help me hold Andromalius down so Citri can move in and deliver the finishing blow. And she laid out the price to be paid in this game. You will be rewarded with a status and wealth worthy of your contribution. Now, instead of a rotten rope, I'm bringing you a brand new, sturdy one. Will you grasp it? Afterward, Lynn L. returned to report. The negotiation was a success. Excellent job, Captain Lynn L. But she didn't take the credit for herself. Everything went smoothly thanks to your advice, Lord Nahan. He offered a polite disclaimer. The success was entirely thanks to your reputation. Lynn L. immediately changed the subject. When do we deploy our troops? Nahan replied simply, soon. You must be tired, but please stay ready. She answered solemnly, yes, sir. Seeing that Lynn L. hadn't left yet, he asked, what's wrong? Is something on your mind? She looked hesitant. Lord Nahan, if I may, I have a question. Why are you content being a mere lowly tutor to Her Majesty? Nahan slammed his pen down on the desk. A lowly tutor? That's quite a nice way to phrase royal tutor. Lynn L. still had no intention of backing down. But compared to the capabilities you've shown, that position is far too beneath you. Why would someone like you choose the 72nd floor, the bottom of the barrel? Logically speaking, this makes absolutely no sense. His voice sounded a bit helpless. You're worried I have other motives, aren't you? A coup, perhaps. Lynn L. calmly replied. The possibility did cross my mind. Nahan silently thought to himself, she's dead serious. This is getting tense. If I tell her the truth, she'll think I'm insane. But she won't let it slide with some half-hearted excuse either. In the end, he decided he just had to tell the truth. Well, because it seemed fun. That's why I love this game. Lynn L.'s eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? Nahan laid his cards flat out on the table with her. A demon king raised by my own hands. The weakest, most despised demon king will one day rule the entire demon realm. Nothing could be more thrilling than that. Lynn L. got another massive shock. You mean to say all of this is just for your own amusement? Nahan's voice carried a hint of sadness. Initially, yes. But phrasing it like that makes me sound so cold-blooded. I've grown quite fond of this place. But a second later, he regained his smile. First of all, Seer is the most adorable demon king in the world. Why are you so surprised? But Nahan kept rambling on anyway. There's Kane, a steadfast and loyal aide. And Rhea, whose warm heart always keeps the castle running smoothly. Cecily, who is both sharp and incredibly efficient. And Mark, the best chef in the demon realm. Vice Captain Verna might be a little rebellious, but his skills and loyalty are unquestionable. And then there's another person who is strong, loyal, talented, and beautiful. Captain Lin El Nahin acted completely casual about it. I'm just speaking the truth, so why are you so surprised? As her cheeks slowly flushed red, his gaze softened. In any case, I like the 72nd floor, and I like the people here too. I'm very fond of everything here. Nahin secretly told himself. What could be better than seeing these characters with my own eyes? He delivered a definitive conclusion that sent a shockwave through Lin El. So don't worry. Unless you kick me out first, I will never turn my back on Seer. Only now did she smile broadly with relief. Thank you for answering my disrespectful question. But Nahin pushed back against the term. Disrespectful? Not all. Your loyalty belongs to Seer, not me. He also smiled brightly. That just proves you are more loyal than anyone. You only asked because you were worried about Seer, right? Lin El felt a little apologetic. I am very grateful that you see it that way. Once that was done, Nahin dismissed her. Go get some rest. Lin El looked as though a heavy burden had been lifted as she happily departed. Her Majesty truly has a great eye for people. A little later, Seer came to Nahin's room. Teacher, he was surprised. Seer, it's not time for lessons yet. What brings you here? The little girl innocently replied. I just came to play. What are you doing, teacher? Nahin looked at the pile of documents. I'm reviewing the financial ledgers. Seer found it interesting and suggested. Can I look with you? He readily agreed. Of course. Right away, Nahin thought of a new plan. Since you're already here, why don't we learn a little bit about economics? Seer immediately threw herself into learning. It was written here that the crops had been destroyed due to an influx of adventurers from the human realm. He began to ask for the little girl's input. That's right, this is a petition asking for aid because they're running out of food. What do you think we should do? Seer quickly answered, just distribute food to them. We have grain and meat stored in the warehouse from last year. Nahin questioned her back. Are we just going to give it to them for free like that? The little girl's eyes were sharp yet resolute. No, sir. We can give a portion as aid, but the rest should be sold at a very cheap price. Not only that, but he also brought up another important issue that made Seer freeze up. But what if the farmers don't have any money to buy food right now? What should we do then? Afterward, Nahin put pen to paper to write. In times like these, we can use something called. The little girl caught onto the new concept with curiosity. The grain loan system? He drew a diagram on the paper to help Seer visualize it. The farmers will borrow food at a very low interest rate, and then they will pay it back during the next harvest. Seer smiled brightly. That way, the food problem gets solved, and since it's not given away for free, the castle doesn't lose anything either, right? Only now did it click for the little girl. That's right. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Excuse the intrusion. Nahin immediately replied. Come in, Rhea. What's the matter? She stepped inside and said respectfully, Apologies for interrupting your work, sir. But it's time for Her Majesty's snack. He happily agreed. Seer, go have your snack. The little girl's eyes lit up. Rhea smiled warmly. Today's strawberry shortcake, Your Majesty. Seer looked thrilled. I love cake too. Just as she stepped out, the little girl turned back around, making Nahin curious. What's wrong? The little girl grinned from ear to ear happily. Teacher, come eat with me. Rhea looked a bit hesitant and reminded her. Your Majesty, do you intend to share your snack? Seer hesitated a bit. Yes. I didn't use honorifics. Nahin just smirked with a slight smile. Of course. In his heart, he suddenly felt joyful. I thought Seer would never share her snacks with anyone. Nahin said with pure fondness. Then I'll try the cake that you love so much. The little girl kept urging him on. It's super delicious. Hurry up, let's go. He put his work aside and followed them out. It seems I've won Seer's trust in my own way, and I'm even getting invited to have snacks now. Suddenly, Kane appeared out of nowhere holding a letter. Lord Nahin, there you are. Nahin was a bit surprised. The way the old man appeared out of nowhere made it seem like a serious matter. A letter has arrived. He accepted the letter from the 71st floor. Nahin read the contents of the letter intently, and then he let out a relaxed smile. Everything is ready. I see. Today's snack is going to taste wonderful. At another palace, Seer must have also received the news that made the person inside furious. Citri declared war? The man slammed his hand violently against the side of his chair in a fit of rage. A weak spider on the 71st floor dares to challenge me? The one speaking was none other than the Demon King of the 70th floor, Andromalius. That bitch Citri has truly lost her mind. A subordinate hastily tried to hold him back. You must be careful, Your Majesty. He grew even more irritable. Careful about what? She's just a pathetic loser whose power is sealed away. The subordinate didn't give up and still tried to advise him, but she used to be a high-ranking demon king. Although she lost her strength, her cunning remains. Hearing that, Andromalius softened his tone. Are you saying she dares to pick a fight because she has a plan? What does she even have left to rely on? Another person in the group spoke up. I have a few theories, sir. He asked curiously. Theories? Let's hear them. Count Egan Vermilion then voiced the rumors he had caught wind of. Lately, there have been rumors of an alliance between the 71st floor and the 72nd floor. Furthermore, spies from the 71st floor report that Citri frequently visits the 72nd floor. Then Egan concluded his theory. Based on that, she is definitely colluding with them. Andromalius laughed out loud upon hearing that. How adorable! She's declaring war based on a garbage dump like the 72nd floor? He alone was the most serious person there. The 72nd floor might be short on people, but we cannot ignore them. They still have Seer's 4 swords. Egan's eyebrows knitted slightly. And there are rumors that the royal tutor they recently hired is no ordinary fellow. Andromalius showed blatant disdain. What? A royal tutor? Do you think I believe that? If he were that good, why would he content himself with staying on the 72nd floor? The Count continued to present his case. I don't know the exact reason, but one thing is for certain. He is the one who orchestrated the alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. His smile vanished completely. He managed to win over Citri. Egan agreed with Andromalius. Yes, Your Majesty. That is why we must settle this war decisively. Once he had successfully won over the Demon King's mind, he smirked. We should launch a total offensive right from the start. If we crush them with overwhelming military might, neither Citri nor the 4 swords will stand chance. Not only that, but Egan also leaned in close to Andromalius's ear and whispered, and there's one more thing. May I speak with you in private, sir? The Demon King listened quietly. Speak. After listening, Andromalius's face relaxed into a wide grin. I like the way you think. Fine, let's show those arrogant bastards on the 71st and 72nd floors the massive gap in our power. His sharp eyes also noticed the absence of a certain someone. By the way, did Count Aaron Raiders not show up? Egan reported the situation. That is correct, Your Majesty. Not only the Count, but his entire faction is absent, Andromalius furiously ordered. Those little bastards, drag Aaron Raiders here to me this instant. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside. Your Majesty, something has happened, he asked in his irritation. What is all this racket about? The soldier announced the news in terror. The troops of Demon King Citri. They're setting up camp right in front of the castle. It hit Andromalius like a bolt out of the blue. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? The rage inside him exploded. Don't tell me that bastard Aaron. Egan beside him immediately suggested. Your Majesty, please give us the order. Our army is already assembled and ready. Just say the word, and we will march out and wipe them clean. Everyone in the hall was bursting with momentum as they chanted in unison. Destroy that foolish Citri and the traitor Aaron. Andromalius hesitated no longer and immediately ordered. All right, everyone move out. Wipe out all of those arrogant pests for me. At the same time, Seer was also being equipped with a set of armor to prepare for battle. The little girl felt a bit uncomfortable. It's so suffocating, teacher. Nahan gently comforted Seer. Bear with it for a bit. This thing could save your life. The little girl obediently complied. Yes, sir. The little girl felt a bit uncomfortable. It's so suffocating, teacher. Nahan gently comforted Seer. Bear with it for a bit. This thing could save your life. The little girl obediently complied. Yes, sir. Nahan turned around and asked, Kane, where is the captain? The old man reported, "She should have started by now, sir." He urged everyone along. "Then we should hurry up as well. Let's move out. Let's go, Seer." Kane stayed behind and bowed respectfully. "Wishing you the best of luck, sir." Nahan brought the little girl to the gate. Vice Captain Verna asked, "Is everything ready?" He quickly replied, "I've been waiting for you this whole time, sir." Nahan pointed toward the gate. "Your Majesty Citri has prepared a temporary teleportation gate. It will take you straight to the 70th floor." Before leaving, Nahan left a remark. "She gave us a knockoff." Verna jumped in surprise. "What?" But he was magnanimous enough to let it go. "Nothing. Let's go." And with that, Nahan and Seer stepped through first. They had absolutely no idea that a stranger was watching them from afar. A total of 3 completely masked individuals appeared here. The one in the middle was Duncan, the captain of Andromalius's Special Forces Unit, Tenebris. These bastards are idiots. They left the castle completely empty. Well, they're going to pay for this. He placed his hands on the edge of the roof and ordered them to act. No more sneaking around. "Tenebris, show yourselves proudly on the roof. Kill everyone else remaining inside." The remaining men accepted the order. "Roger that," Verna asked again uneasily. "Lord Nahan, is it really okay to leave the Demon King's castle completely empty like this?" He warned anxiously. "I heard Andromalius has an assassination squad under his command. If they launch a surprise attack on the castle..." Nahan cut him off directly. "You hit the nail on the head. Then you should also know this." He smiled, filled with confidence. "Sneak attacks like they're going to be completely useless." At this moment, an intruder was kicked flying before he could even make it through the door, leaving the other one standing there watching in sheer panic. His eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth is this?" Kane, who was tightly clutching another intruder in his grip, spoke in a cold voice. "I don't recall inviting anyone here." He questioned them sternly. "Who are you guys?" Verna couldn't hide his shock. How long had he known they were here? Nahan simply replied briefly, "There are things that can be hidden, and there are things that cannot." On another side, another intruder was sent crashing down from a high spot. Cecily cheerfully brandished a bloody broom. "Butler, we've finished cleaning up this area." Rhea also quickly stepped out. "I got 2 on my end." "But what happened to the door?" Kane could only offer an awkward smile to gloss it over. "It's been a while since I've fought, so I went a bit overboard." Mark walked over carrying an intruder and asked with a laugh, "Is everyone all right?" A little mouse managed to sneak into the kitchen. At this point, their attention immediately shifted to the sole remaining intruder, who was trembling all over. "Everyone is fine, though our uninvited guest here doesn't look so good." At this point, their attention immediately shifted to the sole remaining intruder, who was trembling all over. "Everyone is fine, though our uninvited guest here doesn't look so good." Verna looked awkwardly at Nahan's back. "At first, I didn't like him very much, but the way he deploys troops and his strategies are absolutely perfect. I have no choice but to acknowledge him as a brilliant commander." Verna looked awkwardly at Nahan's back. "At first, I didn't like him very much, but the way he deploys troops and his strategies are absolutely perfect. I have no choice but to acknowledge him as a brilliant commander. Lord Nahan, please give us your orders." Nahan suddenly reminded him. "Verna, you're mistaking one thing here." Verna was puzzled. "Sir?" Nahan then seriously instructed him. "The person to whom you must pledge your loyalty is not me, but Sir von Devada, who is standing right here." Verna hastily bowed his head. "I will keep that in mind. Your Majesty, please give me your orders." Hearing that, Sir playfully mimicked the tone in amusement. "Teacher, please act as our temporary commander." Nahan coaxed her in a gentle voice. "If that is Sir's wish, I am more than happy to accept." Saying that, he immediately made some quick calculations and ordered. By this time, Captain Linnell should have already established contact with Aaron Rader's forces. "Verna, go join them and provide backup." Verna immediately stood at attention and replied, "Understood." Sir became curious at this point. "Teacher, where are we going?" Nahan explained. "We are going to meet Her Majesty Citri." Sir immediately smiled as bright as a flower in happiness. "Lord Citri, I'd love to go." At the same time, the soldiers from both sides were clashing fiercely in battle. Citri exclaimed in amazement. Aaron Raiders. He's more capable than I thought. We've made it all the way here without encountering any trouble. Baphomet also chipped in with admiration. I didn't expect you to recruit such an influential figure, Your Majesty. Having said that, a look of hesitation briefly crossed his face. Look, his information gathering and execution capabilities, along with his resourcefulness, are truly terrifying. Citri had to agree. Indeed, he is a dangerous man. Baphomet immediately grew tense. Perhaps we should take action right now. Citri gave a sharp warning in annoyance. Baphomet, if that were possible, do you think I'd be sitting idly here? Don't you ever cross him. Just one wrong move, and the 71st floor will end up exactly like this place. She calmly crossed her arms. We just need to do our part well, take what belongs to us, and leave. Baphomet bowed his head in compliance. Yes, Your Majesty. Citri quietly stood watching the chaotic battle. Quite a grand beginning, I must say. An urgent announcement rang out. Aaron Raiders has breached the castle. Andromalius gritted his teeth in fury. This war wasn't supposed to go like this. Aaron Raiders, that treacherous bastard. Even killing him wouldn't be enough. The servant urged anxiously. Your Majesty, you must evacuate. He only let out a diabolical smile. Enough. If he wants to come, let him come. As long as I have this thing, all of them will die by my hand. Right at this moment, a flash of lightning surged, and the outer door instantly blew apart. Andromalius let out a cold laugh. Speak of the devil. He stared intently at Lin El and the advancing army. Perfect timing. He ordered in a cold voice. What are you all standing there for? Go welcome our guests. Lin El coldly drew her sword while mocking him. The hospitality on the 70th floor is absolutely pathetic. Andromalius tried to play psychological warfare by dropping a threat. Aaron Raiders, do you really think Seer's 4 swords are enough to save your life? He declared arrogantly. I will personally tear you to shreds. Lin El spoke up as she dashed forward in a flash. Sorry about that, but you'll just have to try your luck in the next life. In the blink of an eye, she surged ahead, sweeping away every single enemy blocking her path. Andromalius hastily pulled out his mace to block Lin El's slash. He held his ground while trembling, his eyes flashing with a spark of rage. Arrogant woman, you're pretty good at running your mouth, too. Andromalius quickly pulled his mace back to build up momentum. Let me personally see what you're made of. The moment the words left his mouth, he immediately slammed it down with all his might. But Lin El skillfully leaped to the side to evade it. Andromalius didn't hold back his praise. Fast. It seems your title as one of the 4 swords isn't just for show. Then try handling this move. Saying that, he suddenly grabbed the head of the close aide standing beside him. Before the other man could even react, Andromalius brutally crushed his skull. Lin El was also filled with horror by his sheer ruthlessness. Andromalius burst into a triumphant laugh. The real fun starts now. Immediately after, a massive beast with a gigantic form suddenly emerged from that man's body. Lin El gasped in disbelief. A hydra. Andromalius delivered his order. Bite them. The hydra instantly opened its jaws and lunged toward this side. Nahan walked up and spoke in an intrigued voice. Things are starting to heat up here. Citri turned around in surprise. What? Why are you here? Nahan replied briefly. I came to see how you were doing. Citri looked worried. I've done as you requested. But as for Andromalius, will Aaron and the 4 swords be enough to handle him? Nahan asserted confidently. They will be enough. If I give them a little hand, that is. So hold on to this. Citri was bewildered as she held Seer in her arms. What? What is this? Nahan explained nonchalantly. Wait a moment. There are too many cumbersome things around, so I can't bring Seer along with me. He handed the small whale toy to the little girl and gave instructions with a smile. Play with this little guy, okay? Teacher will be back soon. Seer sadly clung to him. No, I want to go with you, teacher. A strange sensation transmitted over, causing Nahan to freeze in his tracks. Wait a minute. He looked at his trembling hand. This energy source, it shouldn't be appearing here at this time. Seer asked anxiously. Teacher, what's wrong? Nahan hastily turned to leave. Captain Lin El might be in danger. I really have to go. Seer grew even more panicked. What? Nahin left a word of reassurance. I'll be right back. The moment the words left his mouth, he instantly dashed off, vanishing toward the castle. Witnessing this scene, Citri couldn't help but be struck with awe. I couldn't even track his movements? Just how powerful is he? Baphomet suddenly stepped forward to remind her. Your Majesty Citri, this is our chance. Citri cut him off decisively. Shut up. This is a test. He is testing whether we actually intend to maintain this alliance or not. She carefully reminded him. So don't you dare think about playing any tricks. Respect Seer the same way you respect me. Baphomet complied immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Citri looked at Seer's satisfied expression and found it amusing. Good grief, Seer likes it that much? But out of all things, why a whale? Back to that fierce battle. Casualties kept falling on both sides. Verena quickly realized the situation was going south. With just a few seconds of distraction, he was sent flying by Andromalius. Verena crashed hard in the wall right before a panicked Aaron. Andromalius burst into a delighted laugh. The look of terror on your faces is magnificent, Aaron Raiders. Aaron barked back fiercely. Shut your mouth. Andromalius raised his voice in pure arrogance. It's over. That's right. Keep struggling all you want. After all, that's all you could do anyway. It's over. At the same time, Linnell was also struggling heavily to fend off the beast. This isn't an ordinary Hydra. Its power is on par with a high-ranking Demon King. Something is wrong. Lin El looked helplessly at the wide-open maw, rushing frantically toward her. Is this where it all ends? She closed her eyes in agony, whispering her final words. Your Majesty, I am sorry. But then, nothing happened. Linnell opened her eyes in confusion. What in the world is that? She watched in astonishment as the Hydra before her writhed in agony. What is going on? Who on earth are you? In just a split second, Andromalius lay defeated at Nahin's feet. He gasped out a weak question. Who on earth are you? Nahin merely cast a cold glance down at him. Demon King Andromalius, I suggest you surrender. Andromalius froze amidst the swirling magical energy, his eyes wide with shock. What just happened? More importantly, where is this massive amount of mana coming from? A sudden chill ran down his spine as memories of years past rushed back. This feeling was exactly like the time he stood before the first-ranked Demon King, Beelzebub. Andromalius forced a smile, trying to hide the inner turmoil shaking him. Ew, you're pretty good. Why would someone like you join such a pathetic faction anyway? Nahin coldly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. You talk too much. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the man immediately changed his tune. Wait, what do you want? Wealth? Fame? Join me, and I will give you everything you desire. His eyes flickered with a brief moment of hesitation. Everything, you say? Andromalius nodded instantly, grasping a straw of hope for survival. That's right. Just tell me what it is you want. Nahin slowly raised his head. The peak. The man frowned in confusion. What? His voice was low but filled with absolute resolve. The highest position a Demon King can possibly attain. Nahin looked at his opponent with eyes as cold as ice. But that is impossible for someone of your caliber, Andromalius. The man let out a dry laugh. So that's why you sided with Devada? He slowly raised the sword in his hand, and the bloodlust radiating around Nahin instantly flared up fiercely. I have no intention of forgiving you for playing around with forces you can't even control. Andromalius gnashed his teeth in pure rage. What absolute nonsense. In a power struggle, victory is everything, no matter the cost. He growled, a maniacal gleam entering his eyes. I don't need your forgiveness. The blade tore through space, and a chilling light instantly swallowed Andromalius whole. He turned around, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The battle is over. Nahin's voice echoed far and wide. Soldiers of Andromalius, drop your weapons immediately. Your master has fallen. His eyes coldly swept over the surroundings. Surrender now and your lives will be spared, but there will be no mercy for those who continue to resist. The soldiers instantly fell into a state of shock, their faces twisted in sheer panic. Lord Andromalius has. Nahin lowered his sword, his voice growing even colder. I repeat. Citri stared into the distance in a daze. disbelief written all over her face. He just left. How is it already over? But then again, since it's him, I guess it makes sense. Seer immediately cheered in excitement. Everyone, that's teacher's voice. Linnell immediately bowed her head, her face filled with guilt. Lord Nahan, I am sorry. I'll let my guard down. He shook his head gently, his voice calm as always. Don't blame yourself, Commander. It's probably just because you haven't been on the battlefield in a while. Nahan frowned slightly, calculating silently in his mind. After all, that energy might have been too much for Commander Linnell to handle. It belonged to the rulers of the demon realm. It was frustrating that I couldn't recognize them due to the gaps in my memories as a grand demon. More importantly, this never happened in the game. After a brief silence, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Citri was the one who defeated Andromalius. You catch my drift? She instantly understood Nahan's intention. Understood. I'll make sure everyone keeps their mouths shut. He nodded in satisfaction. Good. I'll explain later. But turning toward Verena, standing nearby, he said, Vice Commander, take care of the cleanup with the Count. I need to go check on Seer. The man quickly bowed to receive his orders. Yes, sir. Nahan and Linnell suddenly remembered another important matter. By the way, where is Her Majesty? He replied very naturally. She's with Lady Citri. Her expression changed instantly. You mean she's alone with another demon king right now? Nahan remained as unbothered as before. An allied demon king, to be precise. Citri is smart enough not to do anything reckless. She still couldn't completely put her mind at ease. That's true, but before Linnell could even finish her sentence, he turned around to leave. See you later then. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished by the tent. Baphomet looked around the battlefield in utter disbelief. This is unbelievable. He slowly reported the current situation. The soldiers on the 70th floor have all surrendered. Citri's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? This shouldn't have ended so easily. Seer suddenly tilted her head as if sensing something. Huh? Seer's eyes lit up instantly. Teacher is coming. Citri startled slightly and turned to look at the little girl. What are you? Citri immediately unleashed her mana to scan the surroundings. I don't feel anyone at all. The very next moment, Seer happily ran forward. Nahan appeared and asked, Did you have fun? The little girl immediately nodded with great enthusiasm. Yes, I did. She looked at him in disbelief. What? How are you already back? But Nahan only replied calmly. You can get the report from Commander Linnell. Here she comes. With that, he took out an object and handed it to Citri. Here. Take this. She blankly accepted the item in her hands. What is this? Nahan casually tossed the object in his hand towards Citri, Andromalius's head. Let's just say you were the one who took it. Her eyes immediately widened in confusion. Me? You did all the work, so why should I take the credit? He merely curled his lips into a faint smirk. Because we are allies. Anyway, Seer and I are heading back now. Make sure the spoils of war are split evenly, 50-50. Citri watched Nahan's receding figure in silence. That smile of his really makes me uneasy. At the royal palace, the clear blue sky looked down upon the peaceful scenery following the battle. Cain stood in front of the door, slowly hammering nails into it. Right at that moment, a flash of light erupted in the middle of the spacious, empty courtyard. Cain immediately turned around and bowed in respect. Welcome back, Your Majesty and Lord Nahan. He cast his eyes over the old man. Is the door broken? Cain scratched his head helplessly. As you can see, I had a bit of trouble controlling my strength. He let out a soft chuckle as if he had anticipated it. Looks like you just hosted an uninvited guest. Well done. Cain scratched his head helplessly. As you can see, I had a bit of trouble controlling my strength. He let out a soft chuckle as if he had anticipated it. Looks like you just hosted an uninvited guest. Well done. The old man slowly followed from behind. We're going to be busy preparing to relocate the Demon King's castle. He waved his hand slightly as if he didn't care too much. Oh, we could take our time with that, it's fine. Both the old man and Seer froze upon hearing the next sentence. I plan to hand over the castle on the 70th floor to Citri. Cain's eyes flew open in shock. What? The little girl also quickly chimed in, completely baffled. Teacher, you're the one who killed Andromalius, yet you're giving all the credit to Lady Citri. Are we losing out on way too much? The old man frowned, a deeply skeptical look on his face. Your Majesty is right. Occupying a castle is a symbol of conquest. Do you mean to say you're giving even that to Lady Citri? Nahan remained as calm as ever. Officially speaking, yes. He stopped in front of the large window in the main hall. Right now, we need capital more than territory. Our finances are not yet stable enough for us to be self-sufficient. Furthermore, since Citri is officially the ruler of the 70th floor, who will be held responsible for whatever happens there from now on? Seer immediately answered without a moment's hesitation. Lady Citri will. Nahan nodded slightly in satisfaction. Exactly. And Citri didn't just accept it blindly without knowing this. She needs to prove that she is still a formidable force to be reckoned with. Cain looked at him in pure astonishment. You calculated all of that already? The corner of Nahan's mouth twitched up nonchalantly. Of course. Im no pushuve. I'm not giving it away for free. He slowly picked up the little girl as he walked. For now, I'll focus on Seer's education and our internal affairs. We need to replace our outdated equipment and fix our cash flow. There's a lot to do. His gaze darkened for a brief second, and I need to find out who is backing Andromalius. The old man bowed his head slightly, seemingly grasping part of the plan. I understand. In that case, my lord, Nahan hesitated for a moment before following up with a question. How were you so sure that you could win over errand raiders? Nahan's expression was nonchalant, as if it were nothing special. Oh, that. He let out a soft, dry chuckle. I just got lucky. He silently recalled his memories of that game. It was just one of those side events that occasionally popped up in the game. Cain couldn't help but knit his brows in confusion. Luck? Is that really what you're calling it? He quietly watched Nahan's receding back, his eyes gradually filling with deep admiration. I knew he was extraordinary from the very start, but he truly is someone who must stay by Her Majesty's side. Nahan continued on his way. Anyway, Cain, I'll leave fixing the door to you. The old man immediately bowed to accept the task. Yes, sir, I understand. As he walked while carrying Seer, he said, now that the immediate crisis has passed, I'm going to focus more on your training and lessons. You also need to learn the duties of a monarch. I am not the master of this place. Nahan placed his hand on the little girl's head, his voice softening slightly. You are Seer von Devada. The little girl's eyes sparkled. I love listening to your lessons, teacher. Hingomi likes them too, so I'll learn everything. Seer suddenly remembered something and tilted her head to ask. Teacher, did something happen to Ree? He paused for a moment before quickly responding. No, I was just checking up on her. Nahan looked at the little girl. Are you planning on sleeping with Whitey? Seer happily nodded right away. Yes, I am. He smiled faintly. Good night, then. The little girl immediately called out after him. You should go to sleep too. Teacher, come on. Nahan had a slightly puzzled look on his face. Huh? I'm going to sleep in my own bed. Seer shook her head firmly. No. He looked down at the little girl, clutching his hand. Is she clinging to me because she lost her father at such a young age? Or has she just found some kind of emotional stability in me? In the end, Nahan could only let out a helpless sigh. All right. Let's sleep together. He gently pulled the blanket up for Seer and leaned his back against the headboard. I'll stay with her until she falls fast asleep. Outside the ancient estate, the quiet sky was bathed in a faint, soft light. Daltalian gripped the armrests of his chair, his face a mask of shock. Andromalius is dead, and he died at the hands of... Could Citri have broken that seal? Leonard stood behind him and spoke up slowly. It seems highly likely that she succeeded by collaborating with the 72nd floor. After all, the final blade of Seer's 4 swords is still there. He frowned slightly, his gaze chilling over. If that's the case, we will be their next target. Albaz immediately replied in a serious tone. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly. Daltalian pondered for a few seconds before making a decision. I must send a letter to Decrabia on the 68th floor. He was caught off guard by the suggestion. Are you proposing an alliance with him? He let out a sharp, disgusted laugh. Do we have any better options? Daltalian slowly stood up, his voice growing heavy and ominous. Despite his trashy personality and sheer stupidity, Andromalius's raw brute force still far surpassed mine. If I just sit idly here, I will be the next one to fall. He coldly waved his hand, issuing an order. Stop whining and go prepare the letter. Decarabia won't have any reason to refuse. Albaz immediately bowed to receive the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Rhea gently brought a tea tray to the door of his room. Lord Nahen, the tea is ready. The moment the door opened, she froze in her tracks. Oh dear. Rhea's gaze softened as she took in the scene before her. Both of them must have been absolutely exhausted. She smiled faintly and gently closed the door. Good night, you two. Nahen watched Citri and began to nag endlessly. Did you seriously spend a whole week just splitting up the assets? She snapped back loudly at him. If you're so smart, you try it. The second I finished, I had to rush over here at the crack of dawn. Then Citri handed over the account books she had just finalized. The territory and soldiers have been divided. Now all that's left is the wealth. He glanced over a few pieces of information on the paper and couldn't help but nod in approval. Good job. The territory and soldiers are split very fairly. No tricks here. But he also had a proposal. Since we yielded the Demon King's castle and Andromalius's head to you, can we have priority in choosing the treasures first? She frowned and crossed her arms, not caring much. I don't care, as long as it's split evenly. He smiled, considered a deal. He still gave Citri some thoughtful advice. I know you'll be busy managing the newly acquired territories for a while, but you still have to drop by here once a week. If you slack off on your training, everything we've done will go down the drain. Before leaving, she grumbled unhappily once more. You keep forgetting, but I'm a Demon King too, you know. I always keep my word, so don't worry. I'm off. Nahen's eyes lit up as he looked at the pile of documents on the desk. Settling post-war matters is the top priority. I have to finish these directives tonight. After some time, a knock came from outside. Comeen. Cecily stepped respectfully before him. Lord Nahen, I'm afraid we have to cancel Her Majesty's lesson today. Nahen anxiously raised his head in a hurry. Why? Did something happen to Seer? The young woman nodded slightly in response. Her Majesty has a mild fever. The moment he heard this, his entire body trembled with anxiety. What? Seer is sick. Nahen began to blame himself. Seer was perfectly fine just yesterday. Was the schedule too packed? Or was it from participating in the battle? Seeing his grim expression, Cecily tried to soothe him. Please don't worry too much. It seems to be just a common cold. Children around Her Majesty Seer's age often get sick out of nowhere. Hearing that, Nahen let out a sigh of relief. Right, you're right. Seer is just a child after all. Getting sick is only natural. The young woman smiled and nodded. A day or two of rest, and she'll make a full recovery. Nahen felt a bit more at ease. All right, thank you. Please take good care of her. But the moment Cecily left, he sank back into misery, blaming himself once again. I'm such an idiot. I should have anticipated this. This isn't a game, it's reality. I need to wrap up this work quickly and go check on Seer. The evening glow gradually softened, but he kept his promise to visit the little girl as early as possible. Seer, how are you feeling? Teacher brought the doll you like so much. The moment she saw him, Seer sat up and called out loudly. Teacher. She hugged 2 teddy bears to herself with sheer delight. Thank you, teacher. But to make Seer happy, he went ahead and conjured up various kinds of stuffed animals. Actually, that's not all. Teacher also has this one, and even this one. The massive pile of teddy bears stacked up on her bed left Seer completely overwhelmed. Teacher, that's enough. But it turned out it was all just a dream of hers. Teacher, there are so many dolls. This time, Nahen actually did appear, but it was while she was fast asleep, and he only had a single teddy bear in his hand. Seer was still deeply immersed in her dream world. So many dolls. He didn't wake the little girl, only gently placing another bear beside her. Seer must be having a dream. I wonder what she's dreaming about. At least it looks like her fever has gone down. Maybe Seer will be better by tomorrow. I'll do my work right here, so I can easily keep an eye on her. But just as Nahen pulled a chair up to the bedside, the little girl suddenly woke up. Teacher. Nahen startled, his heart skipping a beat as he quickly comforted her. You're awake? I'm sorry. How are you feeling? Seer replied with a bright smile. I'm fine. Were you worried about me? He stepped closer to soothe the little girl. Of course I was. Sleep a bit more. Teacher will be right here watching over you. But she grew curious about the pile of documents he had brought along. Can I look at this too? Nahan shook his head in disapproval. No, you can't. You need a rest today. We'll look at it together tomorrow. Your recovery is the most important thing right now. Seer, it would be a real shame if you were still sick tomorrow and couldn't eat any pudding, right? This news hit the little girl like a total shock. Ultimately, Seer had no choice but to listen to him. Good night. Kane sheepishly entered the dining hall. Pardon me for interrupting your meal. Lord Nahan, Commander Lin L has submitted the inventory report for the spoils of war. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Bring it over here. The old man stole a glance at his face. Are you looking for something specific? Nahan didn't hide it either. Yes, there is something on the 70th floor that we absolutely must obtain. In the game, equipment is one of the most crucial elements. It helps boost character growth efficiency, so we absolutely have to get our hands on it. And this is a hidden piece that I only discovered after reaching the 40th ending. Nahan smiled with pure bliss. Who would have thought that an item like this would be hidden in the early stages of the game? After confirming the item, he gave the old man cautious instructions. Kane, make sure we keep this piece for ourselves. As for the other things, pick out the suitable items and hand them over to the commander. Kane nodded in response. Understood. After confirming the item, he gave the old man cautious instructions. Kane, make sure we keep this piece for ourselves. As for the other things, pick out the suitable items and hand them over to the commander. Kane nodded in response. Understood. Kane couldn't help but ask for clarification. Lord Nahan, forgive me, but are you certain you've marked the right thing? He cut a piece of meat and confirmed. That's right. The moment Citri agrees, I'm going to grab it immediately. On the paper was an item that even Kane never expected Nahan to actually need. I see. Very well then. After a while of waiting, Seer finally got to see the treasure from the 70th floor. It's so sparkly. Every single item caught the little girl's eye. This one is sparkly too. Nahan thrust his hands into his pockets, his eyes narrowing into a smile. Now this is what I'm talking about. Lin L brought the list over to check the inventory again. What did you say, sir? He shook his head and expressed. It's nothing. Nahan looked over the 70th floor warehouse and nodded in excitement. This is incredible, and this is only half of it. What a massive haul. Is everything safely stored away? Lin L nodded to confirm with him. Yes, Demon King Citri was very cooperative, so everything went very smoothly. Right then, a few guards stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Seer. Welcome, Your Majesty. The little girl quickly gave a salute. Yes, good job. After that, a crate was carried over in front of her. Lin L flipped through the inventory log and introduced. This is the item Lord Nahan emphasized that we must get. Please confirm if this is indeed the right thing. The moment he saw the sword, Nahan smiled approvingly. This is it. Well done. Please confirm if this is indeed the right thing. The moment he saw the sword, Nahan smiled approvingly. This is it. Well done. He held the broken sword, recalling the information he had read through. It has the highest attack power in the early game. The fact that it allows the user to learn special magic makes it incredibly effective. Seeing him so absorbed only drew Seer's attention to peer over. What is that, teacher? Nahan smilingly held it out in front of the little girl. This is a gift for you, Seer. Seer's face blanked out in confusion. Huh? But it's broken. He smiled and explained. It's fine, it can be fixed. Teacher knows exactly where the broken blade fragment and the gem are located. He put the sword away and made a promise to Seer. Let's finish checking the inventory and then go fix the sword. The little girl opened her eyes wide, asking for his thoughts. What will it look like once it's fixed? He rested his chin on his hand, pondering, and let slip a compliment. It will be very sparkly. Lin L, standing nearby, also made a suggestion. Should I call for a blacksmith, sir? He shook his head in refusal. No need. This sword isn't fixed that way. It's fine. Let's finish checking the inventory first. Seer loved sparkly things, so her eyes remained glued to the glowing treasure chests. Behind her, Nahan was dividing up the shares. Transfer this list to the armory. This portion will be used to supply the soldiers. She found everything beautiful and mesmerizing. This one is so pretty. That one is beautiful too. It's just so sparkly. He happened to notice this just in time. Nahan excitedly asked for the little girl's opinion. Seer, do you see anything you like? But Seer shyly declined. No, I don't need anything. But he only smiled, patting her head as he advised. It's all right. Everything here belongs to you anyway, so don't worry about it. If you want something, just take it. Seer didn't hesitate and pointed at a crown embedded with a prominent ruby that stood out the most in the pile. Then this one. This didn't fall outside of Nahan's expectations. A crown. It must be the bloodline. Finally, he extended another invitation. If you're done, would you like to go somewhere with teacher? Seer looked around in total bewilderment. Teacher, why are we here? Nahan smiled and introduced an abandoned mine shaft. This is where the pieces to complete your sword are located. As they ventured further inside, the little girl shivered slightly. It looks so deep. How are we going to find them? The two of them, teacher and student, slowly made their way inside. Teacher knows exactly where those pieces are, so the forks in the road won't be an issue. We're here, but it's completely pitch black ahead. I can't see anything. He took the oil lamp and stepped inside. Teacher will find it in no time. Nahan rummaged through the clutter, muttering to himself. It should be right around here, shouldn't it? Found it. Seer looked at the fragment in total confusion. Is that really a sword? He smiled warmly. It doesn't look much like one right now, does it? Of course, this isn't all of it. Nahan walked up to a rugged stone wall. Now we just need to find the most important part. He channeled his mana, directly funneling a massive amount of energy. And finally, a doorway opened up, revealing an intricately carved door. Just one last obstacle left. He called the little girl to come closer. Seer, come here. Seer looked at the door before her and let out an awed gasp. Do we just need to go through that door? Nahan muttered, something like that. Let teacher carry you from here. There's a little obstacle blocking our path. The creature guarding the door began to awaken. It spread its wings and flew forward. Intruders. You are not permitted to pass. Taking this opportunity, Nahan took the chance to teach the little girl a rare piece of lore. Gargoyles are a rare sight these days. Take a good look while you still can. Seer wasn't scared at all, even whispering into his ear, Teacher, the statue is talking. Being looked down upon, it fumed with rage. You? How dare you? But in his eyes, it amounted to, you're being way too noisy. It froze, completely unable to comprehend. What? Nahan sharpened his tone, using his gaze to deliver a warning. Do not interrupt Seer's lesson. The moment it saw the phantom creature standing behind Nahan, it fell into sheer terror. The very next second, it dropped to its knees in reverence without a single shred of hesitation. I shall serve you as my master. Please pass through. Even he himself felt caught off guard. That sudden? A giant gargoyle that has lived this long could actually be quite useful. Before stepping inside, Nahan also gave instructions. Wait here. If you behave yourself, I'll take you in. It didn't offer a single word of complaint, solely complying. Yes, master. Inside, a ruby took center stage right in the middle of the room. Seer couldn't help but gasp in absolute amazement. He materialized the broken blade. Now, Nahan placed the sword on the table near the gem. The stone immediately activated, glowing brilliantly. Seer and Nahan watched intently. The moment they returned to the castle, Seer bragged to the old man. Cain, look at this. Teacher gave me a present. The old man stared blankly at the girl's hands. Why a sword? Nahan, standing behind her, replied with a smile. It's about time Seer started her sword training. A shadow loomed behind his back, giving Cain a mini heart attack. So you didn't just bring back a sword from the 70th floor? Is that a gargoyle? Nahan grinned from ear to ear and pitched his idea. That's right. What do you think about naming him Argal the Gatekeeper? The old man was slightly taken aback, but still pondered the logistics. He seems a bit too massive to guard the Demon King's castle. But Nahan shook his head. No, not the Demon King's castle. He'll be guarding somewhere else. Cain's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Nahan pointed at Argal's physique, sizing him up. He looks perfect for keeping pesky little weaklings away. Don't you think? Kane agreed it was a good fit. Indeed, he would be an excellent choice to station around the teleportation gate area. After consulting with the old man, Nahan bluntly threatened the creature. You heard your duties clearly, right? If you prove useless, I will discard you whenever I feel like it. So give it your absolute all. It nodded away, not daring talk back. I will keep that in mind. With the assignments handed out, Nahan got back to more pressing matters. I heard you have something to report. Let's head into the office to discuss this. Inside the office, he knit his brows and asked for clarification. Daltalian and Decrabia have been in touch. Kane pressed his hands together and nodded firmly. Yes. If the 69th and 68th floors form a grand alliance, it will be very difficult for us to handle given the current circumstances. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment. Starting a direct conflict right now would be tough, but we can't just sit idly by and watch this alliance form either. So, I guess there's only one choice. Seeing his nonchalant expression, the old man asked tentatively, Do you already have a countermeasure in mind? Nahan shared his concept. We're going to stir things up on Daltalian's side. But Kane had some reservations. But Daltalian's faction is powerful, and unlike Andromalius, they aren't fools. But he simply fired back a question. Kane, Daltalian's faction is famous for having a lot of merchants, right? The old man pushed up his glasses and nodded. Yes. They believe that commerce contributes the most to moving up through the social strata. That was exactly what Nahan was targeting. And the thing merchants valued above all else was trust. So, what if we could destroy that trust? Daltalian's faction will collapse from within. Kane's anxiety remained unappeased. That's true. But they built that trust over countless years of trade. How could it crumble overnight? Nahan stood up abruptly with a serious look. Kane, I never said I would destroy it overnight. Training Seer and consolidating our foundation will take at least 5 years. Therefore, I will slowly undermine Daltalian's trade policies over time. He already had his calculated move mapped out. The Bismarck strategy one used back when playing the game. We will become their competitor. The old man's jaw dropped. A competitor? Nahan nodded to reassure him. We're going to set up business on the 70th floor. Don't worry. We won't be operating out in the open. The old man asked somewhat sheepishly. I see. Are you planning on using Lady Citri again this time? He smirked and shook his head. Using her? Let's call it a partnership. Kane bowed deeply and muttered. Will Lady Citri really be willing to take that kind of risk? But Nahan had already done the math for his side. Don't worry about that. It will be an offer alluring enough, even for Citri. The old man also breathed a sigh of relief. Then the key issue is, what are we going to sell? Have you thought a product yet? Nahan gave a half smile. Something that will drive merchants wild. I'm going to sell what the demon realm doesn't have. In the city of Soder, on the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom, these rumors were starting to surface. Have you heard the rumors going around lately? Inside a tavern, the whispers grew louder by the minute. Word is there are barely any guards around there anymore. An adventurer who had just returned through the teleportation gate said as much. You mean the demon soldiers protecting the demon realm? Are you for real? Dane waved his hand with a sly grin. Luke, you don't believe me? This is our chance. Let's go hunt some magical beasts and demons and make a killing. Luke replied half-heartedly. I did hear that the horns of the sheep clan are fetching a high price lately. Riku, sitting opposite them, also volunteered to join in. I know where the sheep clan hangs out. There are plenty of lambs there, so taking their horns should be a breeze. He muttered to himself. Could this really be our big break? But in the end, Luke still went along with his friends. All right, let's head to the demon realm right now. We're about to be filthy rich. But outside, there were far more people than the three of them anticipated. It felt like it was more crowded than usual today. I guess the rumors about the guards vanishing must be true. Suddenly, a hand slapped Luke on the shoulder. Hey man, I happened to overhear you saying you know where the sheep clan is. Mind if we tag along? The guy showed up with another girl. I'm Rika Balbar, and this is Melissa. Before Luke could say a word, Dane sized them up with a glance and whispered, Hold on, look at those badges on their shoulders. They're both A-rank adventurers. Just say yes. If they cause any trouble, we can disappear without a trace. He nodded repeatedly. Sure, you guys can come along. Riku let out a hearty laugh. Smart move. All right, let's roll. Over by the teleportation gate, another pair was having a disagreement. The guy criticized, "You're seriously not going? This is our chance. If you want to make a living as an adventurer, the demon realm is a place you can't pass up." The girl quickly dodged his gaze and muttered, "You really don't know anything, do you? Lately, no adventurer who enters the demon realm ever comes back." Over here, the group of three was pushing further inside, just a bit further past that hill over there. Riku glanced around, finding it bizarre. Still, it's weird how the guards vanished as if they evaporated into thin air. Don't let your guard down. He had a theory. Have they abandoned this floor entirely? Luke asked blankly. A floor? Riku nodded and gave a brief explanation. It's a pretty famous theory that the demon realm is made up of multiple floors. He let out an odd sound, like some kind of tower, but a shout from Ree caused everyone to quickly dive for cover. "Wait, everyone hide." The little girl's voice whispered a warning. There's a member of the sheep clan up ahead. Riku looked out with greedy anticipation. That's the real deal right there. Luke didn't want to miss this opportunity either. Should we start the hunt right now? But before that, the guy wanted to set boundaries. Before we do, I have a proposal. We'll take the sheep horns. You guys can keep the rest. How's that sound? He was clearly displeased and made a move to draw his sword. Huh? That's a bit much. The value of a sheep lies entirely in its horns. But Melissa stepped in to give him some food for thought. Young man Luke, you still have your whole future ahead of you, so you'd better listen to Riku if you want to make it back home in one piece. He began to waver, blaming himself. Damn it. Did they plan this from the very beginning? I had a bad feeling the moment they asked to come along. There was no way the three of us could defeat a rank adventurers blessed with divine power. In the end, Luke had to compromise. Fine, but in exchange, Riku, you'll have to handle the fighting. At this, the guy started backpedaling. From the very start, I never planned on having you guys help anyway. But the moment those words left his mouth, the entire ground shook violently. Luke rushed over to support Ree, who was the most severely injured. What is this? An earthquake? Is everyone okay? The earthquake grew worse by the second. Riku started cursing over losing his prey. What the hell is happening all of a sudden? At this rate, those sheep are going to get away. Right at that moment, Argal materialized and attacked. Found you. The very last rat. Riku's jaw dropped in sheer terror. A gargoyle. Melissa anxiously yanked him. If that really is a gargoyle, we need to run right now. But she couldn't budge him. He just stood frozen to the spot. But just as Riku was about to dive in for a rescue, Dane rushed forward. Luke left him to his fate. Let's just save ourselves. Once they made it outside, he snapped irritably. Ree, what's wrong with you? The girl's voice came in broken gasps. The guards, what are your orders, sir? Commander Lin El looked at the crowd ahead with a stern, icy expression. There's only one single order. They were quickly rounded up by the guards, captured alive down to the very last person. Right on the other side, Melissa and Riku were also locked in a cage, causing a thought to cross his mind. Demons don't kill humans? At the castle, Lin El announced. Over the past month, we have captured 276 humans alive and stored their goods in the warehouse. Seer gasped in awe. That's so many. But for Nahan, this was still inadequate. Even so, it's still a bit lacking. She laced her fingers together, equally surprised by this approach. I thought connecting with the human world was a vulnerability, but I never expected you to turn around and hunt humans. He smiled, not taking all the credit. This was only possible because we have Argal and formed an alliance with the 71st floor. Deep down, Nahan had already made up his mind. For the sake of a perfect ending, there is nothing I won't do. The humans in this game are no better than useless insects. Showing them mercy brings me absolutely no benefit. Lin El also relayed a concern to him. However, Lord Nahan, even though withdrawing the guards worked wonderfully as bait, the residents of the 72nd floor are growing increasingly uneasy because of those humans. Lin El also relayed a concern to him. However, Lord Nahan, even though withdrawing the guards worked wonderfully as bait, the residents of the 72nd floor are growing increasingly uneasy because of those humans. Nahan smiled deviously. Commander Lin El, Do you know someone capable of making adjustments? Nahan smiled deviously. Commander Lin L., do you know someone capable of making adjustments? This hit the exact note he needed. Really? Then for the final step, we'll make them want to come here again, won't we? They already know over 200 people are missing, yet they haven't locked down the teleportation gate at all. At the Soder City Adventurers Guild, a few disgruntled guys approach the receptionist to demand answers. We have to make a living too, you know. But Angela could only turn them away per instructions. We are very sorry, but this is an order from the guild master, so there's nothing else we can do. Over here, people started gossiping. Another person chimed in with a sigh. Geez, here we go again. Do they really want to go to the demon realm that badly? That guy is an A rank. I guess the rewards from regular quests aren't enough for him anymore. Right then, a feeble cry rang out. Someone please help. The person who stumbled in was Luke, his body completely drained of strength. Luke, what happened to you? He stepped inside, utterly terrified. I just escaped from the demon realm. Everyone who went missing is being held captive by the guards. Luke staggered to the reception desk, where Van, Ree, and Dane were also mentioned. Please help. We have to save them. The young woman tried to help him stabilize his emotions. All right, calm down first. But everyone in the office sympathized with Luke, cut him some slack. Angela, his teammates were captured, so of course he wouldn't be in his right mind. The young woman tried to help him stabilize his emotions. All right, calm down first. But everyone in the office sympathized with Luke, cut him some slack. Angela, his teammates were captured, so of course he wouldn't be in his right mind. His face turned pale as he flusteredly replied, I don't know either. I wasn't exactly in the right state of mind to go investigating. But he still coldly pushed it to the limit. Are you absolutely sure you don't know? Luke couldn't hide his anger. Are you seriously doubting someone who just barely escaped with his life? Adelberg sighed. I admit I have a few suspicions, but the gaze sweeping over him was full of appraisal and analysis. How could a measly C-rank adventurer like you manage to escape from the demon realm all by yourself? And above all, your heart rate sounds exactly like that of a liar. Your heart rate sounds exactly like that of a liar. I smell something, an incredibly foul stench. He pointed the tip of his sword at him. You've been mind-controlled by the demons, haven't you? He smirked. Mind-controlled, you say? Finally, Luke revealed his true colors, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword, as expected of an S-rank's sharp intuition. But Adelberg managed to strike first, slicing him clean in half. Immediately after, he instructed the young woman, Angela, notify the other guilds as well. Tell them they're strictly forbidden from entering the demon realm. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, guildmaster. Then he seriously warned the townspeople. Listen up, everyone. For the time being, Soder City's teleportation gate will be completely shut down. If anyone has an objection, then he seriously warned the townspeople. Listen up, everyone. For the time being, Soder City's teleportation gate will be completely shut down. If anyone has an objection, Adelberg whipped around to check. What's going on? The other guy gasped for breath. Sir, the guild from other regions. The Northern Alliance's Dohan fortress was flying into a furious rage as they mobilized their forces. Charge in and take the heads of those wretched demons. Everyone was aiming for the teleportation gate. Over in Germanum, the capital of the Bismarck Empire, we can't let those brainless fools from the Northern Alliance beat us to the punch. Not to be outdone, over at the Babylon Merchant Guild, capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, God is with us. Annihilate the demons. Not to be outdone, over at the Babylon Merchant Guild, capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, God is with us. Annihilate the demons. Not to be outdone, over at the Babylon Merchant Guild, capital of the Holy Kingdom of Felix, God is with us. Annihilate the demons. Before that, he had also remembered a familiar name. Right? Make sure to funnel them towards Soder City in the Holy Kingdom at the very end. There's a rather troublesome human over there. Lin L. was startled. A troublesome human? He nodded, muttering as he reflected on the past. In the game, there were a few formidable enemies who appeared in the human realm. He nodded, muttering as he reflected on the past. In the game, there were a few formidable enemies who appeared in the human realm. He nodded, muttering as he reflected on the past. In the game, There were a few formidable enemies who appeared in the human realm. Varna, standing on high ground, couldn't hide his amazement either. "Commander, do you see that? They're actually pouring in." Lin El trusted him 100%. "That's Lord Nahin's plan for you." Of course it succeeded. "The more I witness it, the more remarkable I find him." Varna, standing on high ground, couldn't hide his amazement either. "Commander, do you see that? They're actually pouring in." Lin El trusted him 100%. "That's Lord Nahin's plan for you." Of course it succeeded. "The more I witness it, the more remarkable I find it." Then Varna glanced back to give instructions. Did everyone hear her? "Use the manhwa cannons to capture as many as possible." The soldiers roared back clearly. "Yes, Vice Commander. Now let's begin." Argal took the cue, and the adventurers began to lose their composure. Why did the sky suddenly turn pitch black like this? A gargoyle abruptly materialized in the sky, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. A gargoyle! It made a terrifying landing and roared. "By my master's command, I shall eradicate the intruders." Just as the human forces were falling into chaos, Lin El seized the opportunity from above. "Fire the manhwa cannons into the broken gaps of their formation now." Varna was the one commanding the artillery squad. "All units load. Fire!" The nets were launched, trapping every single person down below. They shouted frantically, "What is this? It's just a net. Rip it apart." But very quickly, they found themselves completely helpless. "This thing is made from giant spider silk." The cursing echoed louder and louder. "You filthy monsters! Is someone rushing in from behind to attack?" The adventurers felt like they had just spotted a savior. "Lord Rosenbach," the old man rallied them. "I'll carve out a path. Follow me." The soldiers followed his lead and charged along with him to attack. From up above, Varna began to worry. Argal won't be enough to hold him back alone. Lin El frowned, starting to call for external reinforcement. "You'll have to deal with the others first." He was already holding his trident, aiming downward. "Leave it to me, Commander." Azura also began to make an appearance, getting defeated without even having time to transform. That wasn't going to happen again. He immediately manifested to join the fray. Rosenbach just noticed a source of energy surfacing right behind his back. Before he could do anything, the old man was struck by Azura with a single thrust. Azura didn't stop there, continuing his assault with the trident in hand. The adventurers fled frantically for their lives. "Run!" But in his eyes, there was only absolute contempt through and through. "That's right. Run if you want to live." Though it's already too late. He retrieved his trident, watching them scatter like headless chickens with sheer amusement. "Have your fun, and then round them all up." "Sir, yes, sir." Right after securing a massive portion of this army, Nahin showered them with praise. "Minimal losses, maximum results." "Not bad at all." Lin El didn't dare take all the credit. "We were just following your plan, teacher." He burst into a hearty laugh. "But you guys are the ones who executed it successfully." He also praised the other two squads, Captain Epsilon and Vice Captain Zeta. "Both of you did excellent work in your first battle with the new Legion. Thank you for making it back safely. I look forward to your future performance." The two of them bowed respectfully to obey. "Thank you, teacher." He nodded and turned around. "Now, please take care of the cleanup." Once that was sorted, he returned to his office. The moment he walked in, Nahin beamed at the person on the dais. "Seer, did you wait long?" Nahin stepped up the platform, doting on Seer while addressing the old man. "Kane, prepare all the information for the merchants in the demon realm." The old man nodded in agreement. "Understood." He continued. "At the same time, pick out the 200 prisoners with the highest market value. Release the rest." Kane's eyes popped out. "What? You plan to release the humans we went through all that trouble to capture? Are you planning to negotiate with the human nations?" Nahin replied determinedly. "I must extract whatever I can from them." Kane still staunchly opposed the idea. "Forgive my bluntness, but it's far too early for that. We are still too weak to make moves against the human nations. There are a few nations in the human realm that we must be wary of. First is the Holy Kingdom of Felix, the only religious nation in the human realm. Second is the Bismarck Empire, the only nation to style itself an empire. And finally, the Northern Alliance, formed by 7 fortresses in the north. On this matter, Nahan also had to concede. True, as far as humans go, they're quite troublesome. But avoiding negotiations is a mistake. They are currently in no position to mobilize an army. On this matter, Nahan also had to concede. True, as far as humans go, they're quite troublesome. But avoiding negotiations is a mistake. They are currently in no position to mobilize an army. Secondly, every nation has a responsibility to protect its citizens. Nahan smiled and continued. The main angle is that we, the victims, are offering to trade their lives solely for money. What if they refuse? Whether it's a king or an emperor, they will lose the trust of their people. Nahan smiled and continued. The main angle is that we, the victims, are offering to trade their lives solely for money. What if they refuse? Whether it's a king or an emperor, they will lose the trust of their people. Hearing the explanation, Cain vaguely understood a bit more of the picture. Understood. Then, according to your wishes, I will select the 200 prisoners with the highest market value, regardless of their background or status. But I have one more favor to ask. In addition, bring me some blacksmiths, the most skilled ones you can find. Seer was struck by curiosity once again. Blacksmiths? What are you planning to make? He grinned secretively. A product based on what we've learned from humans. This once again piqued the little girl's curiosity. Learn from humans? Something that will actually sell? Nahan smiled. Most likely. Over on the Bismarck Empire's side, they began to receive the latest update. They're demanding ransom for the hostages? I never thought I'd live to see the day I receive a letter like this from low-life demons. Isn't that place supposed to be a playground for adventurers? The ministers began to offer their own thoughts. Since we don't know the exact situation in the demon realm, I can only speculate. But I fear some sort of shift has occurred over there. He knit his brows. Are you saying those demons have developed ambitions to swallow the human realm? If that's the case, those fools have effectively declared war. All right, how much are they demanding for the hostages? The minister announced the ransom amount required to exchange for the 20 people. They are requesting 50 kilograms of gold, 200 kilograms of silver, and about 2 tons of iron ore. Claude rested his head on his hand in exhaustion. They are asking for quite a bit. Judging by the head count, they are looking down on us. Shouldn't we be punishing them instead of complying? But the marquises objected. Your Majesty, for the sake of our citizens' lives, you must grant their request. Claude looked at him wearily. Is that so? Marquis Levin, tell me your reasoning. Levin respectfully stated his thoughts. This incident occurred because the Adventurers Guild acted on its own accord. We have no legitimate grounds for retaliation. Doing so would amount to provoking him. Does a legitimate reason even matter? Our opponents are the demon race. Marquis Levin sternly reminded the Emperor. That is precisely the problem. We have yet to accurately gauge the current military strength of the demon realm. Furthermore, among the adventurers who participated, there were many of a rank or higher. As you know, an A-rank adventurer possesses skills on par with a formerly knighted warrior. Yet, even experts of that caliber were captured without a single soul escaping. Claude slammed the table in frustration. Are we not an empire? To think we have to make concessions to the demon realm over something like this. He tried to keep his composure as he explained it to him. If rumors spread that the emperor abandoned his own people to die, it will be impossible to regain public trust. He tried to keep his composure as he explained it to him. If rumors spread that the emperor abandoned his own people to die, it will be impossible to regain public trust. Cain cheerfully bragged to him. A few nations have yet to reach a decision, but the Empire, the Holy Kingdom, and the Northern Alliance have all agreed to negotiate. Nahan let out a bright, relieved chuckle. And here I thought they would refuse. He handed over a letter along with instructions. Tomorrow morning, bring the prisoners to the teleportation gate area. I have made it clear in the letter that we will conduct the exchange there. And when you meet the human envoys, tell them this. Nahan openly delivered a cold threat. If they do not agree to the terms before the end of this week, the remaining captives will be executed. The demon elites were gathered together. Everyone was puzzled. Why did the Demon King gather us here? I don't know, but aren't you from the 71st floor? Another guy shook his head. I only came here because I was told to. Very quickly, they made their entrance. Here they come. The arrival of these two combinations left everyone astonished. Wait, Lady Seer and Lady Citri are walking together? And isn't that Lady Seer's teacher? Citri linked her arms and cleared her throat, getting straight to the point. Welcome, artisans of each floor. No doubt you are wondering why I've gathered you all here today. She grabbed the covering cloth and yanked it away, unveiling the carefully laid out merchandise. Everyone, take a look beside the platform. The group of artisans crowded inward with gasps of admiration. Where did you get these items, milady? May I take a closer look? Every single one of them was utterly enchanted. These are, without a doubt, masterpieces, Citri slowly announced. These are all swords retrieved from human adventurers. The artisans gasped in surprise. To think humans made these things. What an eyesore. She glanced at the artisan dwarves and continued nonchalantly. That's exactly why I gathered all of you here. Analyze the humans' different types of equipment, and then replicate them with equivalent quality. She glanced at the artisan dwarves and continued nonchalantly. That's exactly why I gathered all of you here. Analyze the humans' different types of equipment, and then replicate them with equivalent quality. Now that you understand, get to researching right away. Stop wasting time and resources on making inferior weapons. The artisan dwarves began whispering among themselves. What did you just say? How could Lady Seer's master talk such nonsense? The artisan dwarves began whispering among themselves. What did you just say? How could Lady Seer's master talk such nonsense? In the end, Nahan had no choice but to step in and give them a demonstration. He made a motion, raising his sword and striking down on another blade. Let me ask you something. If you used a sword you crafted to strike a sword made by a human, which one do you think would break? The artisan's expressions turned flustered and uneasy. Nahan commanded, I'm not telling you to copy them completely. Analyze that gear and forge something new in your own way. You don't want to lose to the humans you hate so much, do you? They looked at each other and muttered, Human gear is definitely high quality, but even so, I can't believe we have to study human trash. Just as they were still pondering, one guy raised his hand in agreement. I'll do it. The guy standing next to him widened his eyes. Dumgrick. He touched the sword and muttered for a long time. However, since I don't know their process, the analysis will take some time. Nahan nodded in agreement. Don't worry about that. I'll provide all the time and resources you need. Then he turned to ask Seer, Your Majesty, how about we make this blacksmith the leader? The little girl raised her hand in approval. I'm fine with that. Citri didn't object either. That's not a bad idea. Both of them began to acknowledge Dumgrick. You are the head of this project. He also placed a token on Dumgrick. The badge I'm giving you right now will grant you the authority to command the other blacksmiths. The other artisans began to buzz with disapproval. Wait a minute, Master. You can't just make a reckless decision like that. I have far more experience than that guy. The leader should be decided through a meeting. But he just barked out silence. Once his mind was made up, no one could shake it. A leader must be someone who dares to take action and shoulder responsibility. Yet you, who don't even have the courage to try, dare to talk about leadership qualifications? More importantly, are you defying your master's orders? A few of them began to shrink back in fear, quickly explaining, No, of course not. That wasn't my intention at all. He even threatened them. Disobeying Dumgrick is the same as disobeying the two sovereigns standing here. So if that happens, his voice responded, ice cold, immediate execution. Dumgrick spoke up slowly, this humble servant. Behind him, the other artisans also knelt down respectfully. We shall obey your command. After finishing up with intimidating the group of dwarves, Citri couldn't help but lift her chin arrogantly. I did great this time too, didn't I? Unfortunately, that habit of hers didn't even register with Nahan, as he was only focused on Seer. You did a wonderful job. You didn't even shake at all. Seeing clearly that she was being ignored made Citri furious. Hey, why are you ghosting me? The response she got was delivered in the matter-of-fact tone that could only belong to Nahan. You're not a kid anymore. Are you really that desperate for praise? She let out a cold snort as she threw the question back at him. Would it kill you to give me a word of praise to boost my morale? Hearing those words, Nahin could only give in with a look of helplessness. Fine, fine, you did awesome. Now can we talk about our business venture? At the mention of this topic, Citri fell silent for a moment before speaking up to confirm. Right? You said you'd use my name as a front? Nahin raised his warm teacup, emphasizing every single word to make things clearer. On paper, Queen Citri is the ruler of the 70th floor. In return, I'll provide you with high-quality weapons and a cut of the profits. You won't have to lift a finger regarding the actual business operations. A bead of sweat rolled gently down her cheek. She paused slightly and then asked the most important question. So what's my cut? Instead of giving her an answer, Nahin asked her back. Do you have a number in mind? After another brief hesitation, Citri slowly threw out a number that could be considered safe. How does 50% sound? Unfortunately, since his side was putting in more effort, he shut it down directly. You're a straight-up robber. Forget it. I won't use your name anymore. Seer, standing nearby, puffed out her cheeks and chimed in. Queen Citri is a robber. This successfully enraged someone with a temper hotter than fire like her. Hey, you're using my name to run this entire operation. Unfortunately, Nahin didn't bother backing down from Citri and even laid out his alternative plan. I guess I'll just have to find another way. Sure enough, that cold attitude successfully induced panic into her next answer. Wait a minute, then 10%. He didn't bother being gentle anymore. The aura around his body flared up intensely the moment he handed down a decisive ultimatum. Still as thick-skinned as ever, huh? If I give you 10%, you can forget about the weapons. Unable to help but feel intimidated by his sheer presence, Citri stammered out a response, her thin lips pressed tightly together. The pros and cons bounced around inside her brain. Profit came with risk, and sales always fluctuated. Besides, this was Nahin's operation, meaning the weapon quality was guaranteed to be on a whole different level. After a moment of consideration, Citri resolved to agree during the negotiation with him. Fine, I'll lower my cut. So keep the weapons in the deal. The pressure around his body was quickly pulled back into his form. Now we're finally talking. Let's lock it in at 5%. This percentage might seem low, but the actual money your majesty receives will be very substantial. Even though a decision had been made, it couldn't stop Citri's suspicion about the plan in his hands. How can you be so sure? We haven't even started yet. Because of that, she successfully received a reproach from Nahin. It breaks my heart that you don't trust me, especially after everything I've shown you up until now. A series of images quickly flashed by, and he didn't need to drag it out any further. She nodded as she let out each word. Fine, I'll trust you. Let's sign the contract. But are you sure you can copy the weapons that those humans craft? Hearing her doubt, Nahin immediately spoke up to reassure her, as if he already held everything in the palm of his hand. Absolutely. It's not that we lack the skill, it's simply a matter of demand. The answer that gave him such confidence quietly crossed his mind. It was one of the build paths proven to be effective in the game. While Citri stamped her seal onto the contract, the deep voice from Nahin's vocal cords slowly echoed through the vast space. To a demon king, standard weapons hold no meaning. As a result, research in this field has been relatively neglected. That's why our weapons are worse than what humans can produce. But a demon king cannot handle everything alone using just their own strength. That's why the equipment level of the army is so crucial. That is precisely why your majesty accepted my proposal in the first place. We already have the research data, so we'll catch up to their level soon enough. Hearing him give reassurance in such a steady tone, no matter how conflicted she felt inside, Citri still spoke up. Well, that's a relief. Here, take it. Nahin understood completely, so he didn't forget to mention, if you still have doubts, you can totally back out. This successfully caused another major panic for her. When did I ever say that? Why would I throw away a chance to equip my army for free? To her surprise, he dropped a firm statement in the next second. Nothing is free. This left Citri instantly dumbfounded, her mouth hanging wide enough to fit an egg. What? You just said you'd give them to me. We already signed the contract. And now you're going back on your word? Only after taking back the contract did Nahin speak frankly to let her clearly understand the terrifying truth behind using her name. The profits and weapons provided to your majesty are essentially a rental fee for your reputation, because you'll be the one taking on the risk. If the business fails, Queen Citri will be the one whose reputation is ruined. Her complexion shifted from pale to furious. Only now did Citri realize too late that she had been completely set up. Wait a minute, what risk? Don't tell me you. However, even if she had found out, it was already too late, as Nahin flashed an evil smirk while teaching her a lesson about how the world works. Nothing in this world is free, Queen Citri. Parallel to the moment the negotiation took place in the airy room, the atmosphere in the dungeon was much more subdued. Hugging her knees tightly, Eri couldn't help but feel anxious as she quietly questioned the boy next to her. Dane, what do you think happened to Luke? Will we survive to get out of here? Responding to her was Dane's reassuring voice. Don't give up hope just yet, Eri. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred at this exact moment as the cell door swung open just like that. A demon soldier walked straight in and grabbed the brown-haired boy. Clearly, he didn't just quietly let himself be led away, struggling constantly. Let go, I said let me go. Even Dane was being dragged along, but he appeared much calmer, saying, loosen your grip a bit. Meanwhile, Eri showed her resilience as she demanded answers. Where are you taking us? However, during this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Wait, stop right there. It turned out to be none other than Nahin himself coming here to check. What are those two named? The girl stammered, Eri, while the boy next to her paused for a moment before replying, it's Dane. In the next second, those golden pupils narrowed with every word that Nahin poured out. Coincidentally, do you two happen to know anyone named Luke? For a split second, both Dane and Ree instantly forgot their restraint as they raised their voices to snap back at him. Are you kidding me? What kind of sick joke is this? You guys are the ones who took him away. Answering them was the calm voice from Nahin. So he was captured along with the two of you, letting out a hearty laugh. He combined the pieces of information gathered and finally understood the whole situation clearly. Right, so that's what happened. He operates in Soder City, doesn't he? Without letting a single second go to waste, Nahin went straight to the next matter. Cane, paper, and a pen. After finishing the drawing, he showed the person on the paper clearly to Eri and Dane. Do you two recognize this person? Thanks to his excellent drawing skills, the portrait straight from Nahin's hand was enough for them to recognize him. Luke, he, on the other hand, didn't care about the two kids' confusion. His eyebrows knitted slightly as he posed a question to the butler beside him. Kane, in the adjustment campaign that Captain Lin L. carried out previously, was this man there? Hesitating slightly out of surprise, the old man still strictly responded. Yes, we sent him to Soder City. While everyone was still bewildered, Nahin was secretly rejoicing to the point where the corner of his mouth curled up into a 45-degree angle. An unbelievable stroke of luck just landed right in my lap. Next, he decisively instructed, after wrapping things up here, bring these two to my office. And then, without any hesitation, those long legs once again paced up the many-stepped stairs. During the slightly long journey, Nahin entered an analytical mindset. We must be just as wary of the forces in the human realm as we are of the demon kings from the other floors. Because in the game, if human hostility reaches a certain threshold, the three heroes will appear, and one of them is exactly the person I'm thinking of. Clearly, it's no stranger, since the opponent is the sword hero. Luke was someone who personally experienced the game Evil Queen Maker, but clearly the character's reactions. If it were Adelberg, there was no way he would just leave a mind-controlled human alone. By the time he sat down in his dedicated seat, his mind couldn't help but marvel. To think I could eliminate one of the heroes without even having to lift a finger. By the time he sat down in his dedicated seat, his mind couldn't help but marvel. To think I could eliminate one of the heroes without even having to lift a finger. He continued to ponder as his gaze drifted toward the two youngsters behind the old man. And then there were the supporting characters for Luke, Dane, and Ree. The potential they showed in the game was actually excellent. It would be a total waste to just sell them off as ordinary slaves. So, even though they were on the opposing side, he still decided to make an offer. You two, come work under me. This successfully caused quite a bit of confusion for Kane. Lord Nahin, What are you saying? Responding to the old man was his calm tone. I can't hand them over to Seer. If she keeps humans by her side, it will only cause a massive backlash. Kane stammered, acknowledging what Nahin pointed out. That is indeed true. But why would the royal tutor take in lowly humans? Replying to him was his calm tone. I know what I'm doing, so you don't need to concern yourself. Not stopping there, Nahin decisively flared up an intimidating aura the moment he dropped an offer that was no different from a demand to Dane and Aerie. How about it? Not only will I spare your lives, but I'll also pay you handsomely for your abilities. Next, he shrugged while not forgetting to make the flip side clear to them. Of course, feel free to refuse. You'll just be thrown back into the dungeon, and nothing will change. Dane frowned deeply as he asked a reasonable question. And what will happen to us if we get locked back in the dungeon? Regarding this matter, Nahin didn't mind using Luke to tell them honestly. You will be sold into slavery and spend the rest of your lives surviving in misery, or you'll face the same end as your friend. Because he's already dead. The pupils of both Dane and Ree contracted and dilated intensely, completely unable to maintain their composure. At that moment, he looked furious, as if he just wanted to lunge forward and bite Nahin. How can you say that with a straight face? You guys are the ones who dragged Luke. Nahin didn't even bother showing any annoyance at his behavior. Yes, but we weren't the ones who finished him off. Next, an evil smile appeared clearly on his sharp-featured face. The guild master of Soder City. I only sent Luke to do a chore, and it seems the human ended him. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to the two of you. Their bodies involuntarily shook violently, still unable to believe that things had turned out this way. Was Luke really finished off by Lord Adelbert? Nahin just calmly continued. Make your choice. You will work under me. However, business is business. Dane decisively made his thoughts clear in the next sentence. But working under a demon. To his surprise, he was cut off by Ree. You'll really let us live, right? It was unclear what was turning over in the little girl's mind, but on the outside, Aerie made her choice. I'll do it. This successfully drew a shocked shout from Dane. Aerie, are you crazy? Now the girl just calmly fired back. What? He said he'd let us live, and he even promised to pay us. He was stunned. You actually trust the word of a demon? He responded coldly. Anyway, what's the difference between a demon and a human? Her hands clenched so tightly they trembled. She directly expressed the hardship wrapping around her. If you're poor, they ignore you. If you're weak, they despise you. You know full well how they treated us. Finally, unable to hold it back, a tear filled with emotion spilled from the corner of Aerie's eye. I don't want to die, and there's no way in hell I'm becoming a slave. I'll seize any chance I get. A brief silence passed, followed by the girl's firm tone. Even if it means making a deal with a demon. A brief silence passed, followed by the girl's firm tone. Even if it means making a deal with a demon. Because he was influenced by both Luke's situation and Aerie's decision, he quickly made up his mind. I'm in too. As long as you keep your promise, what do we have to do? It wasn't any backbreaking labor, but he told them bluntly and didn't forget to emphasize training. Because right now, you two are completely useless to me. He raised his hand with a smile full of calculation. He didn't forget to drop a deadline. You have 3 years. Prove your worth. If you can't, you'd better understand that you won't have a future. Having finished settling the matter of recruiting Dane and Ree, Nahin switched over to the program of teaching the Little Demon King. Today is swordsmanship class. Seer cheered excitedly. I love swordsmanship. Inside his mind, a thought spun through his brain as he looked into the memories of the body he was currently occupying. This guy was actually quite good at this. At least I can teach her the basics. And then Nahin spoke up. Seer, before we begin the lesson. An obvious truth was forced out of his vocal cords. You must hold the sword with both hands. Seer, who is heavily dependent on her teddy bear, looked bewildered. But then what about Whitey? Nahin stated firmly. That's right. If you want to join the class, you'll have to part with it temporarily. He himself clearly knew the level of importance Whitey held, so he couldn't help but ponder. After all, it was a memento from her father. It wouldn't be easy for her. Perhaps today's lesson would be too difficult, but to his surprise, Seer posed a question. Just for a little bit is fine, right? A brief silence drifted past. Though slightly surprised, Nahin still acknowledged it. Yes, you just need to set it aside while we practice. Nahin silently thought. She must really trust me to be willing to put Whitey down like that. Showing her determination regarding the training, Seer von Devada sincerely announced to her familiar white bear, "Big sis will be right back, so please wait a little bit." And then the swordsmanship lesson began as Nahin adjusted the way she held the weapon. Master will start by showing you the basic stance, Seer. Now, hold the sword like this. Watching the way he demonstrated, the little girl asked a reasonable question. Like this, Master. Drawing from the memories in his brain, he could discern a bit about Seer's capability. By any chance, have you ever studied swordsmanship before? The little girl honestly replied with an excited smile on her face. No, I haven't. This is my very first time. You are my very first master. He silently evaluated. She's holding the Blood Tears sword effortlessly, and her stance is already perfect. Truly worthy of being a demon king. Not dwelling too much on his thoughts, he quickly got straight to the main point. Today we will focus entirely on the sword-swinging technique. It's the foundation of all styles of swordsmanship. Watch closely. Thanks to the muscle memory of the body he possessed, the weapon in Nahin's hand was whipped down effortlessly yet powerfully, successfully capturing an admiring gaze like starlight from Seer. Letting out a gentle smile, he spoke softly to her. "Did you catch that? Now it's your turn. Master will be right here watching." Seer didn't show the slightest hesitation, responding excitedly, "Yes, Master." Next, her foot enclosed in a boot stepped straight down onto the stone floor, and her arm followed, raising the hilt of the sword, just like the stance Nahin had demonstrated. At the moment the little girl focused completely, a terrifying surge of magic suddenly radiated from her body, without a single shred of hesitation, and she decisively brought down a shocking strike, successfully causing quite a surprise for Nahin. Even though he had experienced many major and minor events, his jaw still dropped. The Blood Tears sword. I didn't expect it to appear like this. It's nothing like in the game. As if she didn't know how much she had just shocked him, Seer obediently asked a question. "Master, like this? Is this how I'm supposed to do it?" Replying to the little girl was Nahin's stammering tone. "You did amazing." Looking at the deep gash Seer had created right before his eyes, he hesitantly let out each word. "Anyway, I think we should wrap up today's lesson here." He silently decided in his heart. From now on, we are definitely using wooden swords for practice. At this moment, the little girl seemed to remember something and spoke up. "All right, by the way." Radiating a terrifying aura, Seer posed a question that sounded like a demand. "It seems like humans have entered the castle. I even saw a woman among them. Care to explain what's going on, Master?" Nahin startled inside, his brain starting to run at full capacity to pump out a pretty convincing explanation. "Those kids are just being raised to be my hands and feet." This reason caused Seer to freeze slightly from the surprise. "Huh? What?" Seeing that the little girl was starting to believe him, he took the opportunity to seal the deal. "They are my disciples. They're just self-taught. I only teach you." To his surprise, Seer immediately pouted, remembering something and sadly hitting back. "You're lying, Master. You teach Citri too." Nahin broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly reassuring the tiny student in front of him. "That's just a business transaction. Keeping a good relationship with her will help you out a lot in the future." Even though she understood, Seer still gloomily confirmed one more crucial matter in her heart. "Then, Master, you will always be my master alone, right?" Nahin didn't expect the little girl to be so fixated on this. After a few seconds of silence, he replied gently, "Of course. You're my only disciple." That simple confirmation successfully soothed Seer. She burst into a happy laughter, looking just like a kitten getting its belly rubbed. Really, Kane, standing nearby, also found it difficult to interrupt that enthusiastic atmosphere. "Lord Nahin, regardless, we still have a mission at hand." He stepped closer and whispered a few things. After hearing it, Nahin thought to himself in surprise, "Wait, is Seer's birthday coming up already?" The more he thought about it, the more distressing it felt, and in the end, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "I have something on my mind." Citri, who was being pinned down to the floor by his power, was so completely silenced that she didn't know what to do. only able to look up helplessly. Do you absolutely have to talk about that right now? Nahin snapped his fingers lightly and retorted nonchalantly. Is there really a right time to talk about these things? Finally, Citri was released. She stood up, dusted off her clothes, and checked in on him. Fine, all right. What is it? Tell this big sis all about it. Nahin gave a displeased, mocking retort. What kind of freaking big sis? His swearing made her freeze for a few seconds, after which she started acting proud. If you're going to nitpick every little thing, I'm not listening anymore. Hearing that the only person he could confide in was about to leave, Nahin quickly brought up Seer's matter. Hearing the familiar name, Citri rapidly regained her focus, her mind sharply analyzing the situation. Did something happen between the two of them? Or did they have a fight? And what if he says he has to quit because of that? A not-so-honorable plan to steal him away instantly popped into her head. This could be an opportunity for me to hire Nahin. Before she could even finish her thought, Nahin spoke up, cutting off her chain of logic. Ah, his birthday is coming up. Citri let out a loud, disbelieving gasp. A birthday? Don't tell me you're stressing over a birthday gift for that girl. This over-the-top reaction left him a bit baffled. What's with that disappointed look on your face? Citri also realized she had lost her composure a bit, quickly forcing a laugh to cover it up. What's wrong with my face? Nahin saw right through her original intention, so he crossed his arms in warning. Don't get any wild ideas. I'm not leaving the 72nd floor. Citri also knew she couldn't rush things, so she returned to the main topic. All right, more importantly, Lord Seer likes a lot of things, right? Dolls, pudding, and cake too. Hearing those options, Nahin wasn't pleased with any of them. Isn't that way too basic? She instantly understood everything, nudging his arm with a sly smile. Ah, so you want to give her a special gift? Nahin was annoyed, but couldn't vent it, so he patiently explained. Well, I am Seer's very first master, after all. He simply added another thought in his mind. To reach the conclusion, affection level is just as important as Seer's growth. Citri dropped her playful attitude and seriously suggested another gift. For girls, pretty and sparkly things are the absolute best. Just look at the way Lord Seer took that crown from his storage room. Nahin remembered it too, rubbing his chin as he analyzed it more carefully. True, even though it's too big for her to wear. Seeing that he seemed pleased with the idea, Citri smiled and pushed the pitch further. Then just alter it so she can fit into that crown. He grunted in agreement and gave her a cold compliment. I can leave that to the craftsman. It's rare for Lord Citri to actually come up with a good suggestion. However, this kind of compliment didn't make her happy at all. Instead, it made her even angrier. What? Rare? What is that supposed to mean? But Nahin didn't care, only focusing on the thoughts in his head. It seems the crown is in Seer's room, so if I want to make it a surprise... Citri, seeing herself being ignored, raised her voice even louder. Hey, are you even listening to me? Too bad she couldn't interrupt his train of thought. Should I sneak it out? Being ignored multiple times in a row, she could no longer stay calm and scream. The moonlight that night illuminated the entire hallway, lighting up a pair of familiar, powerful legs. Nahin tiptoed in the lead while asking Cecily behind him, Are you sure Seer went to grab a snack? The girl giggled and confirmed, yes, she's currently eating the pudding the chef gave her in the dining room. Cecily had volunteered to join the surprise gift campaign for Seer. Before long, both of them arrived at the little girl's room. Nahin gently opened the door, making a faint clicking sound. Right at that moment, Seer ran over from a distance, calling out happily to Nahin, Master. Since he was doing something illegal, he flinched and stammered back, Seer, so you're here? What perfect timing. Seer innocently spoke her mind directly. I had a feeling you were coming to my room, Master. Nahin knitted his brows, asking back in surprise, How did you know? The little girl lunged into his warm chest while answering, Because I can feel your mana, Master. Right at this moment, Nahin also felt a piercing gaze from behind. It turned out Cecily was furiously cursing him in her mind, so that's how it is. You almost got us caught because of you. Only now did Seer remember, looking up with sparkling eyes as she asked curiously, But why did you come here, Master? Nahin hesitated for a moment, making a highly forced excuse. The weather is so nice today. Right, so I thought we could go for a walk together. With that, he turned around and led Seer in another direction. We'll go for a short walk. He also didn't forget to wink at Cecily, signaling her. I'm counting on you. The girl bowed respectfully. Yes. Nahan made a similar gesture to reassure her. Don't worry. Even though he had just made it up on the spot, fortunately, nature favored Nahan. The moment Seer stepped outside, she exclaimed in excitement, the full moon is so beautiful. He reached out to pat her head, smiling as he asked, Seer, you like sparkly things, right? The little girl swung her legs back and forth, appearing thoroughly delighted. Yes, they're so pretty. Having it confirmed by the person herself, Nahan secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Good thing I decided to alter the crown as a birthday gift for her. Suddenly, he became sentimental, looking up at the moonlight and gently reminding her, Seer, you must always take care of your health. You can't get sick like last time, so if there's anything troubling you, just tell me. You don't have to force yourself to endure it. Seer didn't seem to notice the emotion in his words, replying innocently, I like you, Master, and I also like your lessons, so nothing is hard at all. Seer didn't seem to notice the emotion in his words, replying innocently, I like you, Master, and I also like your lessons, so nothing is hard at all. Seer hugged Whitey tightly to her chest, responding loudly with absolute certainty, Yes, Master. Her smile seemed even more dazzling than the moon in the night sky. Nahan silently prayed in his heart, hoping that Seer would never lose this pure heart. Suddenly, he glanced back. Cecily poked her head out of the bedroom window, forming a circle with her arms over her head to indicate that the mission was accomplished. Receiving the signal, Nahan turned to speak. Seer, let's head back inside. Early the next morning, that familiar voice rang out on the 70th floor. Dumgrik, long time no see. Seeing the visitor, he asked back in surprise, Lord Nahan, what wind blows you here? But Nahan was too lazy to chat, going straight to the main point. I want to commission a custom craft for Lord Seer. I want to keep the design exactly the same, but shrink the size down a bit. Dumgrik clasped his hands in front of him and reported respectfully, Coincidentally, there is a blacksmith who can do this. When do you need it by? A somewhat amused smile played on Nahan's lips as he raised his index finger mysteriously. 1 week, and what I'm asking of you must be kept an absolute secret from her. Suddenly, he remembered another equally important matter. By the way, how is the research progressing? The place was piled high with exquisitely crafted weapons. Yet their maker was responding cautiously to a professional question. We have analyzed and researched night and day, and even have a prototype, but it's still at a level where I'd be embarrassed to show anyone. But Nahan was no exploitative capitalist. He smiled and patted his subordinate's shoulder. That's fine. Even if it takes time, make it properly before showing it to me. Dumgrik bowed in response. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely succeed. Before leaving, he left one last remark. I'll be looking forward to it. The sun gradually rose, shining all over the castle. Nahan walked down the hallway with cheerful steps. So the preparation for Seer's gift was done. Now there was only the preparation for the birthday party left. Suddenly, a crying sound rang out, cutting off his train of thought. He hurriedly darted his eyes toward the source of the sound. What's going on? He saw the two of them, including Cecily, frantically comforting Seer. Your Majesty, look over here. Lord Nahan only stepped out for a moment. Breaking into a cold sweat, they hurriedly tried to soothe her. Let's eat some pudding while we wait, okay? But the only response was the little girl's choked-up sobbing. No, this single word from Seer instantly left everyone present gasping in sheer terror. All three shared the exact same thought. She said no to pudding. Suddenly, the crying grew softer. Seer looked ahead while murmuring, Master. Then she suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice carrying a mix of grievance and happiness. Master. That tiny body quickly lunged forward and hugged Nahan tight. He was a bit confused, but still gently coaxed Seer. I'm right here. But what's wrong? Why are you crying? Cecily quickly ran over to clarify the situation. Your Majesty came looking for you without knowing that Lord Nahan was out, so it turned out like this. It seems she thought you had left forever. He responded with a bit of helplessness. I see. It was just that Nahin wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he smiled gently to reassure Seer. I only went out to take care of some business. I'm sorry for leaving without saying a word. Let's head inside first. A while later, he let the little girl sit on his lap, maintaining the same attitude as he asked, "Have you calmed down a bit? I didn't know you'd be this panicked. I was too careless. But what exactly were you worried about that made you cry like that?" Remembering this, Seer's dried tears threatened to spill over once more. "I was afraid that you would leave, Master." Finally, Nahin understood the girl's fragile mindset. So he patiently emphasized once more, "So that's what scared you. But you don't have to worry. I will take care of you until you grow up healthy and step into that position." To his surprise, these words had the opposite effect. Seer looked ready to cry even louder, her sobbing voice sounding pitifully heartbroken. "Then when I step into that position, will you leave, Master?" Having his secret intentions hit dead on, Nahin couldn't answer right away, able only to think to himself, "It's true that I'm trying to reach the conclusion so I can return, but I can't say that to Seer." Even though he knew he was tricking a kid, he had no choice but to say it. "Of course not. I will always stay by your side, Seer." The little girl asked again, hardly daring to believe it. "Really?" Seeing that her emotions had smoothed out, Nahin smiled and confirmed, "Of course. Now let's go eat some pudding together." Seer paused for a few seconds and then replied, "Yes, Master." At the same time, she could feel the lie in her heart. "This is the first time Master has lied to me." The little girl obediently let Nahin carry her away, but thoughts kept spinning relentlessly in her mind. Once Master achieves his goal, he will definitely leave. Seer's emotions gradually turned negative, transforming into a thorny vine that manifested its owner's selfish intent. "That can't happen. You are my master, so you must stay by my side forever if I just try harder." Where Nahin couldn't see, Seer kept smiling, but deep within her eyes, there was only a spine-chilling coldness. "You won't abandon me, right, Master? I will never let you go." A week later, on Seer's birthday, the castle's venue was filled with the respectful voices of the attendees. "Her Majesty Seer has arrived." The little girl in a cute pink evening gown, holding Whitey high with one hand and having her other hand held by Nahin, smiled radiantly as she received blessings from all around. "I sincerely wish Your Majesty a happy birthday." "Happy birthday, Your Majesty." The little girl in a cute pink evening gown, holding Whitey high with one hand and having her other hand held by Nahin, smiled radiantly as she received blessings from all around. "I sincerely wish Your Majesty a happy birthday." "Happy birthday, Your Majesty." Seer giggled and then said politely, "Thank you, everyone." That innocent appearance successfully stole Linnell's heart. "Her Majesty is just too adorable, isn't she?" Verna responded casually while rummaging through his pocket for something. "Indeed, Commander." Then he stepped forward and respectfully presented a red bow. "Your Majesty, this is the gift that the Commander and I have prepared." Seer exclaimed in surprise. "Is it a bow?" Even though it was just a small, cute accessory, it was enough to make the little girl smile brightly with joy. "It's so pretty." The subordinate also knew the value of that item, so he replied with a blush, "It's nothing big, Your Majesty." Whispers began to echo around the room. "As a gift for Lord Seer, that's a bit too modest." Those people began to turn their sights toward her. "Queen Citri, can I look forward to your gift?" She wasn't the least bit afraid, curling her lips and clapping her hands to signal. "Of course, bring it in." Immediately after, the entire banquet hall was filled with astonished gasps. "What is that? Is that Queen Seer?" Nahin covered his face with his hand as if he didn't want to see that embarrassing thing, and even Seer gasped slightly in surprise. Citri still confidently introduced her gift. It was a statue cast in gold based on Seer's likeness. "A demon king needs to know how to display their majesty, so I prepared this." "How is it?" Although it was actually quite cute, Nahin, standing nearby, nodded and spoke up. "You're not wrong. I didn't know you were capable of such admirable thoughts." His tone was dripping with sarcasm, instantly making Citri fly into a rage. "Hey, are you actually praising me?" What was even more surprising was that Seer actually liked this gift. The little girl flashed a thumbs up and said, "Thank you so much, Citri. I really like it. Ah, hearing that, she felt a bit embarrassed and blushed. If you like it, kid, then the effort I put into preparing it was worth it. Citri didn't forget to create an opportunity for Nahin to show off. Now it's time to see Master's gift. He nodded slightly and commanded, Dumgrik, bring it over. He quickly brought a wooden box over, bowing low respectfully as he presented it. Here it is, Lord Nahin. He smiled and offered his praise to the man. You've worked hard. Then he turned to speak to today's protagonist. Seer, I think you're going to like this. The little girl instantly became excited. She turned to speak to the butler Kane. Wait, hold this for me. The old man looked at the pure white bear in his hands, unable to hide his surprise. Your Majesty. The entire hall screamed in unison. Her Majesty gave Whitey to someone else. Is this for real? At this moment, Seer completely lost interest in the people around her. She only stared intently up at Nahin with sparkling, expectant eyes. Can I open it, Master? Of course he wouldn't refuse her wish, right? Go ahead and open it. The exact moment the box popped open, a glittering light from inside instantly reflected outward, making Seer's deep blue eyes shine even brighter. In the very next second, the crown adorned with red diamonds rested neatly on the little girl's platinum hair. This perfect fit caused Nahin's voice to unconsciously carry a trace of a smile. Seer, happy birthday. The little girl instantly clenched her hands in front of her chest, flashing a happy smile without trying to hide it. Thank you, Master. Nahin held her in his arms and checked in. Are you that happy? Seer giggled and replied, Yes, Master. He patted her head while quietly observing. The more she practiced, the more her hair turned red. That meant she was gradually getting used to storing magic from the outside. Suddenly, Nahin noticed something. Seer, wait. Seer asked back, confused. Master, what's wrong? He looked in disbelief at the tiny thing sprouting from the top of Seer's head. This is a horn. Nahin frantically questioned in a hurry. Kane, Seer is growing a horn. Is she going to be okay? Kane replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? It's perfectly normal for a demon king to have horns. Lord Nahin, Queen Citri has horns too. The old man couldn't help but feel curious. Sometimes I really wonder what you used to do before, Lord Nahin. You still look completely bewildered. Is this another hidden plot line? He let out a soft sigh of relief. I just thought Seer was sick or something. Seer happily cheered right away. I'm not sick. Nahin patted her head in relief. Well, that's a relief then. Kane suddenly frowned and reminded him. Lord Nahin, horns are very sensitive, so you must be extra careful. Nahin replied awkwardly. All right, I understand. Since Kane emphasized it like that, I really should be careful. Outside at this time, Dumgrik reported, Lord Nahin, I prepared everything as you requested. Nahin looked at the sword with satisfaction. Excellent. Where's the prototype? Dumgrik hesitated for a moment. I have it ready. Outside at this time, Dumgrik reported, Lord Nahin, I prepared everything as you requested. Nahin looked at the sword with satisfaction. Excellent. Where's the prototype? Dumgrik hesitated for a moment. I have it ready. Outside at this time, Dumgrik reported, Lord Nahin, I have prepared everything as you requested. Nahin looked at the sword with satisfaction. Excellent. Where's the prototype? Dumgrik hesitated for a moment. I have it ready. Nahin smiled as he accepted the sword. So don't be too nervous. Dumgrik gradually relaxed. Yes, my lord. Nahin observed and evaluated it. The appearance looks good. He carefully cautioned her. Seer, it's going to be dangerous from here on out, so step back a bit. All three of them quickly moved away to watch. Nahin calmly raised the sword, the blade flashing with light. He swung straight down with a powerful strike. Dumgrik was so tense he broke into a cold sweat, not daring to take his eyes off the sword. Nahin gripped the sword tightly in his hand and praised him. Dumgrik, you did a great job. Both of them instantly became excited. You did it. Dumgrik looked on and happily remarked, just a little more adjustment to the sharpness and it'll be ready for sale. He enthusiastically gave instructions. I need you to process the other weapons just like this one. I have high expectations for you. Dumgrik bowed his head and replied, Yes, I will definitely do my best. Seer eagerly ran over to ask, Master, so are you going to do that thing now? Nahin replied, Yeah, We can finally get started. The sound of lively chatter rang out. Hey, Lord Bennett, have you heard the news? On the generous 69th floor, Wayne recounted curiously, I heard they are selling extremely rare weapons on the 70th floor. Bennett flatly dismissed it right away. Lord Wayne, news without reliability isn't news. That's just a rumor. Wayne still appeared just as expectant. It's not just a rumor. They say those are human weapons. Bennett, however, wasn't very interested. Even so, they're probably just spoils of war. The supply won't be much. Wayne continued to share more. I heard they also have items they crafted themselves. Bennett maintained his contempt. Anything crafted in the demon realm will just be a pile of old garbage. Wayne, on the contrary, still insisted. So what if they rival human weapons? Bennett dismissed it, thoroughly fed up. Come on, no way. Wayne then decided, it might be a rumor like you said, but I'm going to go check it out. Bennett also started to reconsider. Rivaling human weapons? If it's true, it might be worth investing in. He thought for a moment and agreed. All right, I'll take a walk with you. But do you even know where to go? Not long after that, Bennett's astonished voice echoed throughout the corridor. Lord Wayne. Bennett looked around in a panic. Isn't this the Demon King's castle? Wayne calmly confirmed, exactly. This is a business run by the Demon King herself. The door slid open slightly, and the three people inside had long been waiting. Citri spoke up to open the conversation. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for making the long journey all the way out here. Just because of those rumors. Wayne couldn't help but feel flustered. Queen Seer is here too. I had no idea about this. Bennett reminded him in a low voice. Isn't the alliance between the two Demon Kings very famous? This isn't a business run by Queen Citri alone. Both of them observed carefully. However, the situation might get a little tense. Citri gave a firm assurance. What I brought to you are weapons crafted by our own hands. I guarantee that their quality completely rivals that of human weapons. In the name of the Demon King, Citri gave a firm assurance. What I have brought to you are weapons crafted by our own hands. I guarantee that their quality completely rivals that of human weapons. In the name of the Demon King, Citri continued to lay down the conditions. However, I only plan to share information with those who will definitely close the deal. If you're not interested, you can leave through that door right now. But if you stay, you are absolutely required to agree to the transaction. Her words carried a kind of invisible pressure. If anyone listened to the details and then spouted nonsense about not doing business, they could forget about leaving this place alive. Wayne asked awkwardly, Are you threatening us, Your Majesty? Citri replied calmly, I'm simply giving you a forewarning. Wayne hesitated intensely. Lord Bennett, what are you going to do? This requirement seems a bit too much. But Bennett didn't hesitate for a second. I am staying. In the end, Wayne still decided to play it safe and turn back. Good luck, Lord Bennett. Bennett silently reassured himself. I should consider this an opportunity to build a relationship with the two Demon Kings. A moment later, Nahin monitored the situation. In the end, only 20 people remained. Citri immediately started bragging. 20 people? Why does everything always go exactly according to plan? Nahin let out a displeased sigh. Don't get ahead of yourself. We've only just begun. He quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Nahin, master of Seer Devata and the person behind this business operation. Bennett was instantly startled. Isn't this Queen Citri's operation? Nahin only now bluntly confirmed. It's true that Queen Citri is involved in this. However, I'm the one who planned and executed everything. Bennett immediately opened his mouth in disbelief. Wait, so that means he's using a Demon King as a puppet. Nahin went straight to the point. I have two proposals for you. First, regarding weapon transactions for the next 3 years across the entire demon realm, I will grant you the rights and the exclusive distribution of our equipment. He didn't forget to add, however, the profit-sharing ratio is 60-40, and we take 60. Bennett appeared confused. 3 years is a reasonable time frame, but why did you decide on that kind of profit-sharing ratio? Nahin happily explained. This is a joint venture, so both sides must share the profits. In reality, with a 60-40 split, you are the ones receiving the largest share. Hearing this, Citri secretly flew into a rage. Look at that shameless Nahin. I only get a measly 5%. Bennett replied softly, I see. He carefully thought it over. Raw material costs and labor must make for a complex arrangement. Even so, if it's human-grade weapons, 40% is a massive amount of profit. To add more credibility, Nahin directly took out the goods for a test. But that's only when quality is guaranteed. The one on the left is a human sword. The one on the right is ours. Feel free to compare them. The crowd below instantly crowded forward. This crafting technique is truly amazing. Bennett smiled with deep satisfaction at having exclusive rights to goods of this quality for 3 years. Wayne, you were wrong this time. He quickly calculated the quantities. How much do you plan to supply us? Nahin then answered, 400 swords per month, which means 20 swords for each person. Bennett was slightly flustered. That quantity seems a bit small to build a business around. Nahin pleasantly revealed, you're quick at math. But what we've prepared isn't just limited to swords. Bennett asked back in disbelief, you mean armor and even helmets too? Then the items you will be supplying us are. Nahin snapped his fingers, and a list instantly appeared right in front of them. Exactly. We will be trading almost all types of military gear with you. Nahin introduced the details thoroughly. Currently, we have swords, spears, axes, protective gear, helmets, and even complete sets of heavy and light armor. Bennett was already incredibly excited. This is more than enough to start a massive business venture. Nahin then committed, good. I will supply the rest once they finish development. Citri, monitoring the situation playing out like this, immediately felt regret. Should I have demanded a better split? If I had pushed any harder, he probably would have frozen me out completely. Bennett at this point suddenly remembered. By the way, Lord Nahin, what is your second proposal? Nahin silently evaluated him as he looked him over. Outstanding right from the start. He spoke up to ask, what is your name? Bennett introduced himself right away. I am Bennett. But very quickly, he realized it was indeed that Bennett. In the game, he was always the head of a massive merchant guild. His skills and status were already proven. Pulling him to my side would be a wise move. Nahin continued to clarify his stance. Not everyone needs to agree to this proposal. After all, the supply is limited. Bennett also picked up on the meaning behind those words. That means its transaction value is extremely high. Nahin happily expressed. Some people will hesitate while others will do whatever it takes to get their hands on it. He muttered to himself, showing you firsthand will be better than explaining. Having thought that, Nahin looked up to give notice. I'll be right back. Seer replied awkwardly, travel safely. Citri nodded slightly. Just go. The entire group made their way down the stairs. They couldn't help but feel curious. Why are we heading down to the dungeon? I wonder what kind of merchandise it is. The entire group made their way down the stairs. They couldn't help but feel curious. Why are we heading down to the dungeon? I wonder what kind of merchandise it is. The whole crowd was instantly astonished when they saw that behind those iron bars were humans being locked up. Pleading voices rang out incessantly. Please let me out. This isn't right. Bennett was completely bewildered and repeatedly questioned. Humans? They're here? Are you proposing a slave trade? Nahin calmly confirmed, always sharp. I've already picked out the useful ones. However, the supply will be unstable in the future. But he continued to give them the choice. This carries risk, so I won't force you. Only those who want to trade should stay. The rest can leave. Bennett silently evaluated the situation. Even as slaves, humans are still very difficult to control. Furthermore, most demons look down on humans. But he let out a soft, triumphant smile. For those in high positions of power, it's a completely different story. This is definitely a gold mine. People voiced their compliance one after another. I'm in. Count me in. Me too. Very soon after, Nahin looked at the remaining head count before his eyes. So, there are only 5 of you left? A perfect number. Let's continue. He directed his gaze toward those who were huddling, meant for manual labor. They are very well suited for physical tasks. Then he looked over to another corner of the cell meant for entertainment. They look quite easy on the eyes, but he continued to suggest, and these ones are for protection. Their skills are at least on par with the regular knights above. If they're as good as knights, then they'll be useful. One guy suddenly flew into a rage, slamming hard against the bars. What? Useful? And being slaves to you scum demons? He roared with all his fury. You think I'm just going to rot away as your slave forever? You bastards, just kill me already. Bennett instantly became worried. Just as expected, they are very difficult to control. At this rate, it looks like trouble is going to arise. Nahan shook his head firmly. That won't be happening. He let out a sharp, cold breath. On the back of that guy's neck, a brand suddenly flashed into view. What? You bastards, stop it right now. He still continued to scream. You demon scum, I'll slaughter every single one of you. He still continued to scream. You demon scum, I'll slaughter every single one of you. Bennett stared blankly at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Screams immediately tore through the prison cell, prompts Nahan to explain right away. On the back of each slave's neck, I have engraved an activatable curse that can be customized by the master. If you're still worried, I will even throw in a free brainwashing. His eyes by then had been dyed a horrific shade of red as he asked, So, what is your decision? Wayne looked at the pile of goods brought over and asked in confusion, Boss Bennett, where on earth did you dig up this batch of merchandise? He casually took a sip of tea and replied, I managed to sign a supply contract with the 70th floor. At the 69th floor, inside Bennett's grocery store, Wayne closely examined the sword in his hand and gasped in admiration. I can't believe the quality is this high. Boss Bennett, could you let me have some of this? I'll pay double the original price. He replied regretfully, I'm sorry, I really want to. But I'm currently bound by an exclusive sales contract, even though it only lasts for 3 years. Boss Bennett, could you let me have some of this? I'll pay double the original price. He replied regretfully, I'm sorry, I really want to. But I'm currently bound by an exclusive sales contract, even though it only lasts for 3 years. Afterwards, he walked over to the young man and asked, Beck, is everything completely prepared on your end? He tilted his head and replied, Everything is right where it needs to be. Bennett announced with satisfaction, Very well. When we return, start spreading rumors about the auction. Spread it throughout the demon world, focusing on the high society. Beck questioned, Are you sure about this, sir? He smiled gently and replied, They might actually welcome it. Those in power always crave new toys, after all. Over on Nahan's side, Kane walked in to announce, Lord Nahan, a letter from Bennett has arrived. He took the letter and responded, A slave auction? He has some interesting ideas. He invited us to come check it out whenever we have time. Kane deduced, since the supply is unstable, this seems like a solid plan. Nahan agreed. Exactly, he knows how to use his brain, but if we just go to watch, it feels like a bit of a waste. Should we bring those two along with us? A few days later, at Bennett's grocery store on the 69th floor, Sears stepped into the shop with sparkling, excited eyes. This place is really spacious. Nahan smiled and announced, There are plenty of things to see. The little girl cheered in absolute delight. There are so many sparkly things. Nahan took the little girl's hand and replied, I am certain there are even more sparkly things inside. In another corner, Ari and Dane whispered to each other the moment they saw them. I never expected that cute child to be a demon king. It looks like they're just out shopping. Why did he bring us along anyway? Bennett, representing the store, bowed and offered a greeting. Welcome, Your Majesty, Seer. Lord Nahan, he asked, We came to see if you have any magical artifacts. He replied, Yes, we do. Please step this way. Afterwards, Bennett led the group down to a small basement floor right in the middle of the store, prompting Nahan to ask curiously, Are those two human? Nahan gently reminded him in a low voice, That is none of your business. Realizing he had overstepped, he quickly replied, I understand. Nahan was then led into a deeply mysterious room downstairs. Bennett walked ahead, leading them into the room filled to the brim with rare items. Dane, walking behind, grew flustered upon seeing the pile of items. Are all of these things magical artifacts? Ari also deduced blankly, high-end goods, they might even be top-grade items. Nahan, standing nearby, stepped forward and offered, If it helps with your studies, each of you may choose one item. The two of them startled in disbelief upon hearing this. Wait, really? If so, Ari did not hesitate to ask, Can I take this one? Nahan looked at the glowing ring in her hand and deduced, an artifact that can store mana. Since humans cannot generate mana on their own, that is a good choice. Hearing this, Eri wondered, how can he do that? Nahan suddenly turned his attention to Seer, silently wondering to himself, what's this? Did I do something wrong? The little girl looked as though she was throwing a jealous fit. Thinking so, Nahan immediately bent down to coax her. Seer, do you want to choose an item too? Having caught his attention, the little girl smiled happily and replied, yes. Seer ran over to pick up a necklace, her eyes sparkling as she said to Nahan, teacher, I'll take this one. I like it because it's the sparkliest thing here. He examined the pendant and smiled in agreement. It has protective magic on it, very nice. Afterwards, he pointed at Dane and said to Bennett, I will settle the payment on the 72nd floor. Please recommend a suitable magical artifact for him as well. He replied, I understand. Bennett calculated the time. Anyway, how much time do we have left? If we head out right now, we will arrive just in time. Nahan announced. Then let's go immediately. Come along, Seer. He also said to Eri and Dane, you two, follow me. The two of them only then whispered to each other. It seems like he really is taking responsibility for us. Yeah. Arriving at an auction, the MC on the stage announced, now, the next item brought up for auction is absolutely perfect for your entertainment. Thanks to the brand, they will never dare to defy their masters. Human slaves. We will start the bidding at 5 gold coins. Dane and Eri were utterly shocked to see this, thinking to themselves, this is clearly a warning meant for us. Nahan, standing in the back, praised the shop owner, solving the supply issue and increasing profits through an auction. That's a smart move. Seer, standing beside him, spoke up to ask, but teacher, why don't you sell those humans? They seem to be quite valuable. Nahan explained, I need my own subordinates too, just like you have Eri and Cecily. The little girl was curious. Does it absolutely have to be humans? He answered, they have value precisely because they are humans. Can you trust me on this? Hearing that, Seer smiled happily and replied, yes, I understand now. Nahan then turned to ask his other 2 students, come on, do you two regret taking my hand? The 2 of them were currently lost in deep thought, both bowing their heads without a word. On the stage, the MC called out loudly, any other bids? Then sold. Meanwhile, Eri and Dane could only focus on the image of the person locked inside the iron cage, thinking to themselves, that could have been us. Afterwards, both of them spoke up at the same time to answer Nahan. That was the best decision of my life. Me too. Hearing this answer, he was extremely satisfied. I am very pleased. I will be counting on both of you. Time flew by, and Seer had now grown significantly. The little girl had long, silky white hair that was incredibly alluring. Nahan looked at her appearance and offered his praise. You've gotten much better at storing mana, Seer. The older Seer turned around happily and replied, you're here, teacher, Nahan proposed. You are working very hard on your mana training. Let's change our study location this time. Hearing this, the little girl wondered, are we going somewhere interesting? He simply smiled and replied, I'm not sure if it will be interesting, but it is definitely a lesson you need to learn. Hearing this, Seer hesitated. If it's about official business, teacher, you could just... Nahan then turned serious and reminded her, don't be lazy, Seer. Knowing better, the little girl responded, yes, sir. Afterwards, the 2 of them strolled through the palace grounds under the sunset. Prompts Nahan to ask, Seer, do you know what day it is today? Seer replied, I'm not quite sure. What day is it today? He explained, today is the day our 2-year exclusive equipment trading contract comes to an end. Hearing this, Seer suddenly remembered. So they contacted us to renegotiate the contract? But I don't think we actually need to accept the negotiation. Nahan wondered, why is that? The little girl replied, our equipment has become famous throughout the demon world. We don't need to rely on them anymore. We can secure our own distribution network. Furthermore, more and more merchants are feeling dissatisfied with a single trading guild holding a monopoly. If we give them hope for a deal, they will offer us better conditions. Nahan was extremely pleased to hear such logical and accurate analysis, holding back no praise. Excellent judgment. You're right. It's best to end the monopoly right now. Of course, we should offer tiered benefits to maintain existing relationships. This is also the perfect time to expand the human slave trade. Seer wondered, I did hear about that. Things in the human world are very chaotic right now, aren't they? Nahan recounted the Northern War between the Northern Alliance and the Empire from a game, an event where one could bypass relationships, which was called an opportunity to expand power. But there was a bigger reason for this. Do you remember what I said when I first planned this business? Seer recalled, you said you would destroy Dantalion's credibility. Nahan did not deny it. That's right. The foundation to conquer the 69th floor has been established. It's time for us to make our move. Shifting indoors, Nahan sat before the palace stewards and announced, I'll keep this brief. I will not renew the exclusive contract. 5 years is more than enough time to reap a profit. They replied, we understand, sir. But then he continued, instead, I have a new proposal for you all. He pointed at the paper and proposed, take a look at this first. All you have to do is spread a rumor. In return, I will provide you with even more equipment and slaves. After reading the contents, Bennett asked hesitantly, Lord Nahan, is this information accurate? Nahan asked back in a cold tone, are you doubting the information I gave you? I thought we had built enough trust by now. Looking at that face and hearing that low voice, Bennett went cold and stammered in reply. No, of course that's not it. He thought to himself, spreading this will make Dantalion turn his back on us, but we can't cut ties with Lord Nahan either. Seer, sitting beside him, posed a question. Teacher, you have so many other buyers. Why are you doing this? Nahan replied, we have a history of doing business together, so I should give them the first opportunity. These words were also meant for Bennett to hear, leading him to deduce. He is saying that if we refuse, he will simply find new pawns. I cannot refuse. Dealing with him has become our greatest asset. No, perhaps he planned for everything to turn out this way from the very beginning. Thinking so, Bennett spoke up, I'll do it. We will do it too. Nahan said with satisfaction, I appreciate it. I look forward to our continued cooperation. Citri, sitting nearby with her legs crossed, asked, but is that information really true? No matter what kind of guy Dantalion might be, he isn't the type to be careless with his business. If you had a bomb like this, you should have told me sooner, shouldn't you? Nahan crossed his arms and fired back. Then you should visit more often. Your training progress has been stalling lately. Hearing this, Citri snapped angrily. Shut up. I can finally stand on my own 2 feet now, okay? And besides, do you even know why I can't visit the 72nd floor? Hearing this, Citri snapped angrily. Shut up. I can finally stand on my own 2 feet now, okay? And besides, do you even know why I can't visit the 72nd floor? Nahan looked at her innocent face, and Citri could only helplessly comply. Fine, I'll visit more often. What I need to do now, Nahan replied vaguely. Just act as usual. The cracks will form on their own. At the 69th floor, inside the Demon King's castle, Dantalion read the newspaper headline stating, Dantalion, Demon King of the 69th floor, exposed for manipulating fake revenue, and screamed in absolute fury. What is the meaning of this? Who the hell found out about this? Wholesale weapon trading and supplying goods from forges to trading guilds is one of Dantalion's core businesses. But in recent years, due to the high-quality equipment circulating from the 70th floor, that business sector has taken a direct hit. I can't believe they forged weapons like this in the demon world. Unsold inventory is piling up in the warehouses. But instead of reducing orders, Dantalion faked the books to make it look as though everything was sold out. He believed that maintaining relationships with customers, even at a financial loss, would be more valuable for the future. But Dantalion went mad, howling loudly. This makes it look like I am trying to embezzle the payments. The 2 guards standing below still tried to reassure him. There are no signs of an internal leak, so we will find out the truth soon. However, Your Majesty, there's a more pressing issue. Dantalion, shaking with rage, fired back. A pressing issue? Ambas reported. The merchants we deal with are demanding contract terminations, and the forges are hunting us down for payments. Hearing this, Dantalion clutched his head and pulled his hair. They're doing what? Damn it. Where am I supposed to dig up that much money right now? The people standing below continuously offered all kinds of strategies. For now, appease the merchants and perhaps we should liquidate the inventory to secure capital. The loss we will take from that is too immense, but we have no other choice. Leonard, who had been silent until now, also spoke up to report, Your Majesty, that is better than completely losing our trade routes. If we cannot maintain the army due to a lack of funds, Citri will bare her fangs at us at any moment. Dantalion then gritted his teeth and spoke up, Contact Decarabia. I will borrow some capital. It is better to swallow a bitter pill and rely on those higher up than to be swallowed whole by that which crawling up from below. But after reading the contents on the paper, Nahin put it down with satisfaction, murmuring as if he had foreseen this outcome. You are struggling exactly as I expected. What a beautiful sight. Inside Nahin's new office, he handed a document over to Seer while explaining. Considering Decarabia's nature, no matter how tight their network is, they will squeeze him dry to his very last penny. The sharp little girl added, As for Dantalion, he will do anything just to stay alive. He won't let go of his only support. Even though she understood, Seer still had a bit of doubt. But teacher, how did you know Dantalion was hoarding goods in his warehouse? Nahin praised bluntly, It's all thanks to Dane. But the real answer was known to him alone. After all, I already knew this from the game beforehand. The little girl didn't mind too much and directly shifted to another matter. Those humans are more useful than I thought. Nahin immediately put on a hurt expression. Seer, do you not trust your teacher's eye for people? Startled, the little girl repeatedly waved her hands in denial. I don't trust you? That's not what I meant. Saying this, Seer instinctively fell silent. In truth, there was much more she wanted to say, but she had to force herself to hold it back. It was just that her teacher kept giving way too much attention to them. Nahin, being dense by nature, rubbed her head teasingly. Even though you've grown up like this, you still have some really childish sides to you. Seer, no matter what anyone says, I am still your teacher. The little girl blushed and asked back, Really? He used a firm tone to emphasize once more, Of course. The little girl chimed in without the slightest hesitation. I think this is the perfect type of intelligence to spark chaos. Nahin was just waiting for that to start executing the plan. Exactly. So I want Commander Lin-El to handle a task for me. Can you call her in here for me, Seer? A moment later, Lin-El was present at the 72nd floor Grand Hall of the Demon King and spoke up to report her presence. I greet your majesty. You have summoned me, sir. Seer, sitting on the throne, politely signaled her to stand up. Commander Airy, the little girl didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Dantalion is called out to Decarabia for help. The 68th floor will send a delegation to the 69th floor. Lin-El caught on, finishing the rest. If they meet up, it won't be beneficial for us at all. While Nahin brought a sword before her, Seer's voice still echoed at a steady pace. That's right. That is why I want you to eliminate them, Commander Lin-El. The little girl emphasized her expectations of Lin-El with that sword. She stared at the sword in her hand and spoke in a doubtful tone. This blade was not crafted by our side. Judging by the quality and the engraved patterns, this is a sword forged on the 69th floor. Lin-El did not continue speaking, but in her heart, she had faintly arrived at an answer that sent a chill down her spine. So this plan must definitely be another one of Lord Nahin's schemes. Lin-El immediately stood up straight and committed. I will definitely fulfill the mission. Her outward words were brief, but her inner mind silently added, For Her Majesty, who now stands firm as a true sovereign. Having handed over the mission, Seer immediately chirped for a reward. Teacher, I did well, right? Of course. Nahin was never stingy with praise for his favorite student. Well done. Now you finally look the part of a demon king. Taking the opportunity, the little girl bluntly stated her request, Then reward me. Nahin stroked his chin, putting on an act of deep contemplation. A reward? All right, what kind of doll do you want this time? That half-hearted attitude successfully made Seer so ticked off she wanted to grind her teeth. It's not a doll. After saying that, the little girl stormed off in a huff, leaving Nahin completely bewildered as he called after her, Seer, what's wrong? Since he didn't get a response, he immediately tried to figure out a reason himself. Is she going through a teenage rebellion phase or something? At the teleportation gate area, the connection point between the 69th and 68th floors, Lin-El was barking out orders in a loud voice. Listen up, everyone. In this mission, under no circumstances can we reveal our identities. Verena casually added an explanation, which means no using your full power on a whim. Lin-El continued to state the plan loudly. Their delegation consists of 15 members. Each of you will take care of 2. Vice Commander Verena, and I will handle the rest. Seeing his name brought up, Verena quickly voiced his concern. But what if they are protected by the Pentagon Knights? If they show up, not only will we fail to hide our identities, but we'll also— Lin-El suddenly gripped her sword hilt and said in a strained voice, "It will be a bit troublesome." But as she drew her sword from its scabbard, her attitude shifted into a sharp, cold expression. "I'll take care of them. No matter what, this matter must leave no traces connecting back to us." But as she drew her sword from its scabbard, her attitude shifted into a sharp, cold expression. "I'll take care of them. No matter what, this matter must leave no traces connecting back to us." A moment later, the teleportation gate slowly cracked open. Looking at the group of people lining up right in front of the entrance, Lin-El breathed a quiet sigh of relief internally. No Pentagon Knights. Then this will be much easier. Let's make our move. Without a single moment of hesitation, she leaped out from her hiding spot. With just one decisive swing of her sword, Lin-El sent a whole row of opponents straight to the afterlife. Furthermore, she didn't forget to shout out an announcement to her comrades. "Take them all down right now." The crowd, who had just arrived wet behind the ears only to get completely blindsided, instantly fell into utter chaos like a headless snake. An ambush? Where the hell did they come from? Of course, none of them got an answer because Lin-El had already served them all a one-way ticket to the grave. She threw the sword into the middle of the scattered corpses, coldly declaring, "That's that. Let's head back." Of course, none of them got an answer because Lin-El had already served them all a one-way ticket to the grave. She threw the sword into the middle of the scattered corpses, coldly declaring, "That's that. Let's head back." Ambas solemnly asserted along with a suggestion, "Yes, Your Majesty. It appears they were assassinated. We must notify Decorabia immediately." Dantalion instantly vetoed it with an aggressive tone. "Are you crazy? We can't report this." However, Ambas threw a bucket of cold water right on him. "The sword left at the scene happens to be one of our own products." Dantalion blurted out in a daze, "What?" Ambas patiently laid out a long explanation to talk some sense into him. "Decorabia will definitely realize someone is pulling the strings from behind, but he will use this as an excuse to put more pressure on us. Ultimately, he will turn this alliance into an exploitative relationship. Therefore, it's best we act first and offer a compensation plan." Without even listening to the end, Dantalion was so furious his voice trembled. "This is clearly Citri's handiwork. Send a letter to Decorabia and prepare to declare war. I will force that bastard to his knees." The moment he finished speaking, a blunt voice cut right in, "Your Majesty." Dantalion lost his patience and barks out furiously, "What is it now?" The subordinate dropped to his knees, cautiously reporting the situation. "Decorabia's army. They have already crossed the teleportation gate." Dantalion instantly screamed out in utter shock, "What? Does that lunatic want to turn me into his vassal?" Leonard only now voiced his perspective. "Your Majesty, the timing is too much of coincidence. It's as if they prepared everything well in advance." Even Ambas beside him noticed the abnormality. "Indeed, Your Majesty. There's even a possibility that Decorabia himself staged the massacre of the delegation." Leonard only now voiced his perspective. "Your Majesty, the timing is too much of a coincidence. It's as if they prepared everything well in advance." Even Ambas beside him noticed the abnormality. "Indeed, Your Majesty. There's even a possibility that Decorabia himself staged the massacre of the delegation." The group of subordinates below didn't object at all, shouting out in unison, "Your Majesty." Over on the 72nd floor, Seer was leisurely listening to her intelligence report. And just like that, it seemed the 68th floor had officially launched an invasion of the 69th floor. The little girl turned toward Nahan with a satisfied smile, offering praise, "Just as you predicted, teacher." He didn't accept the compliment right away, but posed a question. Seer, can you let me handle this matter personally? The little girl smiled widely and shouted, Of course you can. Nahin, waiting for just that, immediately fed her the line, Excellent. This is a golden opportunity for us to reap the spoils of their conflict. The modern terminology left Seer a bit bewildered. What does reaping the spoils of their conflict mean? He patiently enlightened his favorite student on the spot. Simply put, it means gaining massive profits without putting in much effort. Nahin turned around. Commander Epsilon, prepare the troops. When the 69th and 68th floors clash, we will dive into the fight. Standing below, he tentatively expressed his concern. We can deal with the 69th floor. But the forces of the 68th floor are beyond our control. Nahin casually analyzed further. We won't confront them head-on. We just need to harass them to draw the attention of Decarabia's army. Epsilon looked as though he had discovered a new horizon, grinning in admiration. An incredibly enticing plan. I shall obey your command. Seer radiantly waved her hand, adding a word of encouragement. I'm counting on you. Epsilon bowed his head and solemnly promised, Yes, your majesty, please leave it to me. Only then did Nahin turn to the mastermind of this plan. Furthermore, Commander Lin L, evacuate all the merchants on the 69th floor over to the 70th floor. Even though she understood the point, she still showed clear hesitation. But will those merchants actually listen to us? Nahin had no choice but to take some time to run a strategy class for the group. There's a very simple reason why merchants flocked to the 69th floor in droves. It was safe, and they were treated well. But recently, Dantalion deceived them, and now the troops of the 68th floor have flooded in. This is the perfect opportunity to shatter their trust in Dantalion, especially when we are about to launch a series of preferential policies for merchants on the 70th floor. Hearing up to this point, Seer curiously cut in, Won't we need King Citri's approval for that? Nahin replied firmly, Citri has no reason to refuse. All she has to do is sit back and watch the money pour into her pockets. The little girl felt mostly reassured and immediately ordered, I see. If everything goes smoothly, I'll leave the rest to you, teacher. Just proceed exactly as we discussed. The group below once again chimed in unison. Yes, your majesty. With those final words, everyone left the main hall one after another. Hearing a cough, Nahin turned around to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Hearing a cough, Nahin turned around to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? Hearing a cough, Nahin turned around to check on her. Seer, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand? The little girl, on the contrary, was incredibly eager as she proposed. Just let me do it. I've been studying very hard in class and putting a lot of effort into training too, especially since I've learned so many spells from you. Even if that turns me into a bad, disobedient child. Thinking so, Seer requested, Commander Lin L, let me go with you. She asked back hesitantly, Your Majesty, you want to come with us? Why? Thinking so, Seer requested, Commander Lin L, let me go with you. She asked back hesitantly, Your Majesty, you want to come with us? Why? Lin L looked at Seer's demeanor and made a few evaluations. It was true that Her Majesty's swordsmanship had improved tremendously, not to mention the ancient magic she learned from Nahin. She would definitely be a huge help in battle. However, there was certainly a reason why Nahin didn't bring Her Majesty to the battlefield. Thinking so, Lin L could only bow her head and refuse. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but we must carry out this mission on our own. Seer remained unfazed, directly pointing a finger at Lin L's face as she demanded, Commander Lin L, who is the master you serve? She replied, No matter what anyone else says, the only master I serve is Your Majesty Seer. The little girl pointed to herself and asked again, Then which one is more important, my order or teacher's order? Lin L hesitated before replying, Your Majesty's orders come before all else. Seer responded as if she had just been waiting for those exact words. Good. Then it's settled. I will be going along with the commander too. Lin L anxiously reminded her. Understood, ma'am. However, please do not step too far forward. If anything were to happen to Your Majesty. Seer responded as she walked away. I know. She eagerly reminded her again. Your Majesty, you promised. Seer also responded patiently, I told you I got it. In her heart right now, the little girl was thinking to herself, Teacher, just wait for me a little bit longer. I'll finish this up real quick so we can go on a trip together. Dantalion then stood high up on the fortress, his voice reminding his troops, hold them back at all costs. No matter what, absolutely do not let Decarabia's forces get any closer. When everyone was lined up and ready, he ordered the archer squad to fire. Decarabia's enemy troops down below received a shower of arrows, causing a massive number of them to drop dead. The artillery systems had also moved into position and were ready. Dantalion ordered, unleash it all right on their heads. With those words, rounds of artillery fired out like pouring rain, terrifying the enemy forces. The power of Dantalion's troop was enough to shatter even the most colossal boulders. This horrific sight left Decarabia's troops trembling in absolute terror. Some were even crushed by massive rocks, breaking their hearts and causing immense pain. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, they could only stand and watch. Damn it, they're firing continuously. We can't break through. Afterwards, Decarabia's troops received orders for everyone to retreat. Van Thaser stood in the middle of the bomb-blasted battlefield, slowly observed. Bombs and artillery shells continued to fire without a single pause. He cast a glance, slowly tracing their trajectory. As an artillery shell hurtled toward him, Van Thaser blocked it with his sword hand. After shattering the bombshell, he loudly reassured his troops, soldiers, do not fear. The first star of Decarabia's Pentagon. He introduced himself. Van Thaser has arrived. Over on Dantalion's side, the enemy forces were also reporting in fear. Your Majesty, there are too many of them. If the Pentagon has joined the battle, we have no chance of winning. He ordered angrily, stop whining and keep firing. He then decisively delivered a finishing blow. Useless trash. This is exactly what happens when you hire mercenaries. He then decisively delivered a finishing blow. Useless trash. This is exactly what happens when you hire mercenaries. Van Thaser quickly and sensitively noticed this transformation. He accidentally found himself caught within a massive blaze of hellfire, causing the enemy troops to call out in a panic. Lord Van Thaser. He accidentally found himself caught within a massive blaze of hellfire, causing the enemy troops to call out in a panic. Lord Van Thaser. The city gates then burst open with even more exciting developments. Dantalion's troops took advantage of Van Thaser's disappearance and charged forward. The enemy commander is dead. Our chance has come. All troops charge. Standing high above the fortress, he smiled to himself, calculating the odds. Defense always holds the advantage over siege. And now that one of the Pentagon has fallen, we can secure a victory alongside Leonard. The tide has turned in our favor. Decarabia, as long as we keep holding them off. But before that thought could linger for long, Old Man Leonard was suddenly impaled through the gut by a sword. He then tumbled straight down, ending his life in a dull, uninteresting manner, leaving his troops in complete utter bewilderment. Van Thaser then confidently stepped out from a mountain of flames and spoke up. It's a bit hot, but that's about it. He mocked. You are truly pathetic, Dantalion. To think you wanted to form an alliance with such miserable strength. Did you honestly think you could stand on equal footing with the great Lord Decarabia? Seeing Van Thaser's appearance, Dantalion yelled back in fear. You piece of crap insect. You're only alive because of that magic armor. How dare you talk back to me? He didn't hesitate to reply either. This magic armor is a gift from His Majesty. Blame your own weakness for not even being able to pierce it. It seems you're out of tricks. It's time. With those words, another calculated, super colossal boulder crashed right on a Van Thaser spot. But he sharply noticed it and dodged away smoothly. Seer stepped out from nowhere and spoke up. What a pity you managed to dodge it. Van Thaser asked blankly. Are you Seer Devata? The little girl smiled and replied. That's right, it's me. Seeing this unexpected appearance, Dantalion fell into complete confusion. Why is Seer Devata here? It looks like she came here to help me, but there is no way she would mobilize her troops without a purpose. What on earth is she planning? Down below, Seer conversed casually. You're Van Thaser the Pentagon, right? He bowed in salute. It is an honor that you remember my name. What wind brought the Demon King of the 72nd floor all the way out here? The little girl replied, I have an important schedule, and you are blocking the way, so I will take care of you myself. Knowing better, he smiled back. Perhaps because you're young, you don't know your own place. Afterwards, Banthazer decisively rushed towards Seer with his sword, calculating in his mind, this is actually perfect. If I take this opportunity to conquer all the way up to the 72nd floor in one go, my master will be very pleased. Seer, who was looking normal just a second ago, suddenly had to activate her combat energy. Her hair blew wild, radiating a magnificent aura. Seer unleashed her first opening move, a scorching blaze. With those final words, an incredibly massive humanoid head figure materialized right in front of Banthazer, bringing intense, roaring flames. Banthazer was completely bewildered, wondering to himself, she casts spells without even chanting? Damn it, my magic armor is catching fire even before the attack lands. This power is on a completely different level compared to Dantalion. But how ridiculous to think you actually thought you could bring me down with just magic strength. After that, he slashed away the oppressive heat of the great fire with one strike, muttering in mockery, this brat has a bit of talent, but stuff like this will never. Before his opponent could even finish his sentence, Seer took off his head in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the little girl mocked, what? Is that all? Dantalion, who had been watching the battle the entire time, was also left utterly dazed by Seer's terrifying speed. What just happened? I couldn't even see her move. Linnell had been desperately trying to catch up to Seer this whole time. She anxiously warned out loud, Your Majesty, you can't just charge out there all by yourself like that. The little girl raised her hand in greeting. Commander Linnell, you're here? But just as Linnell was about to step towards Seer, she startled in realization. Wait a minute, is that Banthazer? Verena groaned wearily. Your Majesty really caused a massive scene this time. Linnell also helplessly clutched her head. Shut up. Linnell then spoke up to explain. Your Majesty, war with the 68th floor is now inevitable. Seer questioned blankly, why? The little girl pointed toward the enemy forces and continued. If we just kill everyone here, nobody will know. Linnell replied, this isn't all of them. The other members of the Pentagon must have realized what's happening by now. Seer understood. Is that so? If that's the case, let's pin the blame on the 69th floor. We were just passing by, but Dantalion begged us for help. Dantalion, standing above, catching only fragments of the conversation, grew even more bewildered. What is this? What's with this sudden chill? Linnell down below was startled and reminded her, but there are too many witnesses. Seer, on the contrary, replied without fear. We'll just kill them all and force Dantalion to go along with our story. Teacher told me that if necessary, I shouldn't hesitate to kill or threaten others. So I will do exactly that. Linnell was perplexed. He taught Your Majesty really well. Seer then smiled and asked back, so, Commander, you just take care of the soldiers. Simple, right? She could only agree at this point. Yes, Your Majesty. Seer then smiled and asked back, so, Commander, you just take care of the soldiers. Simple, right? She could only agree at this point. Yes, Your Majesty. Dantalion's soldiers were currently overjoyed at the situation. It seems the 72nd floor is helping us. How should we repay them? With money, perhaps. Hearing these foolish words, Dantalion thought angrily to himself, I'll deal with these bastards as soon as the war is over. Down below, the small head of the young girl Seer moved slightly, appearing to focus her entire mind to prepare a world-shaking dark technique. Seer stood proudly between heaven and earth, her hands raised high to gather energy, condensing a black sphere of magic light that carried an eerie, thunderous power. Standing before the sturdy city gate, the girl's small figure showed absolute resolve as she aimed the dark magic energy that could cleave the seas and mountains directly at the main entrance. The moment the destructive collapse move was unleashed, a horrific explosion rang out, the bursting kinetic force completely leveling the sturdy city gate to the ground, giving Dantalion's soldiers the fright of their lives. An earthquake. Help me. Meanwhile, Dantalion, who was desperately clinging to a wall, called out sets of trembles. Seer Devata, why are you attacking us? The little girl looked up and replied, attacking? You have been conquered. If I hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't have saved this castle with my own power, so now it's mine. Is there a problem? Dantalion muttered. Damn it. So that was your plan from the beginning? Don't make me laugh. A spell like this is nothing to... Afterwards, he secretly plotted to use earth magic to regenerate and undo the damage. But Dantalion then realized in sheer panic. What? Why isn't my magic working? Don't tell me this brat has already mastered dispelling magic. Seer noticed this and spoke up to remind him. Struggling is useless. Choose. Get buried along with your castle, or take my hand. To be precise, it meant serving under her command, but in return, she would keep the 69th floor safe. Seer noticed this and spoke up to remind him. Struggling is useless. Choose. Get buried along with your castle, or take my hand. To be precise, it meant serving under her command, but in return, she would keep the 69th floor safe. And if things had gone differently, I might have ended up with the exact same fate as him. Perhaps it's better to seize this chance and ally with her. Thinking so, he quickly complied. All right, I understand. Just stop this for now. Seer interrupted. What kind of retainer talks so disrespectfully to their sovereign? Hearing this, Dantalion could only humble himself and reply, I understand. I will submit to you, your majesty. Please stay your hand. Thinking so, he quickly complied. All right, I understand. Just stop this for now. Seer interrupted. What kind of retainer talks so disrespectfully to their sovereign? Hearing this, Dantalion could only humble himself and reply, I understand. I will submit to you, your majesty. Please stay your hand. Afterwards, everyone sat down together in the meeting room of the 69th floor Demon King's castle. Seer suggested, let's review this one last time. Lin L whispered anxiously, Your Majesty, are you sure about this? This is the first time you've gone against Lord Nahan's advice. Seer, now trembling with anxiety, replied, Commander Lin L, did you forget? I am a demon king. But seeing this expression on the little girl, Lin L thought to herself in alarm, Your Majesty, where did all your confidence from earlier go? Right at that moment, Nahan rushed in from outside, throwing the door open as he called out, Seer. This sudden appearance startled everyone in the room, throwing them into a panic. Seer, on the contrary, called out in a complete flurry. Teacher, the little girl stammered, wanting to explain. You see, teacher, the reason I did this was because... But before she could say anything else, Nahan, without a word, unexpectedly rushed over and hugged the little girl tight. He let out a long sigh of relief and spoke up. You're safe. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay. He let out a long sigh of relief and spoke up. You're safe. Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay. Nahan turned coldly toward Kane. Commander Epsilon, how is the report? His voice suddenly became hesitant. Well, about that. Pausing for a moment, Kane had no choice but to honestly report back. Actually, Her Majesty Seer has already headed out to the battlefield. Hearing this, Nahan immediately whipped around in shock. What? Why did Seer? Nahan turned coldly toward Kane. Commander Epsilon, how is the report? His voice suddenly became hesitant. Well, about that. Pausing for a moment, Kane had no choice but to honestly report back. Actually, Her Majesty Seer has already headed out to the battlefield. Hearing this, Nahan immediately whipped around in shock. What? Why did Seer? Kane flusteredly tried to stop him. Lord Nahan, Her Majesty will be fine. He glared, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Did I do something wrong? I don't remember doing anything. No, that's not what's important right now. Nahan felt a burning anxiety in his gut. Surely she is fine. But what if Seer got hurt? He immediately rushed off to find the little girl. Seer. Nahan's appearance left Seer instinctively stunned. Teacher. She widened her eyes at him, her voice trembling slightly in a rush to explain. The thing is, the reason I did this was because... But Nahan didn't wait for his opponent to finish, darting forward to wrap Seer in a tight embrace. You're safe. Only then did his tightly wound nerves finally relax. Thank goodness, I'm so happy. Seer's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Afterwards, Nahan said politely, If you all don't mind, could you give us a moment of privacy? Dantalion immediately bolted up from his chair. Hey you, who do you think you are to just barge in here? He immediately lost his patience, his voice turning stern. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to get out. Dantalion was completely rendered speechless by that ominous surge of mana. What is this? What on earth is this terrifying mana, anyway? What kind of creature is he? Dantalion was completely rendered speechless by that ominous surge of mana. What is this? What on earth is this terrifying mana, anyway? What kind of creature is he? Seer spoke up in a tiny voice. I just wanted to be useful. He lowered his posture and spoke patiently. I told you that you didn't need to do that. But the little girl flatly refused to give in, getting all worked up instead. But I did really well without making any mistakes. I conquered the 69th floor and killed Banthazer of the Pentagon. I even captured Crowley alive. Seeing Seer being so persistent, Nahan narrowed his eyes and nodded. Good job. I'm not saying you didn't do well, but you know what happens to a faction when they lose their Demon King. The responsibility on your shoulders is very heavy. Be more careful from now on. The little girl replied softly, Yes, teacher, he slowly added. Furthermore, I don't want you revealing your strength just yet. The little girl only now looked up in confusion. Why not? Nahan explained with immense patience. Information is power. It's best not to let your enemies know your true capabilities. He slowly stood up straight. Well, what's done is done. Now let's figure out what the next step is. Is this a peace treaty? Hearing the question, Seer also turned to look. Yes. Do you want to look it over, teacher? He squinted with a smile and praised her cheerfully. You handled this very cleanly. Hearing this, the young girl quickly asked. Then will you grant my wish, master? Nahan slowly replied. About going out? Of course. Seer's eyes instantly flared with excitement she couldn't hide. Really? He said softly. But first, we have to deal with the 68th floor. I don't think Decorabia will just sit still. The expectant look in the young girl's eyes dimmed a bit. Right. Nahan quickly followed up. In that case, we should resume the meeting. After that, he waited for everyone to fully assemble before asking. Dantalion, do you know the total size of Decorabia's army? He slowly replied. From what I know, they have 250,000 infantry, 50,000 cavalry, and over 1,000 magic warriors. Nahan crossed his arms, troubled. That is indeed a massive number. Meanwhile, Seer kept pointing her finger, making Dantalion a bit confused. What's wrong with your majesty? Is it because I'm speaking too informally? Even so, he shrugged it off and added more. However, it's safe to say their numbers have been cut in half after today's battle. Nahan softly replied. Even so, there are still about 150,000 of them left. The young girl raised her hand again, signaling she understood. So this is the proper way to speak. I'd better be careful. Nahan slowly rubbed his chin. I'm guessing there are barely any private soldiers left on the 69th floor. Hearing this, Dantalion reluctantly confirmed. It's embarrassing to admit. But yes, that's correct. He hesitated for a moment and asked again. Is there any way to wage war while preserving our current infrastructure? Before Dantalion could answer, Seer spoke up. We still have Citri, but Nahan slowly explained. This is going to be an all-out war, so damage is inevitable. Rebuilding won't be easy either. Hearing him say that, the young girl completely slumped. It's all my fault. Nahan patiently comforted her. Don't be so discouraged. Just look at this as a lesson. That was his outer reaction, but his heart felt a bit heavy. Things only go smoothly for me because I've played this game dozens of times, not because I'm some kind of genius. To fix this mess, he said gently. I really didn't want to resort to this, but there is still one way. That was his outer reaction, but his heart felt a bit heavy. Things only go smoothly for me because I've played this game dozens of times, not because I'm some kind of genius. To fix this mess, he said gently. I really didn't want to resort to this, but there is still one way. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's castle on the 68th floor, Decorabia's enraged roars echoed. Banthazer is dead. Crowley is captured. You lost most of your soldiers and still failed to conquer the 69th floor. He bellowed furiously. And you call yourselves the Pentagram? I trusted you and handed everything over to you. And this is the result? In Rubia and Crutch bowed deeply all at once. We have no excuses. Your Majesty, please give us one more chance. and then pleaded on behalf of the group. This time, we will definitely take care of Dantalion. Decarabia gritted his teeth and growled. Fine. But this time I don't just want Dantalion. I want that brat Seer Devada's head too. If you fail, your heads will be on the chopping block. The group trembled as they accepted the order. Yes, your majesty. A moment later, and sighed textually in exhaustion. I only talk big just to stay alive. He shook his head helplessly. I've got nothing. Even Ban Phaser was taken down. Hearing this, Rubia loudly fired back. How the hell did Ban Phaser die? He was literally wearing his magic armor, and frowned and looked over. You were down there with him. You should be the one who knows best, Rubia. She angrily slammed her hand down on the table. I was busy fighting somewhere else. Plus, Linnell suddenly showed up. I barely even had time to retreat. Hearing that and agreed. Yeah, that's impressive. Critch also nodded along from his side. Retreating wasn't a bad call. Not when the opponent is Linnell. Saying that, he scowled in frustration again. Honestly, it's pretty surprising. I didn't expect that young Demon King to build up such a force. His face instantly twisted. That's why we have to nip this in the bud right now. Who knows, Seer Devada might have even been reincarnated. Saying that, he scowled in frustration again. Honestly, it's pretty surprising. I didn't expect that young Demon King to build up such a force. His face instantly twisted. That's why we have to nip this in the bud right now. Who knows, Seer Devada might have even been reincarnated. Citri might be their ally, but they wouldn't want to clash with us either. She sighed in confusion. Why make it sound so complicated? You're just saying we should strike first. He replied softly. Put simply, yes. Anyway, if you guys get it, everyone get ready. Before he could even finish his sentence, a subordinate rushed in frantically. General, urgent news. The enemy is attacking. Critch raised his voice in shock. What? Meanwhile, Nahan was standing leisurely on the cliffside. The wind felt so cool, giving him a strangely cozy feeling. Linnell, standing behind him, replied softly. Yes, thanks to our rapid march. It seems there were no ambushes. Nahan nodded in appreciation. Great job, Commander, she slowly asked next. But can we really do this without Citri's support? His expression darkened slightly. I don't know. I'm not even sure myself. Linnell was startled to hear that. What? Nahan chuckled softly. Why so surprised? Her face fell as she lowered her head. The Lord Nahan, I know, is always highly calculating. You never act without a solid plan. He couldn't help but laugh. I used to be like that. But this time things have gotten complicated. I don't mean to blame you, Commander. It's my fault for not seeing through the intentions of. Linnell looked at Nahan with a puzzled gaze. Then why are you taking such a huge risk? He answered simply, because I think this is the fastest way to minimize casualties. After saying that, Nahan slowly instructed, Commander Linnell, you stay here with the soldiers. The expression on her face instantly darkened. Are you planning to go alone? He ran a hand through his hair. No, the expression on her face instantly darkened. Are you planning to go alone? He ran a hand through his hair. No, he glanced over at Dane and Aerie. I know you don't trust them yet, Commander. That's why I'm going to test them today. Nahan softly gave the assignment. Show me how much you've grown. Prove your worth today. He and the girl replied in unison. Yes, sir. He strode forward while his mind kept spinning. Can I really do this? I'm still not sure. I only took down Andromalius easily because it was a surprise attack. Nahan channeled a bit of mana and fell silent. This body is strong, that's for sure. But I don't know exactly where its limit is. This anxiety, this uncertainty about the outcome. He smirked slightly. It was exactly this anxiety that made me keep Seer out of the fight, because I knew I wouldn't get a second chance. Dane and Aerie spoke up together. Lord Nahan, I sense the enemy right ahead. Nahan nodded. Talk about a grand, welcoming committee. He commented sarcastically. They're crawling all over the place. With that, Nahan smirked aggressively. You two just back me up when the time comes. Below the cliff and scan the distance. The scouts reported that the enemy had already reached the other side of the valley, didn't they? He continued in confusion. But why is there only one person? Am I seeing things right? And added, this is definitely a trap. He frowned and nodded. I agree. We'll wait here and send a scouting squad out to assess their movements. Rubia got excited. Maybe they already ran away, and turned to look at her. Rubia, does that even make sense to you? After making his way all the way out here, Crutch quickly voiced his guess. There's a high chance they're lying in ambush along the mountainside. Rubia got excited. Maybe they already ran away, and turned to look at her. Rubia, does that even make sense to you? After making his way all the way out here, Crutch quickly voiced his guess. There's a high chance they're lying in ambush along the mountainside. Crutch scowled in annoyance. No way. Can you really not sense any mana at all? She replied snapsishly. Exactly. That's why I said they probably ran away. He pondered for a moment. If they know Rubia is here, they might have avoided using magic entirely. Rubia aggressively took a stance. You cowards. You just want to believe this is a trap, don't you? With that, she unfolded her wings and took off. Just stay here and wait. I'll go check it out myself. Crutch yelled out in shock, but it was too late. Wait, Rubia! With that, she unfolded her wings and took off. Just stay here and wait. I'll go check it out myself. Crutch yelled out in shock, but it was too late. Wait, Rubia! Rubia's heart burned with fire. Honestly, you flightless bugs are all the same. Just how long are you going to keep sending scouts? She rushed at full speed toward the approaching shadow. You should have faced us head-on. Rubia gritted her teeth and lunged. Look closely. Witness the terror of Happy. Nahin calmly moved his lips. Pierce. Instantly, her body was impaled straight through by something thrusting up from the ground. Rubia muttered in agony. Am I dying like this? Then her body fell heavily to the ground. Watching from afar, and Crutch were completely horrified. Rubia! Crutch's voice was no longer as steady as before. Damn it! Rubia just died like that. Meanwhile, and screamed in rage. Who are you? Nahin slowly walked over with a dark expression on his face. For being on a battlefield, you guys talk way too much. Right at that moment, a pair of red eyes snapped open. Leviathan appeared right behind him. The massive shadow stretched long across the ground. Nahin smirked coldly with a sinister smile. Clean up this place for me. Leviathan. The enemy soldiers fell into a state of panic and helplessness. Horses ran frantically through the pitch-black space filled with thick smoke and dust. The soldiers didn't even know where to run. They could only scream in despair. No, they're attacking relentlessly without stopping. One loud scream after another echoed, plunging the space in a horrific chaos. Somewhere, people were still crying out for help. Please save me. Receiving the command, Leviathan continuously unleashed deep, devastating attacks with terrifying destructive power. Watching from afar, and panicked and blurted out, "This is a disaster. I've never heard of a power like this before." He rode his horse up to Nahin and cursed. You bastard! Who the hell are you? He replied coldly. Me? I wonder about that myself. Ares stood nearby and asked blankly, Hey Dane, do we really need to step in? He answered hesitantly, Probably not, but we have to do something, even if it's just to prove our worth. Ares agreed. Right, we're the ones who made this choice. Go for it, Dane. I'll back you up. Dane leaped high into the air and replied, I'm counting on you. Ares stood below and began unleashing her support skill, granting him the speed of the wind. Gaining the power, Dane shot forward like a flash. Gaining the power, Dane shot forward like a flash. He then unleashed an attacking move. Take this. Ares quickly backed him up, granting him a sturdy shield. The shockwave packed with blinding lightning shot out like a storm, violently slamming into the enemy's starlight defensive barrier, creating a world-shaking explosion. Unwatched and judged. He's finished. All troops charge, but from the thick smoke, Dane slowly emerged to everyone's absolute bewilderment. Then he coldly charged forward like a hurricane, preparing for a frantic, merciless onslaught. Then a loud scream echoed with deep regret. Lord Dahak, Crew, gritted his teeth like a madman. That bastard is just a lowly human. How dare he? He roared out to declare, I will tear you apart with my own hands, but only spoke up now. You shouldn't let your guard down on the battlefield. Nahin fiercely channeled his full power, unleashing a sword strike of immense force that ripped open the chest and crushed the spirit of the insanely roaring monster crew. He sneered coldly in mockery. Stop making a fuss. I'll send Decarabia down to reunite with you soon enough. Seeing this from afar, Aerie wondered blankly to herself. Really? Did it actually succeed? Out of nowhere, Seer walked up, startling the girl. Hey, human, where is Master? Eri stammered in reply. He's right down there. As soon as Seer saw Nahin, she exclaimed joyfully. You did it right, Master? Seeing this, Eri thought to herself. I didn't expect him to be capable of making that kind of face too. Seer then started chatting. One day I'll be able to do that too, right? Hearing this, Eri stammered a reply. Of course. You are a great demon king, your majesty. Hearing this, the young girl turned and praised her. You really know how to talk. This single line made Eri blush. The girl quickly changed the subject. But your majesty, does Lord Nahin know you're here? Seer replied. I came to see him without letting him know. The young girl questioned. But what does that have to do with you? Hearing this, Eri confusedly admitted her mistake. I am sorry, I misspoke. Seer's joy vanished as she asked coldly. Hey, human, you don't happen to have any weird feelings for my master, do you? Hearing this, Eri immediately dropped to her knees, bowing her head to the ground. I'm sorry for being too terrified of Lord Nahin. Hearing this, Seer was taken aback and asked, What? The girl lifted her head, her face pale, as she stammered. Was that not what you meant? Realizing she had been a bit too harsh, Seer replied. Never mind, my bad. Their conversation ended when Nahin ran over and called Seer. The young girl joyfully replied, Master, on her side. She was also startled to realize. Dane, you're safe. Danet replied. Eri, it's all thanks to you. Standing next to her, Nahin curiously asked Seer. What are you doing here? The young girl answered casually. I came to see you, Master. Hearing that, he smiled and replied. Is that so? Thank you. Nahin thought to himself. I've wiped out everything that could threaten you. Maybe I should let the kid get a bit more real combat experience. He patted her head and said again. The Demon King's castle on the 68th floor is pretty much empty right now, Seer. Why don't you and Commander Lin El go clean up the rest? Seer replied happily. Yes, sir. Then he turned and said, And you too as well, great job. You've trained incredibly hard over the past year. I'll give you your missions when we get back. Rest up until then. Dane and Eri bowed in salute. Yes, Lord Nahin. He took a look at the whole scene and concluded. That pretty much wraps up the conquest of the 68th floor. Now I just need to find that thing. Over on Decarabia's side, he was currently trembling, having just experienced the most horrific battle of his life. In front of him was Seer, the young girl happily praising. He wasn't even that strong. Linnell, standing beside her, reminded. That's because your majesty has grown too strong. Your ancient magic. How could Lord Nahin know that kind of ancient magic? Everything was supposed to have been lost after that era. Decarabia, on the other hand, despite being terrified, still cursed loudly. Seer, you crazy bastard, you've created a monster. Linnell, standing next to her, didn't forget to remind. Your Majesty, Lord Nahin instructed us to keep Decarabia alive. The young girl said nothing, directly grabbing Decarabia by the collar and lifting him up. Panicking from being lifted high up, he asked, What are you trying to do? Seer didn't answer him, but spoke to Lin El instead. I know, Commander Lin El. I just need to keep him alive, right? After letting out her frustration by throwing a few punches at Decarabia, Lin El spoke up worriedly from the side. Your Majesty, you're going to kill him. As for him, with his face completely swollen, he could only helplessly mutter. Just kill me, Seer exclaimed in bewilderment. Why is he so weak? Just say Commander Lin El did this. Master will get mad if he finds out. Just say Commander Lin El did this. Master will get mad if he finds out. Seer replied happily. Thanks, Commander. Right as she finished speaking, Nahin walked in from outside and asked, What are you thanking her for? Seer replied happily. Thanks, Commander. Right as she finished speaking, Nahin walked in from outside and asked, What are you thanking her for? He asked, Is that Decarabia lying over there? Seer gasped in surprise. This is, Nahin sternly reminded her. No lying. If you did something wrong, you have to be honest. Seer lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Yes, I'm sorry. He bent down to examine Decarabia. Geez, he's a total wreck. At least he's still alive. At this point, he could only mutter a single sentence. Kill me, Lin El asked in curiosity from the side. But Lord Nahin, why are you keeping Decarabia alive? He's not the type to bow down to others like Dantalion. Nahin answered, I'm not sparing his life. I'm just getting information. Seer, you've heard of nebulous stones, right? The young girl replied. Yes, sir. They're a specialty of the 68th floor. He explained. I'm going to cross-reference Crew's testimony with Decarabius. Only the Demon King of the 68th floor and his inner circle know the location of the mine in the game. The way the mine's location shifts with every playthrough is such a pain. Seer wondered, wouldn't it be easier to just capture the other members of the pentagram? Nahan wiped the blood off his hands with a cloth and replied, their resistance was too fierce, so I had no choice but to kill them. He thought to himself, honestly, I didn't realize I was this strong. He told me not to lie, yet he's doing it himself. Talk about a double standard. Seer had another question. Brainwashing doesn't work on a Demon King. How are you going to get him to open his mouth, Master? Hearing this, Nahan smiled. Right after that, a new guest suddenly appeared. Long time no see. Seer recognized Lady Citri. She spoke up. I heard you needed my help, so here I am. This site is pretty impressive. Is that bloody mess over there Decorabia? Man, you're so hard to find lately. You haven't even dropped by to train. I dropped everything to come out here, you know. Right after she finished speaking, Citri looked over at Seer and flinched, thinking to herself, there it is again. That terrifying glare. He's the exact reason I couldn't visit. Wait, if I use my power right in front of this kid, will he stop at just glaring at me? Out of sheer terror, Citri could only hide behind Nahan's back and suggest, get your majesty out of here right now. He asked in curiosity, does this really require that much concentration? She confirmed, yes, it does. Go now. Nahan then said to Seer, all right, I get it. We'll wait outside. Seer, let's go. The young girl joyfully replied, yes, master. Outside, the young girl asked curiously, Master, how can Lady Citri find the nebulous stones? He answered, isn't fire magic her main ability? That's both right and wrong. Citri possesses a unique ability. Inside the room, she began to unleash her move. Decorabia, there's something I want to know. Even with a swollen mouth, he still stated firmly, I'm not telling you anything. It was a power that made any member of the opposite sex fall in love with her forever. Citri now unleashed a fog of romance. Come on, just tell me where the nebulous stone mine is. You can tell me, right? Decorabia knew it wouldn't work if they were on equal footing, but in his current condition, Citri judged that he would easily surrender. After being hit by the move, Decorabia started becoming honest. 50 kilometers to the west. Citri demanded, right, that's it. Tell me more. Yes. And from there, after getting to the bottom of everything she needed to know, Citri spoke up. Thanks for the info, idiot. As a reward, I'll give you my heart, though it might be a little hot. Decorabia, still lost in that blind love, blurted out. So this is your heart. Thank you. I love you, Citri. Right outside the door, Nahan's polite voice rang out. Thank you for your help. Citri rubbed her chin and replied nonchalantly. No problem. Are you planning to sell the nebulous stones? He bluntly shared his new plan. I can't rely on weapons and slaves forever. I need a new source of revenue. He said that, but Nahan kept his true purpose hidden in his head. There are also things I absolutely must get from that nebulous stone mine. Citri suddenly laughed fakely and spoke very politely. But you know, it's not like I'm greedy or anything, but I did help you find the nebulous stone mine. Speedily catching the hidden meaning behind her words, he cut her off. I was planning to give you a share anyway. However, Nahan's next declaration left Citri completely frozen. But since you're being so shameless, I've changed my mind. She was so stunned that she screamed out loud. No way. That's so unfair. Only after enjoying her amusing expression enough did Nahan compromise. I get it. I'll share the nebulous stones with you. So please make it look like your majesty conquered the 68th floor too. Hit with such a massive piece of cake out of nowhere, Citri couldn't believe it for a moment. I get the Demon King's castle too? Sure. Fearing this girl would start overthinking again, Nahan had to correct her. I mean, only on paper. Please make it look like your majesty conquered it. Getting a Demon King's castle for free without deploying a single soldier. Don't you think that's a bit shameless? Yet this time, Citri actually had the nerve to argue back. No, it's just like last time, so they might misunderstand. Plus, if rumors spread that I'm conquering floors, they'll be on guard against me. and regaining my power will be harder. Yet this time, Citri actually had the nerve to argue back. No, it's just like last time, so they might misunderstand. Plus, if rumors spread that I'm conquering floors, they'll be on guard against me, and regaining my power will be harder. Nahin suddenly reached out his hand and switched to a serious tone. In exchange, I'll give you half of the nebula stones. Having learned her lesson for being tricked earlier, Citri cautiously asked back. Really? He warmly urged. What's your choice? Nahin suddenly reached out his hand and switched to a serious tone. In exchange, I'll give you half of the nebula stones. Having learned her lesson for being tricked earlier, Citri cautiously asked back. Really? He warmly urged. What's your choice? Nahin had been anxious this whole time. Seer proactively stepped up to make the decision for this disaster couple. Then it's a deal. Looking at the young girl's smiling face, Nahin flinched and commented, by the way, Seer really should handle these kinds of matters herself. But on the other side, Citri wasn't so lucky, so she stammered her agreement. Right? I should do that with your majesty. Just remember to deliver those stones. I'm leaving now. Watching her run away for dear life like she was being chased by a ghost, Nahin felt utterly bewildered. What's wrong with her? Even though Seer knew damn well she was the cause, she still smiled brightly and made up a story. She probably remembered something urgent. He didn't linger for too long and quickly moved on to another matter. All right, Seer. About going out, do you want to handle the aftermath of the war first or go right tomorrow? The young girl thought for a moment before making her decision. I'll handle the work first because I'm the Demon King, Nahin boldly suggested right away. Then why don't you try it yourself? Just leave the nebulous stone mine to me. Without even thinking, Seer happily passed the buck. Yes, master. A moment later in her room, Seer stared blankly at her hand. It's been so long since I got to hold master's hand. Inside the young girl's heart, her mind was currently spinning with adolescent confusion. I know I'm not a kid anymore, so he can't spoil me like he used to. But this time, when it's just the two of us, I'm going to hold his hand as much as I want. At the exact same time, Argal's complaining voice echoed from another area. Is this nebulous stone mine abandoned or something? There's literally nobody here. Nahin, standing beside him, calmly explained. I told them to start work later so they wouldn't get in our way. It showed off its laziness without a shred of shame. Is there even anything for me to protect here? Can I just go back to sleep? He suppressed his irritation to talk some sense into it. Stop talking nonsense. I came here to find something using your ability. You can differentiate between different types of ore, right? Argal ducked its neck and muttered softly. So that's why you brought me along. Nahin didn't delay any further and immediately showed his capitalist nature. Scan the rocky area inside the mine thoroughly. There should definitely be a gold bracelet. This godforsaken task actually managed to spark its curiosity. Understood, Lord Nahin. But why would a gold bracelet be buried in ore? He swayed his body and tossed back an irresponsible reply. Well, I don't really know either. On the outside, Argal easily compromised. What? I get it. I'll find it. But internally, it was still completely puzzled. He must have a reason for hiding it. Argal didn't know that Nahin's own mind was actually completely bewildered. Even I find it bizarre. It doesn't have any logic to it at all. If it was made to be hidden away, there'd be no reason to create it in the first place. Is this some kind of joke by the game developers? Argal didn't know that Nahin's own mind was actually completely bewildered. Even I find it bizarre. It doesn't have any logic to it at all. If it was made to be hidden away, there'd be no reason to create it in the first place. Is this some kind of joke by the game developers? Thinking up to this point, Nahin immediately covered his mouth and smirked. Now half of that income belongs to us. Looking at that despicable face, Argal suddenly felt a chill run down its entire body. Why did he randomly turn like that? Once he had smirked enough, Nahin switched back to serious mode. I need to prepare in advance. The fact that I conquered the 69th floor will soon be known by the low-tier Demon Kings. Since there's no issue with expanding our finances, thanks to the Nebula Stones, I should start seriously building an army. From now on, it'll be very hard to move forward without casualties. Right at this moment, his train of thought was cut short by Argal. Lord Nahin, I think I found it. There's something around here that isn't a nebulous stone. He frantically dashed over and warned. Really? Move aside. Nahan didn't hesitate any longer, spreading his hand to unleash the matter. Materia. Following, that was the extraction light ring. Extraction name overflowed into the palm of his hand. The space that was originally pitch black was suddenly flooded with shimmering light. Nahan looked at the item gradually revealing itself before his eyes, so satisfied that he praised his workhorse. Found it. Great job. Now that the item was in his hands, he felt somewhat relieved. Its name was the Ancient Gold Bracelet. In the game, this thing also had the effect of boosting growth efficiency. Wonder how it will manifest here. Argal, who had been cosplaying as an invisible person nearby, suddenly spoke up. Lord Nahan. It trembled on the ground, pleading cautiously. If you are finished, please withdraw your energy. Only then did Nahan startle, realizing his oversight. I didn't expect my energy to affect you all the way up there. Is it too overwhelming? Argal couldn't lift its head, but still honestly reported. It feels like my entire body is about to shatter. Hearing that, he awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry about that. He even put up a mental warning sign. From now on, I should be careful with my magic. Moving back inside, Dantalion was hesitantly negotiating. Do I really have to seal it with a blood stamp? Seer firmly pushed the document forward and asserted. Yes, there's nothing more secure than this, right? Inside her heart, she was now burning with determination. Master trusted me and handed this task over to me, so I must finish it cleanly to speed things up. Seer didn't mind threatening him further. What? You don't want to do it? Or do you have some other ulterior motive? Should I just turn you into a mess, just like Decorabia? Dantalion instantly jumped in shock, quickly backing down. No, of course not. I'll seal it. After lifting his finger off the paper, he reported tremblingly. I've sealed it. Seer lifted the seal in her hand, reminding him with satisfaction. From now on, answer the calls on time. Since you used to be a demon king, I trust you'll do a good job. Dantalion looked at the identical mark on his own hand, obediently complying. Yes, your majesty. Once the young girl finished utilizing him, she immediately discarded him. All right, you may go. Seer waited until he was out of sight before immediately switching to a sweet tone. Master, did I make any mistakes? But Nahan didn't hesitate to give a thumbs up in praise. No, you did great. You really looked like a demon king. Riding the wave of excitement, the young girl planned her next move. Now all that's left is to repair the Demon King's castle on the 69th floor and move in. He also felt this schedule was highly reasonable. Yeah, since we've taken care of all the important matters, let's get ready to head out. Seer took the opportunity to pour out her request. I want a quiet place with beautiful scenery and no crowds. Nahan suppressed his urge to smile to advise her. All right, I'll find a location tomorrow, so rest up and get your energy back today. Seeing that the deal was locked in, Seer cheered without a single worry. But the expression on her face suddenly froze when Nahan held out the bracelet. And this too, I prepared this for you. Seer took it with both hands and chirped like a baby bird. Is this really mine? Thank you, Master. Nahan patiently added. Make sure to always wear it from now on. He couldn't have guessed that his good intentions would only tighten the shackles in Seer's heart. As expected, I can't let you leave, Master. Over in Salino City, Dane was casually commenting. It's been such a long time since I've been to the human realm. Even Ari agreed. Right at this moment, he suddenly reminded her. Do you remember Lord Nahan's orders? Both of them subconsciously recalled his words before leaving. Recently, the number of humans infiltrating the 72nd floor has decreased significantly. Disguise yourselves as adventurers in the human realm, grasp the situation, and send periodic updates. So let's decide on our directions first. I'm going to HM City, so you stay here. We'll meet up in Celiano City once a month. Register as a rookie adventurer at the guild and get started right away. You remember our aliases, right? I'm Daniel, and you're Ellie. Aries subconsciously voiced her anxiety. Yeah, got it. But are we really not going to get exposed? Even if they had fake papers, he lifted his short sword and reminded her immediately. Ellie, listen carefully. Of course, this must be hard to accept, but he paused for a moment to let the weight settle on her shoulders before emphasizing. Nobody here remembers us anymore, so you just need to be careful. Don't go tangling with any scum for no reason. Having her sore spot poked, Ari immediately threw a tantrum. I'm not that stupid. Once Dane had teased her enough, he held out his secret weapon. Even so, if you run into danger, smash this thing. Ari asked blankly in return. What is this? He shook it in his hand and left behind a sloppy instruction manual. A type of alarm device. If you smash yours, mine will break too. Watching his retreating back, Ari softly called out. Got it. Thanks. He shook in his hand and left behind a sloppy instruction manual. A type of alarm device. If you smash yours, mine will break too. Watching his retreating back, Ari softly called out. Got it. Thanks. As Ari turned around in the opposite direction, she couldn't help but complain to herself. Does he really think I'm some kind of troublemaker? What could possibly happen on this peaceful mountain? But Dane's words seemed to come true instantly as a sleazy voice rang out. Hey there, little lady. The opponent cornered the young girl in the middle and aggressively threatened her. Hand over all your belongings and get lost. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. Internally, Ari let out a long sigh. Dane was half right. By the time she opened her mouth, the girl didn't hesitate to expose them. But, looking at your appearance, you guys don't even look like real mountain bandits. Why are you doing this? The guys who had their secrets pierced hung their heads and muttered. How did you know? Finally, one of them weakly explained on behalf of the group. With the country in this state, we didn't have any other choice. These words successfully sparked Ari's curiosity. The country's state? What exactly is going to happen in the Holy Kingdom? The other man quickly stepped forward and poured out a stream of grievances. You don't know? The higher-ups have completely lost their minds. They are putting citizens on trial and burning down villages, all under the pretext of hunting down hiding demons. Her stunned look made the group of men even more confused. What? You seriously don't know? Ultimately, Ari shared a half-truth. For certain reasons, I've been stuck on the mountain for the past year. They all let out a long sigh in unison. You poor thing. The young girl was comforted to the point of total bewilderment. Poor thing about what exactly? The kind man comforted her. You must have lost your memory from the shock of losing your hometown. Our situation isn't any better. But if you come with us, we'll take care of you. This time, Ari was startled by that intense hospitality. No, I'm completely fine. He didn't hesitate to fill the young girl in. You expect me to believe that a girl has been living alone on the mountain for a whole year? If the holy knights hear about that, you'll immediately be branded as a witch. Ari turned so pale that her voice completely cracked. Did you say a witch? The kind man carefully clarified the situation. The Grand Cathedral issued a declaration. The disappearance of humans in the demon world that started 5 years ago is actually because witches are hiding in the human realm. So the holy knights have started tearing apart cities and villages to look for them. They burn down villages to purify them and take children away. Ari stammered to confirm one more time. No, they actually did something like that. What about the adventurers? The group of men immediately took turns lamenting. The adventurers are acting as lackeys for the holy knights. Those crazy bastards. I miss my daughter so much. Ari suddenly went completely quiet as countless thoughts raced through her mind. This is bizarre. The holy knights are acting without any clear evidence, and the adventurers have been instigated. If it's just a few nameless randoms, that's one thing. But to drag the guild master into this would be incredibly difficult. You don't seem to get it, do you? Girl, I told you just now that this is a declaration issued by the Grand Cathedral. This is the Holy Kingdom. That is the Pope's will, so people have no choice but to obey. The conversation just ended like that at the edge of the forest. The scene now shifted to the Grand Cathedral. Inside the bathroom, the water from the shower head cut off right on cue. The master of the castle stepped out with a refreshed and cheerful mood. Man, that shower felt amazing. Did you wait long? The person who had been waiting outside this whole time was just waiting for that moment, smirking as they asked back. Is the investigation progressing well? Pope Cernius, without letting the smile drop from his face, continued to share the joy. Just as you said, I had the entire nation searched, and there are indeed a lot of demon lackeys. The old man turned toward the woman and rubbed his hands in a pathetic manner. This is all thanks to you. She smirked slightly and fired back politely. That's because the Pope has worked hard. Cernius even dropped to his knees to fully display his utter devotion. Only you recognize my hard work. The old man paused slightly, as if overly emotional, taking a long moment before softly calling out her name. Lily.